Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was raised by the Addams family and arrived at Hogwarts as a master of the black arts? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The thing about family. The owl arrived during breakfast, which meant it arrived during a knife fight. Harry ducked under Pugsley's thrown cleaver. The boy's aim was improving, really, he'd only missed by 3 inches this time, and snatched the letter from the air before the owl could complete its descent to the table. The bird, a handsome tawny creature with official-looking bands on its legs, seemed momentarily confused by this interruption of what it clearly considered proper postal protocol. "Mail's here," Harry announced, sliding back into his seat and examining the envelope. Gomez Addams looked up from his morning duel with Thing, the disembodied hand currently attempting to steal his toast. "Anything interesting, my boy?" "Hogwarts, I think." Harry turned the letter over. Heavy parchment, emerald ink, a wax seal bearing a coat of arms he recognized from his mother's old books. The Scottish one. Ah! Gomez's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Magnificent institution. Absolutely dreadful, of course, all that emphasis on light magic and proper spell work, but the architecture is supposed to be wonderfully gloomy. "Morticia, darling, the boy's been accepted." Morticia Addams glided into the dining room with the particular grace of someone who had never hurried in her life and never intended to start. Her black gown whispered against the floor as she took her place at the head of the table, accepting a cup of something that steamed in colors tea generally didn't attempt. "How lovely," she said, and despite her perpetually calm tone, Harry could hear genuine pleasure beneath it. "Wednesday will be disappointed she can't attend with you. She's quite looking forward to Beauxbatons, of course, but she did hope you might both torment the same student body." Harry smiled. "I'll write her detailed accounts. She can torment vicariously. That's my thoughtful boy." Morticia reached across the table to brush a strand of dark hair from his forehead, her fingers lingering briefly on the lightning bolt scar that marked him as someone else's child before he became theirs. "Will you open it, or shall we frame it as is? The suspense of an unopened letter can be its own pleasure." "I'll open it." Harry broke the seal with practiced ease. The Addams family received a great deal of correspondence, much of it from creditors, lawyers, and occasionally the vengeful spirits of those who'd wronged them. One learned to handle mail efficiently. "It's an acceptance. Supply list. Instructions for platform 9 3/4. He scanned the parchment. "They seem to think I might not know about magic. There's a whole paragraph explaining that witches and wizards are real." "How charming," Gomez said. "They sent the standard Muggle-born letter. No one's told them about you yet." "Someone will." Harry folded the letter neatly and tucked it into his jacket pocket. He was already dressed for the day in his preferred style, black suit, black shirt, black tie, all cut to allow freedom of movement. Wednesday had helped him develop the look when he was 8. An Addams, she'd explained with characteristic solemnity, must always be prepared for a funeral. Especially if they're the one causing it. The question is how they'll react. The owl, which had been observing this exchange with increasing agitation, chose this moment to voice its displeasure. It hooted sharply, ruffling its feathers in what was clearly meant to be an intimidating display. Gomez's face split into a delighted grin. "Oh, it wants a response. Wonderful. Thing, fetch me my rapier, this fellow looks like he might have some fight in him." "Gomez." Morticia's voice carried gentle reproach. "The children haven't finished their breakfast." "Quite right, quite right. After breakfast, then." He pointed at the owl with his fork. "You. Stay. We'll discuss terms of engagement once I've finished my hemlock eggs." The owl, demonstrating more survival instinct than magical birds typically possessed, took flight immediately and crashed through the nearest window in its haste to escape. Glass shattered musically across the floor. "Pity," Gomez sighed. I did so want to test that new binding curse. There will be other owls, Morticia assured him. Harry will need to send his acceptance, after all. The school will certainly dispatch another messenger when this one reports back. Harry considered the broken window, the scattered glass, and the distant sounds of the owl's panicked flight across the grounds. Should I write a reply now, or wait for the replacement? Wait, I think. Let them wonder. Morticia's lips curved in what, on anyone else, might have been called a smile. On her, it was more like watching moonlight settle on a gravestone, beautiful and faintly ominous. Anticipation improves everything. She wasn't wrong. The Addams family had taught Harry many things over the past decade, but perhaps the most valuable lesson was this: never rush to give people what they expected. Make them wait. Make them wonder. By the time you finally acted, they'd be so grateful for the resolution that they'd accept almost anything. It was, Harry reflected, remarkably similar to something his birth parents had apparently believed. The Potters, according to every story he'd ever gathered, had been masters of the dramatic entrance. James Potter never simply arrived anywhere, he appeared, usually with maximum disruption. Lily Potter never merely solved a problem, she dismantled it so thoroughly that people forgot it had ever existed. The Addams, naturally, approved. 3 days later, the second owl arrived. This one was accompanied by a person, a very large person, larger than anyone Harry had ever seen, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have hidden several small children. He arrived on a motorcycle that fell from the sky, landed in the garden, and immediately began leaking oil onto Morticia's prize-winning venomous tentacula. The plants attacked. The motorcycle fought back. The large man stood in the middle of the chaos, looking bewildered, while the Addams family watched from the front porch with varying degrees of interest. Should we help him? Pugsley asked, though his tone suggested he was rather enjoying the spectacle. Give it a moment, Morticia said. The tentacula hasn't had proper exercise in weeks. Harry studied the visitor with more attention. The man radiated magic, not refined, focused magic like the kind the family practiced, but something rawer and more fundamental. Old magic. Earth magic. The kind that came from being close to creatures that most wizards preferred to keep at a distance. I think I know who this is, Harry said. Hagrid. He's the Hogwarts groundskeeper. Keeper of keys and grounds, officially. You've done your research. Gomez sounded proud. Excellent habit, knowing who might come calling. He's the one who delivered me to the Dursleys. The night my parents died. Harry's voice remained conversational, but something shifted in his posture, a slight straightening of the spine, a settling of weight onto the balls of his feet. Ready for movement if movement became necessary. He was crying, apparently. Thought he was sending me to a loving home. Morticia's expression didn't change, but the temperature on the porch dropped several degrees. Even the tentacula paused in their assault, sensing their mistress's displeasure. Ah, she said. Then we should rescue him. He clearly has poor judgment, and I do so hate to see people punished for something beyond their control. She raised one pale hand, and the plants released their grip. The motorcycle sputtered and died. Hagrid stumbled free, leaves in his hair and minor bite marks on his hands, staring at the manor house with something approaching awe. Blimey, he breathed. That's quite a garden you've got there. Thank you, Morticia said, descending the porch steps with the gliding walk of a predator who knew her prey couldn't run. We're very proud of it. Won't you come inside, Mr. Hagrid? I believe you're here about our son. Hagrid's face cycled through several expressions, confusion, recognition, and finally a complex blend of hope and uncertainty. Son. But I'm looking for Harry Potter. Got his letter here, from Hogwarts. Dumbledore sent me personal, said the boy might need some help understanding what. Harry stepped forward, and Hagrid's words died in his throat. The giant of a man stared. Harry knew what he was seeing, the dark hair that matched James Potter's, the green eyes that matched Lily's, but everything else. The suit. The posture. The complete and utter absence of the nervous, uncertain, grateful child that Hagrid had clearly expected to find. Harry. Hagrid's voice came out strangled. Harry Potter. Harry Addams, actually. Potter Addams if we're being technical, but I prefer the former. Harry offered a polite smile that showed exactly the right number of teeth. You must be confused. I've been here for 10 years. Where else would I be? But Dumbledore said, Petunia, your aunt, abandoned me on a doorstep about 5 hours after you left me with her. Harry maintained the smile. Fortunately, my family found me before anything unfortunate happened. The Dursleys, I understand, moved to Australia shortly afterward. Something about the neighborhood becoming unsuitable. Gomez coughed in a way that might have been covering a laugh. The neighborhood had become unsuitable, certainly, particularly after Morticia visited to express her disappointment in Petunia's choices. No spells had been cast. No threats had been made. She'd simply talked to the woman, and the Dursleys had put their house on the market by sunrise. Hagrid looked like someone had hit him with a confundus charm. But the blood wards. Dumbledore said, yeah, we're supposed to be safe. I was safe. Harry gestured toward the manor behind him. This is my home. These are my parents. I received your letter 3 days ago, and I'm happy to confirm my attendance at Hogwarts. Was there something else you needed? Hagrid shook his massive head slowly. I was supposed to explain things. About magic. About your parents. About you-know-who. Tom Riddle, Harry said, and Hagrid flinched like the name itself had struck him. Yes, I know about him. The curse that killed my birth parents and left me with this rather striking scar. The prophecy. The fact that he's not actually dead, merely diminished. He paused, enjoying the way Hagrid's face went pale beneath his beard. Mother did an excellent job explaining. She knows more about the dark arts than most wizards would admit existed. Morticia had reached them now, standing beside Harry with one hand resting lightly on his shoulder. We are thorough, she said mildly. An Addams must always know who their enemies are. It makes the eventual reckoning so much more satisfying. Hagrid seemed to be having difficulty breathing. Dumbledore. I need to tell Dumbledore. Please do. Harry reached into his jacket and withdrew an envelope, thick parchment, sealed with the Addams family crest in black wax. This is my acceptance letter. I trust the school will make appropriate accommodations for my particular educational background. I'd hate to find the classes unchallenging. The giant man took the envelope automatically, still staring at Harry as though expecting him to transform into something more recognizable at any moment. Tell the headmaster, Morticia added, her voice soft as silk and twice as dangerous, that my son will be attending his school under the protection of House Addams. Any attempts to redirect his education, to interfere with his upbringing, or to assume guardianship that was legally transferred to us a decade ago, would be unwelcome. Would be a mistake, Gomez clarified cheerfully. We'd have to respond, you understand. Family honor. These things matter. What kind of response? Hagrid managed. Gomez's smile widened. Oh, nothing permanent. Probably. The last person who tried to take something that belonged to us spent 3 years believing he was a turnip. Woke up every morning convinced he was about to be harvested. Fascinating case study in psychological degradation. He got better eventually, Morticia said. We're not monsters. Well, Pugsley piped up from the porch, technically, thank you, Pugsley. Morticia's voice carried the particular tone of a mother redirecting her child. Why don't you show Mr. Hagrid back to his motorcycle? I'm sure he's eager to deliver Harry's response. The motorcycle, which had been quietly repairing itself while they talked, roared back to life. The tentacula gave it a wide berth. Hagrid looked at the letter in his hands, then at Harry, then at the gothic horror of a manor house behind them. His face showed the particular expression of a man realizing that the world was significantly more complicated than he'd believed. "Dumbledore'll want ter talk ter ya," he said finally. "Before school starts. Sort things out. I look forward to the conversation." Harry's smile remained perfectly pleasant. "Do warn him that I keep unusual hours. The dead are chattiest around 3 in the morning, and I hate to disappoint them." Hagrid left. The motorcycle rose into the air trailing smoke and uncertainty. The Addams family watched it go, for silhouettes against the backdrop of their wonderfully terrible home. "Well," Gomez said, "that went well." The shopping trip was scheduled for the following week. Harry could have gone alone, he was certainly capable of navigating London, magical or otherwise, but Morticia insisted on accompanying him. "Your first formal introduction to the wizarding world," she explained, adjusting the collar of her traveling cloak. "We should make an impression." They made several. The night bus arrived at their summons and immediately began apologizing. The conductor, a pimple-faced young man named Stan, took one look at Morticia and forgot how to speak for the first 30 seconds of the journey. The other passengers pressed themselves against the walls, creating a bubble of empty space around the Addams seats. "You have a gift," Harry observed. "Presence is a muscle," Morticia said. "Exercise it regularly, and it becomes effortless. Watch." She turned her attention to a witch across the aisle who'd been trying very hard not to stare. Their eyes met. The witch whimpered softly. "She wasn't doing anything wrong," Harry pointed out. "No. But now she'll remember us. And she'll tell her friends, who will tell their friends. By the time you arrive at school, stories will have preceded you. They'll be exaggerated, of course, people always embellish, but the core truth will remain." Morticia's lips curved. "You are an Addams. You are not to be trifled with. Let them know this before you meet them, and half your battles are already won." It was manipulation, Harry knew. Deliberate cultivation of a reputation. But it was also true. The Addams family didn't pretend to be frightening, they simply were, in ways that ran deeper than any pretense could achieve. They disembarked in London, outside a grubby pub called the Leaky Cauldron that most pedestrians walked past without a second glance. Morticia paused at the threshold. "The family vault is in Gringotts," she said. "We'll need to make a withdrawal. After that, I suspect you'll want to acquire your supplies on your own, you're old enough, and you should be seen operating independently." "And you?" "I have business in Gaunt Alley. Old contacts to visit. Supplies that Diagon Alley doesn't carry." She touched his face briefly, her palm cold against his cheek. "We'll meet for dinner. 8 o'clock, the Serpent and Stone. Don't be late." "I won't." The pub fell silent when they entered. Conversations died mid-word. A bartender with a face like a melted candle frozen mid-drip stared at them with something approaching terror. Mrs. Addams," he managed. "And this must be my son." Morticia's voice filled the room without effort. "We're here to conduct business. Please don't let us disturb you." They would, of course. They already had. But the words were permission to resume pretending normalcy, and the pub's patrons seized it gratefully. Conversations restarted, though quieter than before. Eyes followed them toward the back door, the entrance to Diagon Alley. The wall opened at Morticia's touch, she didn't need a wand for something so simple, and Harry got his first look at the wizarding world's premier shopping district. It was colorful. Shops crowded against each other, signs blaring their wares in magical letters that swooped and sparkled. Wizards and witches bustled about in robes of every conceivable shade. An ice cream parlor advertised flavors that couldn't possibly exist. A joke shop exploded with noise and light every few seconds. A bookstore had volumes arranged in its window that appeared to be having an animated argument. After the elegant gloom of the Addams manor, it was almost overwhelming. "Gaudy, isn't it?" Morticia observed. "The wizarding world clings to whimsy the way a drowning man clings to flotsam. They're so desperate to be magical that they forget elegance entirely. It's certainly energetic. That's one word for it." She guided him through the crowd, which parted before them like water before a ship's prow. "Gringotts first. The goblins, at least, have taste." Gringotts Bank loomed at the end of the alley, white marble, bronze doors, and a general air of contempt for everyone approaching its steps. The goblins who guarded the entrance didn't blink at Morticia's presence, though Harry caught one of them nod almost respectfully. "Mrs. Addams," the goblin said. "Young Master Addams. We've been expecting you." "Of course you have." Morticia swept past him without slowing. "We require access to the family vault and the Potter vault. My son will need funds for his school supplies." Inside, the bank was all marble and darkness and the distant sound of metal on stone. Goblins worked at towering desks, weighing gold and examining documents and generally ignoring their customers with professional disdain. Harry appreciated the aesthetic. The goblin who attended them, Griphook, according to the nameplate, led them to a cart that descended into the earth at speeds that would have terrified most passengers. Harry found it exhilarating. The wind whipped past his face, the darkness pressed close, and the sense of descending into depths that humans were never meant to see sparked something warm in his chest. "The Addams Vault," Griphook announced as they slowed. "Vault 23. One of the original vaults, from before the Ministry's restrictions." The door required blood to open, a small prick of Morticia's finger, the drop consumed by ancient metal, and what lay beyond was less a vault than a cavern. Gold, certainly, but also artifacts. Weapons. Things that pulsed with power older than the bank itself. "We won't need much today," Morticia said, filling a small bag with coins. "But I wanted you to see it. This is your inheritance, Harry. Not just the gold, the responsibility. The Addams have protected certain items for centuries. Things too dangerous for the Ministry to know about. Things that would be too dangerous to destroy." Harry looked at a mirror that showed no reflection, at a box that whispered in languages he almost understood, at a sword that seemed to drink the light around it. "I understand. I know you do." She touched his shoulder. "Come. The Potter Vault is elsewhere." The Potter Vault was smaller, newer, but no less impressive. Piles of gold galleons, yes, but also books, portraits, and a chest of personal effects that made Harry's breath catch unexpectedly. His father's glasses. His mother's notes, written in a precise hand that was nothing like Morticia's elegant script but somehow familiar anyway. Letters they'd written to each other. Photographs that moved, showing two young people in love, unaware of what was coming. "We can return for these later," Morticia said gently. "Take what you need for today." Harry filled his money bag, then paused. Something was calling to him from the back of the vault, not magically, not literally, but with the instinctive pull of destiny. A cloak. Black, old, folded carefully in a cedar chest. "My father's," Harry said without knowing how he knew. "The cloak of invisibility." Morticia's voice held something Harry rarely heard, respect for another family's artifact. "It's been in the Potter line for generations. I wondered when it would make itself known to you." Harry reached for it, then stopped. "Not yet," he decided. "It's not time." Morticia smiled. "Well chosen. Some things shouldn't be rushed." They separated at the entrance to Nocturne Alley, Morticia disappearing into the shadowy passage with a swirl of black cloak. Harry turned back to the brightness of Diagon Alley, supply list in hand. First stop, Wand. Ollivanders occupied a narrow shop near the entrance to Diagon Alley, its windows dusty and its sign ancient. Makers of fine wands since 382 BC, the lettering proclaimed, though the gold had faded to something approaching bronze. Inside, the shop was dim and quiet, filled with narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling. Dust motes hung in the air like suspended time. The whole place felt like a held breath. "Good afternoon," said a voice, and Harry didn't startle because an Addams never startled, but he did note with interest that the old man had somehow appeared within 3 feet of him without making a sound. Ollivander was silver and pale, with wide eyes that seemed to see more than they should. He looked at Harry for a long moment, and his expression shifted through surprise, recognition, and finally something more complicated. "I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Mr. Potter. Though I must say, you're not quite what I expected. People rarely are." Harry met the wandmaker's gaze without flinching. "I'm here for a wand." "Indeed you are. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one." He drifted closer, moving like smoke. "It seems only yesterday your mother was here buying her first wand. 10¼ inches. Willow. Nice for charm work. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power, excellent for transfiguration. You know who I am. I know who you were. Who you are now." Ollivander's head tilted. "That's rather more interesting, isn't it? The Potter bloodline, yes, but something else underneath. Something older. Something that doesn't usually walk into my shop." He turned away, running his fingers along boxes with the certainty of long practice. "Let's see. Not holly, too bright for you now, I think. Not ebony, too obvious. What about?" Box after box came down, wands were tried and discarded. Each one sparked something wrong, too weak, too aggressive, too normal. Harry could feel them resisting him, these instruments of conventional magic, sensing that he wasn't what they were made for. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, but he sounded delighted rather than frustrated. "Very tricky indeed. Wait here." He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning several minutes later with a box that looked older than the others. The wood was black, the hinges silver, and something about it made the air in the shop grow colder. "I've only sold 3 wands from this wood in my entire career," Ollivander said softly. "Elder. The death wood. Most wizards can't handle it, the wand consumes them rather than the reverse. But you." He opened the box. The wand inside was pale, almost white, with dark lines running through it like veins of shadow. 13 inches, Harry estimated. Something about its shape suggested bones. Elder ancestral hair. One of my more experimental creations. Ollivander's voice had dropped to barely a whisper. "I made it in my youth, during a period of fascination with the boundaries of magic. It's been waiting for someone for over a century." Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the wood, something shifted. Not physically, the shop remained exactly as it was, but in some deeper sense, a connection snapped into place. The wand warmed in his hand, and shadows gathered at his feet, and somewhere far away, something ancient lifted its head and took notice. "Oh," Ollivander breathed. "Oh, my. Does that mean it's chosen me?" "That means..." The wandmaker shook his head slowly. "That means several things, Mr. Potter. None of them simple. The wand chooses the wizard, always. And this wand has chosen someone who speaks its language. Someone who doesn't fear what it represents. Death. Power. And responsibility." Ollivander met his eyes. "The core is from a thestral who surrendered the hair willingly, at the moment of its own passing. The wood is from an elder tree that grew in a cemetery so old its name has been forgotten. This is a wand for someone who walks between worlds, Mr. Potter. For someone who understands that death is not an end but a door." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt right, in a way that was difficult to articulate. Like coming home to a house you'd never seen but somehow always known. "How much?" 7 galleons. Ollivander's voice was distant. Though I suspect I'll remember this sale for the rest of my life, whatever price you pay. Harry counted out the coins and left. The wand rested against his forearm, secured in a custom holster that he'd commissioned from a Gaunt Alley craftsman 3 years ago, when he'd first understood that he would eventually need one. Outside, the afternoon sun seemed too bright after the dusty dimness of the shop. Harry blinked, adjusted, and turned toward his next destination. Books first. Then equipment. Then robes. He had a long afternoon ahead of him. Flourish and blots was everything a bookshop should be, towering shelves, impossible organization, and a smell of paper and ink that suggested centuries of accumulated knowledge. Harry collected his required texts efficiently, but he didn't leave immediately. The shop had other sections, and some of them were more interesting than the first-year reading list. The restricted section was, technically, off-limits. The shopkeeper kept a watchful eye on it, and there were wards to prevent unauthorized browsing. But Harry had grown up in a house where the library contained books bound in human skin and written in languages that hadn't been spoken since the last ice age. These wards were almost charmingly naive. He didn't break them, that would be rude, but he did read the spines of the books he could see. Names jumped out at him. Authors he recognized from his mother's references. Subjects that Hogwarts certainly wouldn't be teaching. Secrets of the darkest art. Magic most evil. The Necronomicon, abridged. Amateur stuff, honestly. Wednesday had summarized most of these for him when he was 9. But it was interesting that they were here at all. The ministry banned books regularly, adding to a list of forbidden texts that grew longer every year. Yet here they sat, in a public shop, available to anyone with enough gold and the right connections. The wizarding world, Harry was beginning to realize, was full of these contradictions. Laws that existed but weren't enforced. Prohibitions that everyone acknowledged and nobody obeyed. A surface layer of respectability covering depths of darkness that most pretended didn't exist. He appreciated the hypocrisy. It made things so much simpler. Finding everything you need. The shopkeeper had appeared at his elbow, her smile professional but her eyes sharp. Just browsing. Harry let his gaze drift to the restricted section one more time. You have an impressive collection. We cater to varied tastes. She was evaluating him, he realized. Trying to determine what kind of customer he was. If you're interested in anything specific, I'd be happy to make recommendations. Some of our rarer volumes aren't displayed publicly. Perhaps another time. He paid for his required texts and gathered them into the expanded bag Gomez had given him. But thank you for the offer. I'll remember it. He would, too. Connections in the right places were always valuable. The rest of the shopping passed without incident. Potion supplies from a shop that Morticia would have found delightfully pungent. A telescope and scales and cauldron. Parchment and quills and ink in colors that Hogwarts probably hadn't intended. The robe shop was last. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was busy when Harry arrived, a cluster of families examining fabrics and arguing over styles. He waited near the entrance, content to observe. Most of the customers were unremarkable, parents shepherding children through the tedium of uniform fitting, teenagers complaining about regulation lengths, the occasional older witch seeking something more elaborate. But one boy caught his attention. Pale blonde hair slicked back from a pointed face. Expensive clothes, more expensive posture. A sneer that suggested everyone around him was slightly beneath his notice. Draco Malfoy. It had to be. The Malfoys were one of the families Morticia had mentioned during his education, old blood, old money, old prejudices wrapped in newer justifications. Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort, and had escaped punishment by claiming the Imperius curse had controlled his actions. The claim was almost certainly false, but the Malfoys had donated enough gold to the right causes that no one had pushed too hard. Harry watched the boy order a shop assistant around and felt. Nothing particular. The arrogance was standard for his type. The casual cruelty, he'd just insulted a girl examining robes nearby, something about her family, was tiresome but predictable. What interested him was the calculation beneath the surface. Draco Malfoy wasn't simply unpleasant. He was performing unpleasantness, playing a role that he'd been taught to play. Every gesture was slightly too precise, every sneer a fraction too practiced. He was trying to be his father. He hadn't figured out who he actually was yet. Next, please. Madame Malkin herself was available, and Harry stepped forward. He was aware of Draco's eyes following him, of the brief flicker of confusion when the blonde boy couldn't immediately place him. Hogwarts? Madame Malkin asked, her pins already assembled. Yes. Full set, please. And I'll need some modifications. Modifications? Her eyebrows rose. The school has specific requirements, I'm aware. I'm also aware that the regulations allow for variations in personal style, provided the basic elements are maintained. Harry produced a sketch from his pocket, something he prepared before leaving home. I'd like the robes tailored to this design. Same colors, same materials, but adjusted for function. She examined the sketch. Her expression shifted from skepticism to interest. This is, actually quite clever. The extended range of motion, the concealed pockets, you're planning to fight in these? I'm planning for many possibilities. Fighting is simply one of them. You know, most first years are concerned with whether they'll have friends, not whether their robes will restrict them in combat. I've never been most people. Madame Malkin smiled, a real smile, not the customer service version. No, I don't suppose you have. Stand on the stool, please. This will take longer than the standard fitting, but I suspect you won't mind. Harry stood. From his elevated position, he could see Draco Malfoy still watching him, now with obvious curiosity. I don't recognize you, the blonde boy said finally, abandoning pretense. And I know all the families that matter. Who are you? Harry Addams. Addams? Draco's face went blank for a moment, not confusion, Harry realized, but the careful absence of expression that meant he was rapidly reassessing. The Addams family? The ones who, yes. I thought you were extinct. Father said, your father was misinformed. Harry kept his voice pleasant. We simply prefer privacy. It's easier to operate without constant attention. Operate? Draco stepped closer, his earlier performance abandoned for genuine interest. What does that mean? It means we conduct our business as we see fit, without interference from the ministry or anyone else. Harry met the other boy's eyes. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? Your family operates differently. What's that supposed to mean? It means you play politics. You position yourselves, make alliances, curry favor with whoever's in power. Harry let a hint of amusement enter his voice. We don't bother. When we want something, we take it. When someone threatens us, we deal with them. It's simpler. Draco's sneer returned, but it was forced now. That sounds like barbarism. Perhaps. But we've never had to claim the imperious defense. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Be careful, Draco said finally. You don't know who you're insulting. I know exactly who I'm insulting. Harry turned back to face the mirror, watching Madame Malkin pin his robes with practiced efficiency. The question is whether you know who you're threatening. He didn't bother to look as Draco Malfoy left the shop. The boy would remember this conversation, and that was enough for now. First impressions mattered. Evening came. Harry collected his remaining supplies and made his way to the Serpent and Stone, a restaurant tucked into a corner of Diagon Alley that most tourists never noticed. It specialized in cuisines that mainstream wizarding restaurants didn't serve, fermented things, aged things, things with ingredients that weren't quite identifiable. Morticia was already seated when he arrived, a glass of something dark red before her. "Productive afternoon?" she asked as he took his seat. "Very. I have everything I need." He set his bag down. "And I made an impression." "I know. Word has already reached Gaunt Alley." Her eyes glittered with amusement. The Malfoy heir was rather upset, apparently. His father received an emergency owl about an Addams appearing at Hogwarts. "I merely told him the truth." The truth can be devastatingly effective, delivered at the right moment. She raised her glass. "To your first day in the wizarding world. Many more to follow." They dined as the evening darkened, discussing everything and nothing. Morticia's business had been successful. She'd acquired several rare ingredients and renewed relationships with suppliers who'd been wondering if the family had forgotten them. Harry's encounters had been equally productive in their own way. "Ollivander was interesting," Harry admitted. "He knew something was different about me." He would. The wand makers have their own gifts, and Garrick Ollivander is the best of them. Morticia set down her fork. "What wand chose you?" "Elder and Thestral hair. 13 inches. Morticia's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air around her. "I see," she said quietly. "That's significant." The wand makers seem to think so. Elder wands are rare. Elder wands with cores from Thestrals are nearly unheard of. She was quiet for a moment. "There are legends, Harry. Old stories about the power that Elderwood can channel. The Thestral core suggests a particular affinity. With death. With the spaces between. Life and death, light and dark, the seen and unseen." She reached across the table, taking his hand. "You've always had this gift, my darling. The wand has simply recognized it." "What does it mean for me?" "Practically. It means your magic will manifest differently than most wizards expect. It means you'll find certain arts come naturally that others struggle with for years. And it means..." She paused. "It means that some people will fear you for what you can do, even more than they fear our family name." "Good." Harry squeezed her hand. "Fear can be useful." "It can. But don't rely on it too heavily. Fear is a weapon, not a foundation." Morticia's eyes met his, and he saw in them something he didn't often see, concern. "The wizarding world is going to test you, Harry. They'll try to change you, to make you fit their expectations. Some will do it with kindness, others with cruelty, but the intent will be the same. I won't change. I know you won't. But the attempts will be made." She smiled, and the concern faded into something sharper. "Make them regret it. An Addams always does." The weeks before term passed quickly. Harry spent them preparing in ways that had nothing to do with his reading list. He practiced with his new wand, learning its temperament, discovering how it responded to his particular style of magic. He corresponded with Wednesday, who sent detailed letters about Bosbaden's curriculum and her own preparations. He studied maps of Hogwarts that Gomez had acquired through questionable means, memorizing corridors and hidden passages. And he spoke with the family's ghosts. The Addams Manor hosted several spirits, most of them family members who'd chosen to remain rather than move on. They had opinions about his upcoming adventure. "Hogwarts was better in my day," Uncle Fester's ghost complained, drifting through the wall of Harry's bedroom. "More torture. Less bureaucracy." "That's true of most institutions," Harry agreed, not looking up from his book. "You should poison someone in your first week. Establish dominance." "I'll consider it." "Not enough to kill them, obviously. Just enough to make a point." "Obviously." Uncle Fester hovered for a moment longer, then drifted away, satisfied that his wisdom had been shared. The more useful advice came from Grandmother Addams, who had actually attended Hogwarts 2 centuries ago. Her portrait hung in the study, though her ghost preferred to manifest in person. The Sorting Hat is more intelligent than it appears, she told him one evening. Don't try to deceive it, it will know, and it will hold it against you. Tell it what you actually want, and it will try to accommodate. What if I don't know what I want? Then tell it that. Her ghostly form shimmered. The hat appreciates honesty. It's been sorting children for 1,000 years, Harry. It's seen every manipulation, every attempt to influence the outcome. The children who impress it are the ones who treat it as an equal. An equal? It's a hat. It's a 1,000-year-old magical artifact that contains fragments of the Founder's consciousnesses. It's more than a hat. She fixed him with a look that even death hadn't diminished. Don't underestimate it. And don't let it underestimate you. Harry thought about that advice a great deal. September 1st arrived with unusual sunshine, which the Addams family treated with appropriate suspicion. Unnatural, Gomez declared, squinting at the blue sky through the manor's windows. In my day, September brought proper weather. Rain. Fog. The occasional plague of locusts. Climate change, Morticia said calmly. The Muggles are ruining everything, even the atmosphere. They traveled to King's Cross Station by car, a hearse, naturally, because the family owned nothing else, and attracted the usual amount of attention as they unloaded Harry's trunk. The owl Pugsley had given him as a going-away present, a particularly aggressive eagle owl named Cerberus, hooted disapprovingly at the crowds. Platform 9 3/4, Gomez said, reading from the ticket. Through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Charmingly hidden in plain sight. They found the entrance easily enough. A family of redheads was gathered nearby, the mother loudly asking about the platform number in a way that seemed designed to help lost students find their way. Harry filed away the information for later. Weasleys, probably, a known light family with strong ties to Dumbledore. I'll go through first, Harry said. You don't need to come onto the platform. We know. Morticia gathered him into her arms, a rare display of public affection, but appropriate for the occasion. Write often. Wednesday will want detailed reports. And don't forget, Gomez added, clapping him on the shoulder, if anyone gives you trouble, deal with it personally. I know. That's my boy. Harry took a breath, gathered his trunk, and walked through the barrier. The platform was chaos, students reuniting, parents fussing, owls hooting, steam from the Scarlet engine drifting across everything. Harry navigated through the crowd, found an empty compartment near the back of the train, and settled in. The whistle blew at 11 sharp. The train lurched into motion. Harry watched London slide past outside the window, then the suburbs, then countryside green and endless. His new wand rested against his forearm. His trunk was secure. His robes were perfect. Hogwarts awaited. The compartment door slid open about an hour into the journey. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, and an expression of barely contained nervousness mixed with determination. Behind her, a round-faced boy clutched a toad to his chest. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost his. No, Harry said. But I can help you find it. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. How? I'm good at finding lost things. He stood, aware of how his movement drew their attention. What's the toad's name? Trevor, the round-faced boy said. His voice was quiet, barely above a whisper. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with senses that Hogwarts didn't teach. The train was full of life. Hundreds of students, their pets, the occasional rat or spider in the cargo cars. Finding one specific toad required filtering through the noise, isolating the particular signature of an amphibian named Trevor who belonged to a nervous boy named Neville. There. Third compartment from the front. He's under a seat, near a trunk that smells like smoke. The girl stared at him. How did you? I told you. I'm good at finding things. Harry opened his eyes. I'm Harry, by the way. Harry Addams. Hermione Granger. She was still staring, but the nervousness had been replaced by intense curiosity. That was wandless magic. We're not supposed to learn wandless magic until 6th year, if at all. You're well informed. I've read all our course books. And several supplementary texts. She said it defensively, as if expecting mockery. That's sensible. Knowledge is power. Harry glanced at Neville. Your toad is waiting. You should retrieve him before he moves. Neville squeaked a thank you and hurried off. Hermione lingered. Can you do other things like that? Wandlessly, I mean. Several. Will you show me? Harry considered her. There was something here, not just curiosity, but hunger. Hermione Granger wanted to learn, wanted to understand, wanted to know with an intensity that he recognized. Perhaps. If you're willing to learn properly. What does that mean? It means magic isn't just spells and wands and saying the right words. It's something deeper. He sat back down, gesturing for her to take the opposite seat if she wished. Most wizards never learn that. They rely on tools and formulas and wonder why their power never truly grows. Hermione sat slowly, her expression shifting from curiosity to something more focused. You sound like you've been doing magic for a long time. I have. My family practices older traditions. What kind of traditions? The kind that Hogwarts doesn't teach. The kind that the ministry pretends doesn't exist. He smiled, showing just enough teeth. Are you sure you want to know more? Some people find my family's methods disturbing. Hermione's chin lifted. I want to know everything. Disturbing or not. Harry decided that he liked her. The journey continued. Hermione retrieved Neville and his toad, and both of them ended up in Harry's compartment. The round-faced boy was terrified of him at first. Harry's presence had that effect on many people, but gradually relaxed as Harry made no threatening moves. My grandmother says I'm barely magical, Neville admitted at one point, his voice heavy with old shame. She didn't think I'd even get a Hogwarts letter. Your grandmother is wrong. Neville looked up sharply. What? I can feel your magic. It's there. Harry studied him. It's not weak, it's suppressed. Something is holding it back. What do you mean? I mean that at some point in your life, something happened that made your magic afraid to manifest. Harry held Neville's gaze. Trauma, possibly. Or a curse, though that's less likely. Your power is defending itself by staying hidden. Neville had gone pale. My uncle dropped me out a window when I was 8. To force accidental magic. I didn't manifest, I just bounced. That would do it. Harry's voice remained calm, but something cold moved behind his eyes. Your family's methods were unwise. They thought I was a squib. They thought wrong. And they damaged you trying to prove themselves right. Harry leaned forward slightly. I can help you, if you want. Not now, but once we're at school. Teach you to access what's been locked away. You would do that? I find waste offensive. You have power that isn't being used because someone hurt you. That should be corrected. Neville stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Please. I'd like that. Good. Harry settled back. For now, stop thinking of yourself as barely magical. You're not. You're a wizard whose magic is protecting itself from further harm. That's strength, not weakness. Hermione was watching the exchange with obvious interest. You're very confident about these things. I've been taught by experts. Your family. My family. She wanted to ask more. Harry could see the questions burning in her eyes, but before she could, the compartment door slid open again. The red-headed boy from the platform stood there, looking flustered. Is this compartment full? Everywhere else is. He stopped. stared. Bloody hell. Are you Harry Potter? The question hung in the air. Harry took a moment to appreciate the irony. 10 years of the wizarding world wondering where he was, and now he was being recognized by a boy who'd probably grown up on stories of the boy who lived. I was, he said. Now I'm Harry Addams. Addams? The redhead's face went through an interesting series of expressions. My dad talks about your family. He works for the ministry, misuse of Muggle artifacts. He says your house appeared out of nowhere 20 years ago, right in the middle of Surrey. 23 years ago, actually. My father thought the location was amusingly ironic. He says no one can go inside. People who've tried, were trespassing on private property. My mother doesn't appreciate uninvited guests. Harry gestured to the empty seat beside Hermione. You're welcome to sit, though. There's room. The redhead sat, still staring. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. I know. Your family was at the platform. Harry nodded toward Hermione and Neville. Hermione Granger. Neville Longbottom. We were discussing magic. Right. Ron was visibly trying to reconcile his expectations with reality. So you're really the Harry Potter? The one who survived Voldemort's killing curse? Yes. Harry didn't miss the way Ron flinched at the name. Though I suspect the story you've heard is rather different from what actually happened. What do you mean? I mean that I was a baby. I don't remember the attack. All I have is a scar and a dead man's fixation. Harry touched his forehead briefly. My family has researched the matter extensively. The truth is more complicated than the legend. Ron leaned forward, his earlier wariness forgotten. What truth? My mum says you know who just vanished when he tried to kill you. His curse rebounded or something. Something like that. Harry considered how much to share. My mother, my birth mother, did something that night. A piece of old magic, older than anything Voldemort understood. When his curse hit me, it encountered something it couldn't overcome. Love, Hermione said quietly. I read about it. The protective power of a mother's sacrifice. Among other things. Harry didn't contradict her, but the truth was more complex. Lily Potter had done something that night, yes, but it hadn't been simple maternal love. The Addams family's research suggested blood magic, carefully prepared in advance, designed to turn Voldemort's own power against him. Lily Potter, it seemed, had known more about the dark arts than most assumed. But that wasn't a secret to share with strangers. The train continued north. Countryside gave way to wilderness. The sky darkened from afternoon to evening. Harry's companions talked among themselves. Ron complained about his brother's teasing, Hermione lectured about spell theory, Neville quietly shared stories about his grandmother's greenhouse. Harry listened more than he spoke, gathering information. Ron Weasley was enthusiastic, insecure, and deeply loyal. He came from a large family with little money and compensated with humor and bluster. He would be an ally if he felt valued, an enemy if he felt dismissed. Hermione Granger was brilliant, anxious, and desperate to prove herself. Muggle-born, she'd entered the wizarding world with no context and had tried to compensate through sheer study. She craved approval and hated feeling ignorant. Neville Longbottom was damaged, quiet, and far more perceptive than he appeared. His magic called to Harry in interesting ways. There was potential there, buried under years of doubt and mistreatment. All three of them were watching him, trying to understand what kind of person he was. Harry let them look. First impressions mattered, and the impression he wanted to leave was precise, powerful but not threatening, confident but not arrogant, strange but not hostile. It seemed to be working. We should change into our robes, Hermione announced as the train began to slow. The conductor said we're nearly there. They changed. Harry's modified robes drew attention, sleeker than standard, with hidden features that his companions couldn't see, but no one commented. The train stopped. A voice announced their arrival at Hogsmeade Station. "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. Harry spotted the giant man immediately, holding a lantern aloft to guide the younger students. "That's Hagrid," Ron said. "Dad's told me about him too. He's the gamekeeper." "I know." Harry didn't mention their previous meeting. "Shall we?" They joined the crowd of first-years following Hagrid down a narrow path. The darkness was thick, the forest pressing close on either side. Most students seemed nervous. Harry felt entirely at home. "Y'all get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder. Just round this bend here, the path opened onto the shore of a black lake. Across the water, illuminated by torchlight and starlight, rose the castle. Hogwarts. It was magnificent, Harry had to admit. Towers and turrets, ancient stone and glowing windows, a silhouette that spoke of centuries of accumulated history. The castle sat on a cliff above the lake, and the reflection in the water doubled its presence. Students gasped. Hermione made a small sound of wonder. Even Neville seemed to forget his nervousness for a moment. Harry looked at the castle and felt something shift inside him. This was where his birth parents had fallen in love. This was where they'd learned their magic, made their friends, planned their futures. This was where Voldemort had once walked as Tom Riddle, before he became a monster. And this was where Harry would begin his own story. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Hermione whispered. "Yes." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "It's also full of secrets. Hidden passages, forgotten chambers, magic that predates the founders." He caught her eye. "I intend to discover all of them." They crossed the lake in small boats that moved without oars. The castle grew larger as they approached, its details resolving from darkness. By the time they reached the shore and climbed the stone steps to the entrance, Harry could feel the wards pressing against his skin. Old magic. Strong magic. Layered over centuries by countless wizards and witches. But not impenetrable. Nothing was impenetrable, if you knew where to look. The massive doors opened. Professor McGonagall stood in the entrance hall, her face stern and her posture perfect. She looked at the assembled first-years with the expression of someone who had seen every variation of nervous child and found them all equally tiresome. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family." Harry listened, but his attention was elsewhere. Behind Professor McGonagall, through the open doors of the Great Hall, he could see the head table where the professors sat. And there, in the center, watching the first-years with twinkling eyes and a carefully arranged expression of benevolence, Albus Dumbledore. The most powerful wizard in Britain. The man who had left Harry with the Dursleys. The man who had spent 10 years believing that the boy who lived was safely under his control. Their eyes met. Harry smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile an Addams wore when meeting someone who had wronged them and didn't yet know they were going to pay for it. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden, and then the twinkling resumed. But Harry had seen. The headmaster knew something was wrong. He just didn't know how wrong yet. "Good," Harry murmured to himself. Let him wonder. The doors to the Great Hall opened fully. "We're ready for you," Professor McGonagall said. The sorting was about to begin. And everything was about to change. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Sorting Shadows. The Great Hall swallowed them whole. Harry had seen magnificent spaces before. The Addams Manor had rooms that defied architectural logic, chambers that existed in dimensions they probably shouldn't, but Hogwarts made its own kind of impression. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, each packed with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the procession of first-years like spectators at a particularly interesting execution. Thousands of candles floated overhead, their flames steady despite the absence of any visible support, and beyond them the ceiling opened to a perfect replica of the night sky, stars scattered across velvet darkness. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered, her voice carrying the particular reverence of someone encountering theory made real. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." "Impressive enchantment work," Harry agreed quietly. "Though the real ceiling is more interesting. There are things living in the space between the illusion and the stone." Hermione's head snapped toward him. "What things?" "Old things. The castle's been here for 1,000 years. It's accumulated residents." She looked like she wanted to ask more, but Professor McGonagall had stopped walking, and the first years bunched together at the front of the hall, facing the head table. A three-legged stool waited there, and on it sat a hat. The hat was ancient, patched and frayed, its point drooping like a flower past its prime. It looked, Harry thought, exactly like something a 1,000-year-old wizard would leave behind to do a job he couldn't be bothered with anymore. Then its brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. The song was clever, a history of the founders, a description of each house's virtues, a call for unity wrapped in rhyming couplets. Harry listened with half his attention while the rest catalogued the room, the staff table with its collection of professors, the house banners hanging behind each table, the ghosts drifting through the walls, the particular quality of attention that Dumbledore was paying to him specifically. The headmaster wasn't staring, that would be too obvious, but Harry could feel the weight of his awareness like a hand resting on his shoulder. Dumbledore was curious. Concerned. Trying to reconcile the stories Hagrid must have told him with the boy now standing in his great hall. Good. Let him work for his answers. The song ended. The hall applauded. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced. "Abbott, Hannah." A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and received the hat. A moment later, Hufflepuff. The table on the right exploded with cheers. Hannah Abbott scurried toward them, relief evident in every step. The sorting continued. Bones, Susan joined Hannah in Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry went to Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender became the first Gryffindor, earning thunderous applause from the table beneath the red and gold banner. Harry watched each sorting with careful attention. The hat took varying amounts of time, some students were sorted almost instantly, while others sat for a minute or more, their faces showing the strain of some internal debate. The longer sortings were the interesting ones. Those were the students who didn't fit neatly into any single category. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, her eagerness barely contained. The hat dropped over her eyes, and Harry saw her lips moving. She was talking to it, arguing perhaps, making her case for whatever house she wanted. The hat took nearly a full minute before announcing, Gryffindor. Hermione's face showed a flash of something, disappointment. No, just surprise, before she composed herself and walked to the Gryffindor table. She'd expected Ravenclaw, Harry suspected. The hat had seen something else in her. More names. Longbottom, Neville, another long sorting, ending in Gryffindor. Malfoy, Draco, instant Slytherin, the hat barely touching his head before making its decision. The blond boy swaggered to his table with the confidence of someone who had never doubted the outcome. Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately. Potter? Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? I heard he was raised by dark wizards. Look at his robes, they're all wrong. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, letting the whispers wash over him without acknowledgement. He sat. Professor McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The world went dark. Well, well, said a voice in his mind. I've been waiting for you. Have you? Harry thought back. For 11 years. Ever since Albus Dumbledore asked me what would happen when Harry Potter came to Hogwarts. The hat's mental voice carried centuries of dry amusement. I told him I didn't know. He didn't like that answer. I imagine not. He prefers certainty. He prefers control. There's a difference. The hat rustled slightly on his head. But we're not here to discuss the headmaster's preferences. We're here to discuss you, Harry Potter Addams. And you are fascinating. Thank you. It wasn't entirely a compliment. The hat's presence shifted, probing deeper. Harry let it. He had nothing to hide from a piece of enchanted cloth, and trying to resist would be pointless anyway. Ah. There it is. The training, the knowledge, the particular flavor of magic that makes Albus Dumbledore lose sleep. You've been taught the old ways. My family practices them. Your family practices things that most wizards believe are myths. Shadow walking, death speaking, blood magic that predates the ministry's classifications. The hat paused. You could destroy students here, you know. Not physically, though that too, but psychologically. You know things that would break minds if you shared them. I don't intend to break anyone. No. You intend to, what, exactly? That's what I'm trying to determine. Another shift, another probe. You want power, but not for its own sake. You want knowledge, but not to hoard it. You want respect, but you're not desperate for approval. You're remarkably complete for an 11-year-old. I've had good teachers. You've had terrifying teachers. The difference is apparently negligible. The hat made a sound that might have been laughter. So where to put you? Ravenclaw would appreciate your mind, but you'd be bored within a week. Hufflepuff values loyalty, and you are loyal, fiercely so, but their methods wouldn't suit you. Gryffindor. Yes. Gryffindor would claim you in a heartbeat. You have courage enough for 10 of them. But your courage is cold, not hot. You calculate risks, you don't rush into danger. They wouldn't understand you. And Slytherin? Slytherin. The hat's tone shifted, becoming more thoughtful. Ambition, cunning, resourcefulness, a certain disregard for rules that don't serve your purposes. You fit the profile perfectly. But there's something else. What? You don't need Slytherin. You don't need any house, really. You're already complete. The question isn't which house will shape you, it's which house you'll reshape. Harry considered that. Where would I be most useful? Useful to whom? To everyone. I'm not here just to learn. I'm here to change things. The wizarding world is broken in ways most people refuse to see. The ministry is corrupt, Dumbledore plays chess with children's lives, and somewhere out there, Voldemort is waiting to return. You want to fix all of that. I want to be prepared when it needs fixing. The right position, the right allies, the right knowledge. The hat was silent for a long moment. You know, it said finally, I've sorted thousands of students. Tens of thousands. Most of them come to me frightened, or eager, or desperate to live up to family expectations. You're the first to approach this as a strategic question. Is that a problem? No. It's refreshing. The hat shifted again. Very well. If strategy is what you want, let me offer some. Slytherin will give you connections to old families, but it will also make half the school distrust you automatically. Gryffindor will give you credibility with the light-aligned faction, but it will limit your access to darker knowledge. Ravenclaw would leave you isolated in a tower with people who care more about theory than practice. You're ruling out all 4 houses. I'm showing you the trade-offs. There is no perfect choice, there never is. But there is a choice that might interest you. The hat's voice dropped to something almost conspiratorial. I can announce something unprecedented. It's within my authority, though it hasn't been done in centuries. What? I can refuse to sort you. Harry felt genuine surprise for the first time in the conversation. You can do that? I can declare that you don't fit any single house, that you embody all 4 equally. It's happened twice in Hogwarts history. Both times, the student was allowed to choose their own affiliation, or to remain unaffiliated entirely. The hat paused. It would cause chaos, of course. Dumbledore would be furious. The other students wouldn't know what to make of you. But it would send a message. Several messages. That you're exceptional. That the normal rules don't apply to you. That anyone who wants to understand you will have to look deeper than a house banner. Harry thought about it. The chaos would be entertaining, certainly. But chaos for its own sake wasn't the Addams way. Every action should serve a purpose. What message would Slytherin send? That you embrace darkness. That you're willing to stand with families who supported Voldemort. That you're not afraid of your own power or how others perceive it. And Gryffindor? That you're not what people expect. The boy who lived, raised by dark wizards, choosing the light. It would confuse everyone. Create opportunities. Harry considered the options. Slytherin, he decided. You're certain? I don't care what light-aligned idiots think of me. I care about access, and Slytherin will give me access to knowledge and people that other houses can't provide. The Malfoys, the Knots, the families that remember the old ways. Harry smiled internally. Besides, I like the dungeons. They remind me of home. A sensible choice, made for sensible reasons. The hat's voice carried approval. Very well, Harry Potter Addams. Go show the snakes what a real predator looks like. Slytherin. The word echoed through the great hall, and silence followed. Absolute, shocked silence. Then the whispers exploded, louder than before, incredulous and confused. The Slytherin table began clapping, but hesitantly, as though they weren't sure they wanted what they were receiving. The other houses stared. Professor McGonagall's hand trembled slightly as she removed the hat from Harry's head. Harry stood and walked to the Slytherin table. He didn't hurry. He didn't look at Dumbledore, though he could feel the old man's gaze boring into his back. He simply moved through the silence with the confidence of someone who had never doubted where he belonged. A space opened for him at the table, students shuffling aside with varying degrees of reluctance, and Harry sat. Draco Malfoy was across from him, and the blond boy's expression was a complicated mixture of smugness and uncertainty. Well, Draco said, his voice pitched to Carrie, I suppose not all Potters are idiots after all. The Potters were never idiots, Harry replied calmly. They were simply playing a different game than your family. Draco's smirk faltered slightly. The sorting continued, but Harry stopped paying attention to the names. He was watching the staff table, cataloging reactions. Dumbledore had composed his face into benevolent neutrality, but something flickered behind his eyes, calculation, perhaps, or concern. A professor with greasy black hair and a hooked nose was staring at Harry with undisguised hostility. The defense professor, a nervous man in a purple turban, was carefully not looking at him at all. That last detail was interesting. The final student was sorted, Zabini, Blaise, another Slytherin, and Dumbledore rose to speak. Welcome, he said, his voice somehow filling the hall without effort. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down. The students laughed. Harry did not. The words weren't random, they couldn't be, not from someone like Dumbledore. They were a code of some kind, or a test, or simply a display of eccentricity designed to make people underestimate him. Either way, they were deliberate. Food appeared on the golden plates, roast beef and roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages and bacon and steak, boiled potatoes and roast potatoes and chips. Harry served himself mechanically, eating enough to be polite while his attention remained on the room. You're very quiet, Draco observed. The boy had been watching Harry throughout the feast, clearly trying to figure out how to position himself. Most people can't shut up at their first Hogwarts meal. Most people have more to talk about. And you don't. I have plenty to talk about. I'm simply choosing not to. Harry set down his fork. Why are you so interested in me, Malfoy? We met once before, at Madame Malkin's. You weren't friendly then. Draco had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. I didn't know who you were. You didn't know my name. That's different. Harry let a hint of amusement enter his voice. You judged me on my appearance and my manner, and you decided I was beneath your attention. Now you know I'm the boy who lived and suddenly I'm worth talking to. It's exactly what happened. I don't mind, it's natural to reassess people when you receive new information. But don't pretend otherwise. Addams's value honesty. Draco's jaw tightened. Fine. You're right. I was an arse, and now I'm trying to figure out if you're worth knowing. Is that honest enough? It's a start. Harry returned to his food. What did your father tell you about me? He said you were a complication. That no one knows what happened to you for 10 years, and now you show up raised by a family that doesn't follow ministry rules. Draco lowered his voice. He said the Addams family practices magic that most people think is extinct. Your father is well informed. Is it true? Harry looked at Draco for a long moment, letting the silence build. The other Slytherins at the table were pretending not to listen, but their attention was obvious. Yes, Harry said finally. It's true. My family practices magic that Hogwarts doesn't teach and the ministry officially denies exists. We speak to the dead. We walk through shadows. We understand darkness in ways that would make your father's old associates look like amateurs. The silence around them deepened. And that doesn't make you evil? Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. Evil is a choice, not a category of magic. The spells my family uses are tools, nothing more. A knife can cut bread or cut throats, the knife doesn't care which. Harry smiled slightly. Your family should understand that. The Malfoys have been dancing on the edge of acceptability for centuries. You know better than anyone that dark and evil aren't the same thing. Something shifted in Draco's expression, the first crack in the facade he'd been maintaining all evening. My father says the same thing, he admitted. But no one listens. People rarely do. They prefer simple categories, light good, dark bad, pure blood superior, muggleborns inferior. Harry shook his head. It's laziness. The world is more complicated than that, but complicated requires effort, and most people would rather be comfortable than correct. The feast continued around them. Harry ate, and watched, and let the conversation simmer. Draco was thinking, genuinely thinking, not just posturing, and that was progress. Dessert replaced the main course. Treacle tart and ice cream, chocolate cake and donuts. Harry selected a few items without real interest. Sugar had never appealed to him as much as it seemed to appeal to normal children. When the last bites of pudding had faded from the plates, Dumbledore stood again. Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. His eyes flickered toward the Gryffindor table. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. A pause. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Several students laughed. Harry did not. That wasn't humor, it was a warning, and it was specific enough to suggest that something genuinely dangerous was being kept in the castle. Interesting. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore cried. His wand produced a golden ribbon that twisted into words above his head. Everyone picked their favorite tune, and off we go. The resulting cacophony was excruciating. Harry mouthed the words without actually singing, watching as the hall devolved into musical chaos. When it finally ended, the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table were last. Having chosen a funeral march, Dumbledore wiped his eyes and dismissed them to bed. "First-year Slytherins, follow me," announced a prefect at the head of the table. "The dormitories are in the dungeons. Try to keep up." Harry rose and followed. The Slytherin common room was underwater. Not literally, they weren't submerged, but the dungeon space sat beneath the black lake, and the large windows that lined one wall looked out into murky green depths. Occasionally, something would swim past, fish, Grindylows, once the trailing tentacle of what Harry suspected was the giant squid. "Welcome to your home for the next 7 years," the prefect announced. He was a tall boy with sharp features and an expression of practiced superiority. "The password changes weekly, it's posted on the board, and you will not share it with members of other houses under any circumstances. You'll find that Slytherin maintains certain standards." "What kind of standards?" someone asked. "Unity. Discretion. Success." The prefect's eyes swept the group of first years. "When you walk through this common room, you represent the house. Whatever petty disagreements you might have with each other stay private. In public, we present a united front. That's how Slytherin has maintained its position for 1,000 years." Harry filed this information away. The house culture was as Morticia had described, alliance and ambition wrapped in a veneer of civility. It wasn't so different from the way the Addams family operated, really, just less honest about its nature. The boys' dormitory was a long room with carved beds and green silk hangings, each bed positioned near one of the underwater windows. Harry found his trunk at the foot of a bed near the far corner, a good position, defensible, with clear sightlines to the door. His roommates were already claiming their spaces, Draco Malfoy, of course, along with 2 large boys who seemed to function as bodyguards, a quiet boy named Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini, who moved with the particular grace of someone trained in combat. "Potter Addams," Zabini said, inclining his head slightly. It was the first time anyone had addressed him by his full hyphenated name. "My mother has mentioned your family." "Has she? I didn't realize our families had dealings." "Limited ones. My mother's 4th husband tried to purchase something from the Addams vault. He was refused." Zabini's smile was sharp. "He died shortly afterward." "A coincidence, I'm sure." "I'm sure." Zabini's smile widened. "She speaks of your family with considerable respect. The feeling is mutual. The Zabinis are one of the few families who understand the value of discretion." They nodded at each other, an understanding passing between them that required no further words. Then Zabini moved to his own bed, and Harry began unpacking his trunk. Draco appeared at his elbow within minutes. "Zabini's dangerous," he said quietly. "His mother's gone through 7 husbands. All of them died mysteriously and left her everything." "I'm aware. And you're just going to, be friends with him?" "I'm going to respect his capabilities and maintain appropriate boundaries." Harry hung his modified robes in the wardrobe beside his bed. "Zabini isn't my enemy. He might not be my friend either, it's too early to tell, but he's not stupid, and he's not going to move against someone he doesn't understand." "Is that what you think I'm doing? Trying to understand you? Aren't you?" Draco didn't answer immediately. He watched Harry unpack, clothes, books, a few personal items that looked ordinary but probably weren't, with an expression caught between curiosity and frustration. "My father wants me to report on you," he admitted finally. "He wants to know what kind of person you are, what you're capable of, whether you're an opportunity or a threat." "And what will you tell him?" "I don't know yet." Draco's voice dropped further. "But I don't. I don't just want to be my father's spy. I want to make my own decisions about people. Harry stopped unpacking. He looked at Draco, really looked, and saw something beneath the arrogance and the posturing. A boy trying to figure out who he was apart from his family name. Uncertain. Searching. That's the first honest thing you've said all night. Draco flushed. Don't make it into something it's not. I'm not. I'm acknowledging it. Harry resumed his unpacking. Tell your father whatever you want. I have nothing to hide, or rather, anything I do want to hide is already hidden beyond his ability to discover. But if you want to make your own decisions, I'll respect that. We can figure out what kind of relationship makes sense for both of us. That's very practical. I'm an Addams. We're always practical. Harry closed his trunk and turned to face Draco fully. Here's my proposal: we behave as civil acquaintances in public, neither allies nor enemies. In private, we're honest with each other. If that develops into friendship, good. If it doesn't, we'll still have maintained useful contacts. Fair. Draco considered this for a long moment. Fair, he agreed. But I have one question first. Ask. Why Slytherin? You could have gone anywhere. The Sorting Hat takes requests, everyone knows that. Why choose the house that everyone associates with dark wizards and pureblood supremacy? Harry smiled. It wasn't the pleasant smile he'd used in public, it was something sharper, more honest, the smile of someone who knew exactly what they wanted. Because this is where the real work happens. Gryffindor produces heroes. Ravenclaw produces scholars. Hufflepuff produces, well, whatever Hufflepuff produces. But Slytherin produces people who actually change things. Ministers, lords, innovators, revolutionaries. The people who make decisions while everyone else follows rules. That's very ambitious. I'm very ambitious. Harry met Draco's eyes. I have no intention of being a footnote in someone else's story. I survived Voldemort when I was a baby. I was raised by the most dangerous family in magical Britain. I speak to the dead and walk through shadows. What kind of person would I be if I just settled for normal? The question hung in the air between them. Then Draco nodded slowly. I think I understand. Good. Then let's get some sleep. I expect tomorrow will be interesting. Sleep came slowly. Harry lay in his curtained bed, listening to the sounds of the dungeon settling around him, the distant rush of the lake, the occasional drip of water, the slow breathing of his dorm-mates falling into slumber. Above him, the underwater window cast shifting green light across the ceiling. He let his mind drift, cataloging everything he'd learned. The Sorting had established his position. The conversations at dinner had begun the process of mapping the social terrain. Dumbledore knew something was different, the staff table had shown reactions ranging from hostility to studied indifference to that interesting non-attention from the defense professor. The third-floor corridor was off-limits. That required investigation. And somewhere in the castle, things were stirring. He could feel them, magical resonances, old presences, the accumulated weight of centuries pressing against his awareness. Hogwarts was alive in ways that most students never noticed, and some of those living things were very interested in the new arrival. Harry reached out with his awareness, not intruding but introducing himself. I'm here, he sent into the darkness. I mean no harm to the castle or its residents. But I will know your secrets. Something answered. Not words, more like a shifting of attention, a vast and patient curiosity turning briefly in his direction. The castle itself, perhaps, or one of the older spirits bound to its stones. Interesting, the presence seemed to say. We shall see. Then it withdrew, and Harry was alone again with the darkness and the lake light. He closed his eyes and slept. Morning brought clarity and chaos in equal measure. The Slytherin dormitory woke to a prefect pounding on doors, announcing that breakfast was in 30 minutes and stragglers would suffer unspecified consequences. Harry dressed quickly in his modified robes, The other boys were still fumbling with buttons when he was already checking his appearance in the mirror, and made his way to the common room. It was busier than the night before, upper years clustered in groups, some still half asleep and others already engaged in quiet conversations that stopped when first years walked past. Harry noted the social dynamics, who deferred to whom, who avoided eye contact, who carried themselves with confidence versus fear. The great hall was similarly active. Students streamed in from all directions, finding seats at their house tables, reaching for platters of breakfast food. The staff table was full, professors reviewing notes or conferring with each other in low voices. Harry selected a seat with good sightlines and began filling his plate. Bacon, eggs, toast, a conventional English breakfast, unremarkable but adequate. He ate methodically while observing the room. First-year schedules, announced a prefect, moving down the table and distributing parchments. Harry accepted his and scanned it quickly. Monday began with double potions, shared with Gryffindor. Then charms with Ravenclaw, lunch, and history of magic. Tuesday brought transfiguration and herbology. The rest of the week was similarly packed, culminating in double defense against the dark arts on Friday. Potions first, Draco observed, sliding into the seat beside Harry. He'd woken up enough to restore his carefully polished exterior. That's Snape. He's my godfather, he'll favor Slytherins. Professor Snape, Harry corrected mildly. And yes, I've heard he has particular opinions about Gryffindors. This should be educational. They finished breakfast as a group. The first-year Slytherins had naturally clustered together, following some unspoken rule about presenting a united front, and made their way to the dungeons. The potions classroom was cold and dim, lit by flickering torches that cast shadows in every corner. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars containing things Harry recognized and many things he didn't. The ceiling dripped occasionally, and the overall effect was remarkably similar to the laboratory back home where Morticia conducted her more delicate experiments. Harry chose a seat near the front. The Gryffindors filtered in, Hermione and Neville among them. She caught Harry's eye and offered a small, uncertain wave. He nodded in acknowledgement. Then Professor Snape swept into the room. He was tall and thin, dressed in billowing black robes, his dark hair hanging in lank curtains around a pale face. His nose was hooked, his eyes were black, and his expression suggested that every person in the room had already disappointed him in some fundamental way. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, he announced, his voice low but carrying perfectly. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. He paused, letting the words sink in. His gaze swept the room and stopped on Harry. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. The way he said the name made it sound like an insult. Several Slytherins snickered. The Gryffindors shifted uncomfortably. Harry met Snape's eyes without flinching. Potter Addams, actually, he said calmly. My adoptive family's name comes second, not first. A minor correction, but accuracy matters in potion making, doesn't it? The classroom went very still. Snape's expression flickered, surprise, Harry thought, quickly suppressed, and then his lip curled. Indeed. Well then, Potter Addams, let's see if your famous name comes with any actual knowledge. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, Harry replied immediately. A sleeping potion so powerful that the victim appears dead to all magical detection. The brewing requires precise timing. The final stir must be completed exactly 7 seconds before the full moon reaches its apex, and the slightest error can turn a sleeping potion into a killing poison. Snape's eyes narrowed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. A bezoar is a stone-like mass formed from hair, plant material, and mucus. It serves as an antidote to most poisons, though it's less effective against magical toxins. For those, I'd recommend essence of dittany mixed with phoenix tears, though the latter is considerably harder to acquire. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Aconitum, also known as aconite. Harry tilted his head slightly. My mother, my adoptive mother, uses it in several of her more interesting preparations. The root is the most potent part, even touching it with bare skin can cause numbness and heart irregularities. The silence stretched. Snape stared at Harry with an expression that had shifted from hostility to something more complicated, reassessment, perhaps, or the particular irritation of someone whose planned humiliation had backfired. It seems, he said finally, that you've done some reading. My family values preparation. So I'm beginning to understand. Snape turned away abruptly. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? The class scrambled for quills and parchment. Draco shot Harry a look that was equal parts impressed and unsettled. Hermione was already writing furiously, her earlier nervousness replaced by intense focus. The rest of the lesson passed without incident. Snape assigned them to brew a simple boil-curing potion in pairs, and Harry ended up with Theodore Nott, the quiet boy who'd barely spoken since the sorting. They worked in companionable silence, Harry handling the preparation while Nott managed the timing. Their potion turned out perfectly. Snape examined it without comment, which was apparently the highest praise he offered. As they filed out of the classroom, Hermione caught up to Harry in the corridor. How did you know all that? She demanded. I read the entire textbook and I couldn't have answered those questions so thoroughly. The textbook doesn't contain everything. There are other sources. Harry adjusted his bag on his shoulder. My family's library is extensive. Can I? Would you share some of them? The sources, I mean. She was practically vibrating with intellectual hunger. I want to learn everything. Some of them. Harry considered her carefully. Others would be dangerous for someone without the proper foundation. But we can work out an arrangement, if you're serious. I'm always serious about learning. Then we'll talk more. Later, though, I have questions of my own. Harry nodded toward the staircase. Charms is next, isn't it? With Ravenclaw? Yes, Professor Flitwick. He's supposed to be excellent. Hermione fell into step beside him. Harry, why did you come to Slytherin? I thought you'd be in Ravenclaw, honestly. You're clearly intelligent enough. I told you last night. There are things Slytherin can offer that other houses can't. Like what? Access. Position. The freedom to study what I want without everyone assuming I'm a future Dark Lord. Harry smiled slightly. In Slytherin, dark magic is expected. I don't have to hide what I know, I just have to be strategic about revealing it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's very calculating. Is that a problem? No, she said slowly. I think I'm beginning to understand you. Are you? Good. That makes things easier. They climbed the stairs together, heading for Charms. The rest of the day passed in a blur of new classes and new information. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. He welcomed the first years warmly and spent the lesson explaining the theoretical foundations of charm work. Harry found it interesting if basic, the principles were sound, even if the application seemed limited compared to what he'd learned at home. History of magic was a disaster. Professor Binns was a ghost, and apparently didn't notice he'd died, because he taught with the same monotonous drone he'd apparently used for the past several centuries. Harry spent the lesson reviewing his mental maps of the castle instead. Lunch offered another opportunity to observe the social dynamics of the Great Hall. The house tables maintained their separation, but Harry noticed exceptions, older students occasionally sitting with friends from other houses, romantic couples finding creative excuses to be near each other. The staff table had its own politics, Dumbledore at the center, McGonagall and Snape flanking him, the other professors arranged by some hierarchy Harry hadn't yet decoded. The defense professor, Quirrel, sat at the far end, as far from the headmaster as possible. His purple turban drew attention, and several students were whispering about the garlic smell that supposedly hung around him. Harry watched him more carefully than the others. There was something wrong with Quirrel. Not visibly wrong, he seemed nervous and stammering, exactly the stereotype of an ineffective teacher, but Harry's trained senses detected something else. A wrongness, like a note slightly out of tune. A presence that didn't quite match the body it inhabited. Shadow, Harry thought. He's carrying something in his shadow. Something that doesn't want to be seen. He filed the information away for later investigation. That evening, Harry returned to the common room with a plan. Most of his housemates were studying or socializing, small groups clustered around the underwater windows or the fireplace. Harry selected a chair in the corner, visible enough to discourage approaches, secluded enough for his purposes, and closed his eyes. Shadowwalking was second nature by now. He'd learned it at 7, under Wednesday's patient instruction, and had been practicing ever since. The technique was simple in principle: treat shadows as a physical space, step sideways into them, move through the darkness that connected all shadowed places. In practice, it required absolute concentration and a complete absence of fear. The shadow space was not empty. Things lived there, things that were curious about visitors, things that would consume an unprepared traveler in moments. Harry entered carefully, his awareness spreading through the darkness. Hogwarts, he thought. Show me your secrets. The castle answered. Through the shadow space, Harry could feel the building's architecture, 1,000 years of construction, modification, and magical accumulation layered on top of each other. There were hidden passages behind walls, staircases that led to rooms that didn't exist on any map, entire wings that had been forgotten and sealed away. And there was the third-floor corridor. He approached it slowly, not physically but through awareness. The shadows there were different, thicker, more resistant, wrapped around something that pulsed with protective magic. 3 heads. 3 sets of teeth. 3 minds, all focused on guarding something beneath them. A Cerberus, Harry realized. Or something very like it. What are you protecting, I wonder? He probed deeper, trying to see past the guardian, but something pushed back. Not the dog, something else, something deliberately obscured. Dumbledore's work, probably, layers of enchantment designed to prevent exactly this kind of observation. Harry withdrew, satisfied for now. He'd found the location. The rest could wait. When he opened his eyes, the common room was quieter. Most students had gone to bed, and only a few upper years remained, studying or talking in low voices. You do that a lot, Draco said. Harry turned to find the blonde boy watching him from a nearby chair. He hadn't noticed Draco's approach, which was either a sign that he'd been too deep in meditation or that Draco was quieter than expected. Do what? Sit with your eyes closed, looking like you're somewhere else. Draco's voice was carefully neutral. Where do you go? Inside my own head, mostly. I think more clearly when I shut out distractions. My father does something similar. He says it's an old pure-blood technique for organizing thoughts. Something like that. Harry stretched, working out the stiffness from sitting too long. What did you want, Malfoy? I've been thinking about what you said. About making my own decisions. Draco moved to a closer chair, lowering his voice. My father's already sent me instructions. He wants detailed reports on your activities, where you go, who you talk to, what you study. And you're telling me this because? Because I don't want to spy on you. Draco met his eyes. I want to understand what's happening on my own terms. If I'm going to report to my father, I want it to be my choice about what to share, not just, following orders. Harry considered him. This was unexpected, and potentially valuable. What do you want in exchange? Teach me. The words came out quickly, as if Draco had been rehearsing them. Whatever you know that I don't, and you obviously know a lot, teach me. I'll keep your secrets and share what I learn about the other families, the politics, the things your family doesn't have access to. You're proposing an alliance. I'm proposing mutual benefit. Draco's chin lifted. The Malfoys have information. The Addams have power. Together, we could accomplish things that neither family could alone. It was a reasonable offer, and Draco had presented it well. Harry suspected Lucius Malfoy would have approved of his son's negotiating tactics, even if the negotiation was happening without his knowledge. I'll think about it, Harry said. Your father is a Death Eater who escaped justice through political connections. You understand why I'd be cautious about trusting anyone with his influence in their life. Draco flinched slightly at the direct statement, but nodded. I know what my father is. I know what he did. But he's still my father, and I don't think everything he believes is wrong. I didn't say it was. I said I'd be cautious. Harry rose from his chair. Give me a few days. I'll have an answer for you. That's fair. Draco stood as well. Good night, Potter Addams. Good night, Malfoy. The first week established patterns. Classes followed their scheduled rhythm, potions and Snape's grudging respect, charms and Flitwick's enthusiastic instruction, transfiguration and McGonagall's stern precision, herbology and the cheerful Professor Sprout, astronomy and late-night star charts. Each subject offered its own insights, and Harry absorbed them all while noting where Hogwarts's curriculum fell short of his home education. The social terrain clarified as well. The first-year Slytherins sorted themselves into factions, Draco and his followers, Crabbe and Goyle, the large boys who seemed to think independently only under protest, Blaise Zabini and his careful neutrality, Theodore Nott and his quiet observation, Pansy Parkinson and her cluster of girls who treated pure-blood politics like a spectator sport. Harry existed somewhere outside these groupings. His sorting had marked him as unusual, his performance in classes confirmed it. By the end of the first week, students were whispering about the boy who'd gone Slytherin and seemed to know more dark magic than some seventh years. The whispers didn't bother him. Whispers were useful, they spread information faster than he ever could, and the information being spread was mostly accurate. What bothered him was Dumbledore. The headmaster hadn't approached him directly, but Harry could feel his attention during meals, during the moments between classes when their paths crossed. Dumbledore was watching, waiting, trying to understand the boy who had escaped his carefully laid plans. On Thursday evening, the watching became something more. Harry was in the library, researching the history of the third-floor corridor. It had once housed the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, before a particularly spectacular accident in 1762, when a house elf appeared beside his table. Professor Dumbledore is requesting Harry Potter Addams for a meeting, the elf squeaked. In his office. The password is lemon drop. Harry closed his book. Now. If Harry Potter Addams is available, yes. He considered refusing, he was under no obligation to accept the headmaster's summons, but curiosity won. This was the conversation Morticia had predicted, the moment when Dumbledore would try to understand what had happened to his chess piece. Tell him I'll be there in 10 minutes. The elf vanished. Harry gathered his materials, returned them to their proper shelves, and made his way through the castle. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office stepped aside at the password, revealing a spiral staircase that moved of its own accord. Harry rode it to the top and found himself facing a massive wooden door. He knocked. Enter, called Dumbledore's voice. The office was circular and cluttered, filled with strange silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters who were pretending to sleep. A phoenix perched on a stand near the desk, its brilliant plumage catching the firelight. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, his expression arranged in careful welcome. Harry. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. He gestured to a chair that looked comfortable and was probably enchanted to encourage relaxation. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Harry sat, declining to lean back into the chair's embrace. You wanted to speak with me, Headmaster. I did. I've been hoping for this conversation since I learned you would be attending Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but Harry could see the calculation beneath. I must confess, your situation has concerned me greatly. My situation? Your upbringing. Your education. The circumstances of your early life. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I placed you with your aunt and uncle because I believed they would provide safety and a normal childhood. To discover that you've spent the past decade with the Addams family instead, well, I'm sure you can understand my concern. I understand that you made assumptions about my welfare without verifying them. Harry kept his voice neutral. My aunt abandoned me within hours of your departure. If my family hadn't found me, I would likely have died. I am aware of that now. It was a grave miscalculation on my part. Dumbledore's expression showed what might have been genuine regret. The blood wards I placed on your aunt's home were meant to protect you. They required you to call that place home, to be accepted by your mother's blood. Without that acceptance, they failed. Yes. I read about blood magic extensively during my childhood. The theory was sound, Headmaster, but the execution assumed Petunia Dursley possessed affection for me that did not exist. A failure I must live with. Dumbledore sighed. I had hoped to discuss the implications of your new situation. The Addams family practices magic that many consider dangerous. Many people consider many things dangerous when they don't understand them. True. But ignorance and wisdom are not the same thing. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes hardened slightly. I've spent a long time studying the boundaries of magic, Harry. The arts your family practices, shadow walking, death speaking, the blood rituals, they exact a price. They always do. So does breathing, eventually. Harry met the old man's gaze directly. My family taught me the prices before they taught me the practices. I know what I'm doing. Do you? You're 11 years old. I'm 11 years old, and I've been studying magic since I was 4. I've spoken with the dead, walked through shadows, and learned control that most adult wizards never achieve. Harry let a hint of his power leak into his presence, just enough to make the air pressure shift, to make the phoenix raise its head. I'm not a child you need to protect, Headmaster. I'm a person you need to understand. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You're quite right, he said finally. I apologize. It's a habit of mine, seeing students as children first, individuals second. In your case, I suspect that's rather more offensive than usual. It is. Then let me try a different approach. Dumbledore leaned forward. I'm not your enemy, Harry. I know your family has likely painted me in unflattering colors, and perhaps justly, given my failures regarding your placement, but I genuinely want what's best for the wizarding world. And that includes what's best for you. What do you think is best for me? That's what I'm trying to determine. The twinkle returned, softer this time. You're a puzzle, Harry. The boy who lived, raised by one of the most mysterious families in magical Britain. Sorted into Slytherin, demonstrating knowledge that suggests years of advanced study. You don't fit any of the categories I'm accustomed to, and that's refreshing, actually. If somewhat alarming. Harry considered the old man carefully. Dumbledore was being honest, partially, at least. There was genuine curiosity beneath the manipulation, real concern mixed with the calculation. I'm not going to become a Dark Lord, Harry said. If that's what you're worried about. It's one of several possibilities I've considered. Dumbledore's voice was dry. Though I've also considered that you might become something far more interesting. Such as? A bridge, perhaps. Someone who understands both light and dark, who can move between worlds that most wizards treat as mutually exclusive. The headmaster's expression grew thoughtful. The magical world is heading toward another conflict, Harry. I can feel it, forces gathering, old wounds reopening. When it comes, we'll need people who can see beyond simple categories. Is that why you wanted to raise me yourself? To shape me into your bridge? Partially. Dumbledore smiled sadly. But also because I knew your parents, and I wanted to honor their memory. They were remarkable people, Harry. Whatever else your family has taught you, I hope you know that. I do. Harry's voice softened slightly. My mother, Morticia, has never tried to replace them. She's shown me everything the family has collected about James and Lily Potter. I know who they were. I know what they died for. Then you understand why I care about your future. I understand why you think you should have a say in it. Harry stood. Headmaster, I appreciate the conversation. But I'm not your student to mold, and I'm not your piece to play. I'm an Addams. We determine our own paths. Dumbledore rose as well, his expression thoughtful rather than offended. Fair enough. But know that my door is always open, if you want guidance. Not as a manipulator trying to shape you, simply as someone who's lived a long time and made many mistakes. Sometimes wisdom is knowing when to ask for help. I'll remember that. Please do. Dumbledore walked him to the door. And Harry? Whatever you find in the third-floor corridor, please try not to destroy anything irreplaceable. Harry paused at the threshold. You know I've been investigating. I know you're clever enough to be curious. The twinkle returned, warmer than before. I would ask you to stay away, but I suspect that would only encourage you. So instead, I'll simply request caution. Caution is the Addams way, Headmaster. We're very careful about who we damage. Harry left, and behind him, Albus Dumbledore began to laugh. Friday's defense against the dark arts was the last class of the week. Harry entered the classroom with heightened awareness, his senses alert for the wrongness he'd detected in Quirrel. The room smelled strongly of garlic, decorative bulbs hung from the ceiling, an amateur's attempt at vampire protection, and the professor himself was already at the front, his turban slightly askew. Welcome, welcome, Quirrel stammered as students took their seats. Defense against the dark arts. The very important subject. Very dangerous creatures in the world. The class settled into their chairs, Slytherins on one side and Gryffindors on the other. Harry sat near the middle, close enough to observe Quirrel without appearing to stare. The wrongness was stronger up close. There was something behind the professor's eyes, a flicker of something darker, something colder, something that didn't match the nervous stammering of his voice. Possession, Harry realized. Or something like it. He's carrying a passenger. Today we'll be learning about defensive stances, Quirrel announced, his stutter mysteriously absent for the moment before returning. Very important to know how to position yourself against dark creatures. The lesson was basic, body positioning, wand grips, the fundamentals of spell blocking. Harry already knew everything being taught, but he participated anyway, watching Quirrel for slips in his facade. They came occasionally. A word without a stammer. A flash of intelligence in those watery eyes. A moment where the professor's gaze sharpened, fixed on Harry specifically, before the facade reasserted itself. He knows I'm watching him, Harry thought. Or his passenger does. They're testing me, just as I'm testing them. After class, as students filed toward the door, Harry lingered. Professor Quirrel. I had a question about the lesson. Quirrel turned, and for just a moment, Harry saw it, the other presence, rising to the surface, assessing the threat before sinking back down. Why yes, Mr. Potter Addams. The defensive stances you showed us, they're effective against physical attacks, but what about against curses that don't follow straight lines? The blasting curse, for instance, can curve around obstacles. Traditional positioning wouldn't help. Quirrel's eyes widened slightly. That's a very advanced question for a first year. My family believes in comprehensive education. I can see that. The stammer was gone now, replaced by something sharper. The answer, Mr. Potter Addams, is that against truly skilled opponents, physical positioning is only part of the defense. One must also anticipate the caster's intentions, read their movements, understand the principles behind the spell rather than merely its effects. That sounds almost like legilimency. In some ways, yes. Quirrel's lips curved slightly. You've studied mental arts. Enough to protect myself. Wise. There are many who would like to know what happens inside that famous head of yours. The words were innocent on the surface, but Harry heard the undercurrent. Quirrel, or whatever rode him, was fishing. Probing. Trying to determine how much Harry knew. I imagine there are. Harry smiled pleasantly. Thank you for the lesson, Professor. I look forward to learning more. He left before Quirrel could respond. In the corridor, Harry paused to collect his thoughts. The passenger in Quirrel's shadow, it was intelligent, powerful, and deeply interested in Harry specifically. The most likely candidate was obvious, if disturbing. Voldemort, Harry thought. Or what's left of him. He's found a host, and he's inside the castle. Which meant the third-floor corridor made more sense. Dumbledore was protecting something Voldemort wanted badly enough to infiltrate the school for. Harry smiled. This year was going to be very interesting indeed. Saturday morning, Harry wrote letters. The first went to his family, a detailed account of the week, coded in the cipher they'd developed years ago. He described the sorting, the classes, the conversation with Dumbledore, and his suspicions about Quirrel. Morticia would want to know everything, and Wednesday would analyze it for threats he might have missed. The second letter went to Hermione, proposing a study session in the library. She'd been eager to learn more about his family's techniques, and Harry had decided she was trustworthy enough to begin her education. The third letter was trickier. Draco, he wrote, I've considered your proposal. An alliance could be mutually beneficial, but it requires trust, and trust requires testing. Meet me in the astronomy tower tonight at midnight. Come alone. We'll begin your education in what the Addams family knows, and you'll begin demonstrating that your intelligence exceeds your father's expectations. This is not optional. If you don't appear, our arrangement ends before it begins. He sealed the letter with a standard charm, nothing as dramatic as the family wax seal, and sent it via Cerberus, who was aggressively pleased to have a task. The rest of Saturday passed in exploration. Harry mapped the castle methodically, comparing what he found to the plans Gomez had provided. Most matched, some didn't. There were passages that had been sealed since the plans were made, and others that seemed entirely new. The third-floor corridor remained off-limits. He approached it 3 times, testing the wards from different angles, looking for weaknesses. There were none obvious enough to exploit without significant preparation. Patience, he reminded himself. An Addams always strikes at the right moment, not the first opportunity. Dinner came and went. Harry ate with his housemates, participating in conversation without revealing anything significant. Draco kept shooting him glances, presumably having received the letter. Harry ignored them. By 11:30, the common room was empty. Harry slipped into the shadows and walked. The astronomy tower was cold at midnight, the wind cutting through even his modified robes. Harry stood at the parapet, looking out over the moonlit grounds, waiting. Footsteps on the stairs. A door opening. Draco Malfoy, pale and nervous, stepping onto the tower roof. You came, Harry said without turning. You gave me a choice that wasn't really a choice. Draco moved closer. What is this, Potter Addams? Some kind of test. Every moment is a test. The question is whether you realize what's being measured. Harry turned to face him. You want me to teach you? That starts now. Now. Here. Here. Harry gestured at the night sky, the darkness pressing close around them. The first lesson isn't magic, it's perception. Look at the shadows on the ground, Draco. Really look. What do you see? Draco glanced down, confusion evident. Shadows. The tower's shadow. Our shadows. And what are shadows made of? The absence of light. Everyone knows that. Everyone's wrong. Harry stepped to the edge of the parapet. Shadows aren't the absence of light, they're the presence of darkness. They have weight, substance, depth. Light is simply what prevents us from seeing them clearly. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense, if you stop thinking in binary categories. Harry extended his hand into the shadow cast by a nearby gargoyle. His fingers disappeared into the darkness, not blocked by something, but entering something. Watch. He pushed deeper, and his arm followed, vanishing up to the elbow. Then he pulled it back, and his hand emerged holding something, a small stone, perfectly ordinary except for the fact that it hadn't existed in physical space moments before. Draco stared. How did you? I reached into the shadow space and retrieved something that had fallen there. Harry examined the stone, then tossed it off the tower. Things fall into shadows all the time. People drop objects, light shifts, darkness claims what was temporarily illuminated. Most of it stays lost forever. And you can just reach in and grab things. After years of practice, yes. The shadow space is dangerous, there are things living there that would consume you without hesitation. But with the proper training, it becomes a resource. Harry turned to face Draco fully. This is what I'm offering to teach you. Not tricks or spells you could learn from a book. Real power. The kind the Ministry fears and Dumbledore doesn't understand. Draco was silent for a long moment, processing. Why me? He asked finally. You could teach anyone. Why offer this to a Malfoy? Because you have potential that's being wasted on your father's prejudices. Because you're smart enough to recognize opportunity and ambitious enough to seize it. And because, Harry paused, choosing his words. Because every great house needs allies, and I'd rather make an ally of you now than fight you later. You think we'd fight? If you stayed on your current path? Eventually. Your father's master will return someday, he's already begun the process, and when he does, the wizarding world will divide. Those who serve him, and those who oppose him. Harry's voice hardened. I will not serve Tom Riddle. I will not bow to a half-blood who pretends to pureblood supremacy while hiding his muggle father's name. If you're bound to him through your father, we'll be enemies. I'd rather avoid that. The words hit Draco like physical blows. Harry watched him process, the shock, the denial, the slow horrible realization that everything he'd been told about the Dark Lord was incomplete. The Dark Lord is, a half-blood. Born Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of a witch named Mara P. Gaunt and a muggle named Tom Riddle Sr. The Gaunts were descended from Slytherin, which is where he gets his Parseltongue, but his father was as mundane as they come. Harry let a thin smile cross his face. My family does thorough research. The Dark Lord's followers worship an ideology their master doesn't even believe in. Draco looked like he might be sick. My father, does my father know? Probably not. Riddle was careful to hide his origins. Most of his followers joined him for power, not ideology, your father included. Harry stepped closer. But that's my point, Draco. Your father follows a liar. You don't have to. You can make your own choices, build your own power, serve your own interests. And what do you want in return? If I accept your teaching? Information. Loyalty when it matters. The knowledge that when the war comes, and it will come, you'll be on the right side. Harry extended his hand. Not the light side or the dark side. The right side. The side that wins. Draco looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Then he reached out and took it. Teach me, he said. Harry's smile showed teeth. We start tomorrow. Sunday was quiet. Harry met with Hermione in the library, introducing her to texts that Hogwarts kept in its restricted section but that he'd read years ago. Her eyes widened at the knowledge on offer, her questions were sharp and insightful. "This contradicts almost everything in the standard curriculum," she said, flipping through pages of a book on magical theory. "The relationship between intent and effect, the role of emotional states in spellcasting, why don't they teach this?" "Because it's harder than the standard approach, and most students can't handle complexity." Harry selected another book from the pile. "The curriculum is designed for the average student." "You're not average. Neither are you." "No. But my situation is different, I was educated outside the system entirely." "You're trying to learn the system and transcend it simultaneously. That's harder." Hermione considered this. "Will you help me?" "I already am. Keep reading. We'll discuss what you find next week." He left her to her studies and spent the afternoon in the dungeons, exploring areas that weren't on the public maps. The castle's lower levels held secrets, abandoned classrooms, sealed chambers, passages that led to places even the house elves didn't visit. In one such passage, Harry encountered a ghost he hadn't met before. She was silver and sad, drifting through the stone walls with the particular melancholy of those who died violently and young. Her dress was outdated by centuries, and her eyes, when they focused on him, held the distant confusion of someone not entirely present in reality. "You can see me," she whispered. "Properly see me." "I can." Harry stopped walking, giving her his full attention. "I'm trained in death speaking. Spirits don't surprise me." "Death speaking." She drifted closer. "I haven't heard that term in I don't remember how long." "The old magic. The Addams practice. You know my family." "I know of them. When I lived, there was an Addams at Hogwarts, a girl named Morticia's grandmother, I think. She used to visit me. She was the only one who could hear me properly." Harry filed this information away. "What's your name?" "I don't remember." The ghost's form flickered. "It's been so long. I remember how I died, pain, betrayal, blood on stone, but not who I was before. That's common with violent deaths. The trauma eclipses everything else." Harry considered her. "Would you like help remembering?" "You could do that." "Possibly. Death speaking includes techniques for helping spirits recover lost memories. It takes time, and it's not always successful, but if you're willing to try." The ghost's eyes widened, the first clear emotion Harry had seen from her. "Please," she whispered. "Please, yes. I've been lost for so long. Then we'll work on it." Harry smiled gently. "I'm Harry. I'll come back to visit you when I can. For now, try to remember where you felt most like yourself, not where you died, but where you lived most fully. That's usually where the memories hide." She nodded, already drifting away, her form growing more transparent. "Harry," she repeated. "I'll remember that name, at least." Then she was gone, and Harry continued his exploration. Monday began the second week, and with it, the real patterns of Harry's life at Hogwarts emerged. Classes continued, each subject revealing new layers of understanding. Snape remained hostile but respectful, McGonagall pushed him to demonstrate abilities she suspected but couldn't prove, Flitwick seemed genuinely delighted by his questions. Harry absorbed it all, comparing Hogwarts's teachings to his family's methods, noting where they aligned and where they diverged. His social position solidified as well. The Slytherin first years had accepted him as a factor to be considered, if not fully understood. Draco attended their midnight sessions on the astronomy tower, struggling with concepts that Harry had mastered years ago but making slow progress. Hermione pursued her studies with characteristic intensity, her friendship with Harry evolving into something that crossed house lines in ways that made traditionalists uncomfortable. And through it all, Harry watched Quirrel. The defense professor continued his stammering act, but Harry could see the cracks widening. Whatever rode in Quirrel's shadow was growing impatient. There were moments in class when the facade slipped entirely, when something cold and calculating looked out through the professor's eyes. Voldemort, Harry thought. Weak and incomplete, but present. Waiting for something. The third-floor corridor. The protections. Whatever Dumbledore was guarding, Voldemort wanted it. Harry began planning his own approach to the corridor. On Wednesday night, the ghost came to find him. Harry was in the common room, reviewing transfiguration notes, when the temperature dropped and silver light seeped through the wall. His dorm-mates didn't notice. Ghosts were common enough at Hogwarts, but Harry looked up immediately. "You came back," he said quietly. "You told me to remember where I felt most like myself." Her form was clearer tonight, more defined. "I remembered something. A room. High in a tower, filled with things that had been lost. I used to go there when I was alive. A room of lost things. That's what I called it. Things people had hidden and forgotten. I felt at home there." Harry's interest sharpened. A room where lost things collected, that sounded like exactly the kind of place an Addams would want to explore. "Can you show me where it is?" "I can try." She drifted toward the wall. "Follow me." "It moves sometimes, the room, but I think I remember how to find it." Harry rose, leaving his notes behind, and followed the ghost through the castle. She led him through passages he'd mapped and some he hadn't, climbing stairs that shifted and walking corridors that seemed to stretch longer than they should. The castle was different at night, Harry realized, not just darker, but more. The magic was more active, the hidden things more visible. Finally, she stopped before a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor. "Here," she whispered. "Walk past it 3 times, thinking about what you need. The room will appear." Harry considered what to ask for. A room of lost things would be useful, but his first priority was information, understanding what he was dealing with. "I need," he thought, walking past the wall, "a place where I can learn about the room's other functions. I need to understand what this space truly is." On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. Harry opened it and stepped inside. The room beyond was small and simple, just a desk, a chair, and a single book resting on the desk surface. The book's cover was plain leather, with no title, but Harry could feel the age radiating from it. He sat, opened the book, and began to read. The Room of Requirement, the text explained, was one of Hogwarts's greatest secrets. Created by the founders, it responded to the needs of those who found it, transforming itself into whatever space was required. Over the centuries, people had used it for everything: studying, hiding, loving, dying. Everything that happened within its walls left a trace. The room had many configurations, but one of the most common was the Room of Hidden Things, a vast space where generations of Hogwarts students had concealed objects they didn't want found. Everything ended up there eventually, the book explained. Everything forgotten, everything abandoned, everything lost. Harry closed the book and smiled. A room full of lost things, he thought. I wonder what Voldemort might have hidden here. He left the room and found the ghost waiting outside. Did you learn what you needed? I learned where to start. Harry looked at her more carefully. You've remembered more, haven't you? Your form is clearer. I remembered my mother's face. The ghost's voice trembled. Just a glimpse, but it was real. I think I was loved, once. That's good. Keep following that thread. Harry started back toward the dungeons, then paused. I'll come back for you. We'll work on recovering more memories. But first, I have other matters to attend to. The dark thing in the castle. Her voice dropped. I felt it. Something cold, something wrong. It's been here since the term started. Yes. I'm going to deal with it. Harry met her eyes. Thank you for showing me the room. Whatever your name was, whoever you were, you've been helpful. I won't forget. She smiled, the first smile Harry had seen from her, and then faded into the walls. Thursday morning brought an unexpected complication. Harry arrived at breakfast to find the great hall buzzing with whispered conversations and pointed stares. Several students, mostly Slytherins, were holding copies of the Daily Prophet, their faces showing expressions ranging from excitement to alarm. Draco intercepted him before he could reach the table. "You need to see this," he said, pressing a newspaper into Harry's hands. The headline dominated the front page, "Boy who lived sorted into Slytherin, Ministry officials express concern." The article beneath was predictable, speculation about Harry's upbringing, quotes from sources close to the Ministry, expressing worry about the Addams family's influence, and a sidebar exploring the historical association between Slytherin House and dark wizards. "They're trying to turn public opinion against you," Draco said. "Before you've even done anything." "Of course they are. I'm a variable they can't control." Harry scanned the article with detached interest. "The Ministry fears what it doesn't understand, and they definitely don't understand me. My father says there's been discussion about calling you in for questioning. About your upbringing, your education, whether the Addams family violated any magical custody laws. Let them discuss. The Addams family predates the Ministry's custody laws by 3 centuries. Harry folded the newspaper and tucked it into his bag. "But this does accelerate certain timelines." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I need to establish my position before they can undermine it." Harry's eyes swept the great hall, cataloging reactions. "The wizarding public doesn't know me, they know the boy who lived, a legend I had nothing to do with. If I let the Ministry define me, I lose control of the narrative." "So what are you going to do?" Harry smiled. "I'm going to give them something else to talk about." The opportunity came sooner than expected. Friday's defense against the dark arts was proceeding normally, Quirrel stammering through a lecture on vampire weaknesses, when something changed. The professor paused mid-sentence, his eyes going distant, and then his face twisted into an expression that had nothing to do with nervousness. "Everyone out," he said, his voice suddenly sharp and clear. "Class is dismissed. Now." The students looked confused but began gathering their belongings. Harry remained seated. "Mr. Potter Addams." "I said out." "I heard you." Harry met Quirrel's eyes. "But I don't think you're the one actually giving orders, are you?" "Not really." The classroom went dead silent. Quirrel's face contorted, 2 expressions fighting for control, the nervous teacher and something far colder. The other students had frozen, sensing danger without understanding its source. "Leave," Harry said to them, not breaking eye contact with Quirrel. "Quickly." They ran. When the door slammed shut behind the last student, Quirrel's shoulders sagged, and a different voice emerged from his mouth, high, cold, unmistakably inhuman. "Clever boy," Voldemort said through his host. "How long have you known?" "Since the first day." Harry rose slowly from his seat. "You're not very good at hiding, you know. The shadow space practically screams with your presence." "The shadow space." Voldemort laughed, a horrible sound through Quirrel's vocal cords. "So the Addams taught you the old ways." "How unexpected." "A lot of things about me are unexpected." Harry began walking toward the front of the classroom, his movements deliberately unhurried. "What are you doing here, Tom? Surely the most feared dark wizard of the century has better things to do than possess a mediocre professor." Quirrel's body twitched, Voldemort's rage momentarily breaking through his control. "Do not call me that name." "Why not?" "It's yours." Tom Marvolo Riddle, half-blood, born in a Muggle orphanage. "The Dark Lord Voldemort is a costume, nothing more." Harry stopped a few feet away from the professor's desk. "I've read your entire history, Tom. The Addams keep excellent records." "The Addams?" Voldemort's voice dripped contempt. "A family of freaks who play with shadows and speak to corpses. What do they know of true power?" Enough to recognize a ghost wearing someone else's body. Harry let his own power rise, not aggressively, but enough to make his presence felt. You're barely here, aren't you? A fragment of a soul, clinging to whatever host will have you. That's not power. That's desperation. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Quirrel's hand shot out, wand appearing from nowhere, and a curse flew toward Harry. Harry stepped sideways into shadow. The curse passed through the space where he'd been and exploded against the back wall. Harry emerged from darkness 3 feet to the left, his expression unchanged. The Addams taught me that too, he said calmly. Among other things. Quirrel stared, or rather, Voldemort stared through him, with something that might have been fear. What are you? I'm Harry Potter. I'm also Harry Addams. And I'm the person who's going to stop you from getting whatever you're after in the 3rd floor corridor. Harry smiled, showing teeth. My family always pays their debts, Tom. You killed my birth parents. That debt hasn't been forgotten. I'll destroy you, Voldemort hissed. When you return, I'll be ready. Harry turned toward the door. For now, stay out of my way. The next time you try to curse me, I won't just dodge. He walked out of the classroom without looking back. Behind him, he heard Quirrel collapse to the floor, the possession strain finally overwhelming his failing body. Let him rest. Let Voldemort think about what had just happened. Harry had made his position clear. Now it was time to see how his enemies responded. The story spread faster than wildfire. By dinner, every student in the school knew that something had happened in defense against the dark arts. The details were garbled. Some said Harry had dueled the professor, others that he performed wandless magic that drove Quirrel to collapse, but the core truth emerged: Harry Potter Addams had done something extraordinary, and everyone was talking about it. Dumbledore summoned him to the headmaster's office that evening. You confronted Quirrel, the old man said without preamble. I confronted what was wearing him like a suit. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. Voldemort is attached to your defense, Professor, Headmaster. I assume you knew. A pause. I had suspicions. And you let him stay? In a school full of children? The situation is complicated. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Quirrell was a good man once. What remains of him might still be saved, if we act carefully. He tried to curse me. I know. The wards alerted me. Dumbledore looked older than he had in their first meeting. Harry, I need you to understand something. Voldemort is not yet strong enough to harm you directly, the protection your mother gave you still functions. But if you provoke him, if you force a confrontation before we're ready. Before you're ready, you mean? Harry's voice hardened. You have a plan, don't you? Something to do with the 3rd floor corridor. You're using whatever's hidden there as bait. I'm protecting something that must be protected. The bait is incidental. And what about the students? Are they incidental too? Dumbledore flinched. I would never, you already have. Harry stood. You put children in danger to serve your larger strategy. That's exactly what the Ministry article accused you of doing with me 11 years ago. The silence stretched. You're right, Dumbledore said finally. I have made choices that put others at risk. I try to minimize the danger, but I cannot eliminate it entirely. He looked at Harry with something approaching respect. You see things very clearly for someone your age. I was raised by people who don't flinch from hard truths. Indeed. The headmaster sighed. What do you intend to do, Harry? Now that you know what Quirrell carries. I intend to be prepared. When Voldemort makes his move, and he will, I'll be ready to respond. Harry walked toward the door. You should consider whether your plans will survive contact with reality, Headmaster. Because I won't let Tom Riddle hurt anyone else. Not while I'm here to stop it. He left without waiting for a response. That night, Harry wrote to his family. The confrontation came sooner than expected, he explained in his coded letter. Voldemort knows what I am now. He'll be cautious, but he'll also be more dangerous. I need information on the third-floor protections. Whatever Dumbledore is guarding, I need to understand it before Riddle tries to take it. Also, there's a room on the 7th floor that creates itself according to the Seeker's needs. I suspect Riddle may have hidden something there decades ago, when he was still Tom and the school was less wary. I'll investigate when time permits. Wednesday's last letter mentioned something awakening. I felt it too, during my conversation with the ghost. There's something old stirring in the castle's foundations, older than Hogwarts, older than the founders. I don't know what it is yet, but I intend to find out. The war is coming sooner than anyone expects. When it arrives, I'll be ready. Your son, Harry. He sealed the letter and sent it with Cerberus. The owl vanished into the night sky, heading south toward the only home Harry had ever known. Then he returned to his bed in the Slytherin dungeons, pulled the curtains closed, and began to plan. The pieces were moving. Dumbledore, Voldemort, the Ministry, the ancient things stirring beneath the castle, all of them had agendas, all of them wanted something from Harry or from Hogwarts or from both. But Harry was an Addams. And an Addams always had a plan of their own. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Art of Practical Education. The rain came down in sheets, hammering against the castle windows like something trying to get in. Harry stood at the entrance to the Ollery, watching Cerberus disappear into the grey murk, his letter to Morticia clutched in powerful talons. 3 weeks at Hogwarts now, and the patterns had settled into something he could work with. The newspaper articles had continued, 3 more pieces speculating about his dark upbringing, and what it meant for the wizarding world, but the public response had been more nuanced than the Ministry hoped. Letters to the editor defended the Addams family, or at least questioned whether a child should be judged for his guardian's eccentricities. The confrontation with Quirrel had helped, strangely enough. Rumors of a first-year standing up to a possessed professor made for better stories than abstract fears about dark magic. Voldemort had been quiet since their encounter. Quirrel attended classes, stammered through lessons, and avoided Harry's gaze with the particular care of someone who knew exactly how dangerous that attention could be. The parasite was planning something, Harry could feel it in the castle's shadows, but the timing wasn't right yet. Patience, Harry reminded himself. Let him make the first real move. He turned from the Ollery and made his way down to breakfast, taking the long route through corridors most students didn't know existed. The castle had begun revealing itself to him over the past weeks, passages opening where there had been solid stone, rooms appearing when he needed them. Hogwarts was alive in ways that transcended simple enchantment, and something about Harry's presence pleased it. The Great Hall was half empty when he arrived, Saturday morning, most students sleeping in, but Hermione was already at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by books. She looked up as Harry passed, raising an eyebrow in silent question. Later, he mouthed, and she nodded. They'd established a routine, weekend study sessions in the library, where Harry introduced her to magical theory that Hogwarts didn't teach and she provided insights from her prodigious reading. It was mutually beneficial, and more than that, it was pleasant. Hermione's hunger for knowledge matched something in Harry's own nature, the Addams' drive to understand, to master, to know. He sat at the Slytherin table and began filling his plate. Draco arrived a few minutes later, dark circles under his eyes suggesting their midnight training sessions were taking their toll. You look terrible, Harry observed. I was up until 3 practicing the shadowsight exercises. Draco slumped into the seat across from him. My eyes kept watering. I think I'm doing something wrong. You're trying too hard. The shadows don't respond to force, they respond to invitation. You have to let them in, not drag them toward you. That doesn't make any sense. It will. Harry pushed a plate of toast toward him. Eat something. We have flying lessons this morning, and you'll need your strength. Draco groaned. I'd forgotten about that. Longbottom's going to embarrass himself again, isn't he? Probably. But that's not your concern. Harry's voice carried a hint of warning. Leave Neville alone, Draco. He's under my protection. Since when? Since the first week. I told you, I'm helping him unlock his potential. Mocking him undermines that work. Draco opened his mouth to argue, then seemed to think better of it. Their training sessions had established certain dynamics, and one of those dynamics was that Harry's instructions weren't suggestions. Fine. I'll leave him alone. Draco bit into his toast with unnecessary aggression. But you can't protect everyone, Potter Addams. Eventually someone's going to push back. I'm counting on it. Flying lessons were held on the grounds near the castle, where the grass stretched flat and even toward the edge of the forbidden forest. 2 rows of broomsticks lay waiting, old and battered, the kind of equipment that schools provided because they were too sturdy to destroy rather than because they were any good. The first years gathered in their usual configuration, Slytherins on one side, Gryffindors on the other. Harry noted the positions automatically, Neville at the back of the Gryffindor group, trying to make himself invisible, Hermione beside him, her expression suggesting she'd rather be reading, Draco at the front of the Slytherins, his earlier fatigue hidden beneath practiced arrogance. Madame Hooch arrived precisely on time, her yellow hawk eyes scanning the assembled students with the particular intensity of someone who'd seen every possible flying accident and expected to see several more. Good morning, class. Welcome to your first flying lesson. Well, what are you all waiting for? Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry moved to his assigned position, looking down at the broomstick with mild curiosity. He'd flown before, the Addams family had several enchanted vehicles, and Wednesday had taught him the basics on a family antique, but this would be his first experience with standard wizarding equipment. Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, up. Up, chorused the class. Harry's broom shot into his hand immediately, the wood warm against his palm. He noted that Draco's had responded similarly, while most of the other students were still struggling. Hermione's broom rolled stubbornly on the ground, Neville's hadn't moved at all. Fear, Harry thought, watching Neville's unsuccessful attempts. The broom senses his lack of confidence. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, Madame Hooch instructed. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, Neville, his nerves overwhelming his patience, kicked off early. The broom shot upward like something possessed, carrying its terrified rider higher and higher. Harry watched calmly, there was nothing he could do from the ground, as Neville rose 20 feet, 30, 40, his panicked cries echoing across the grounds. Then the boy's grip slipped, and he fell. Harry moved. He hadn't planned to, interfering would draw attention, would raise questions, but his body was in motion before his mind caught up. He stepped into the shadow cast by a nearby tree, crossed the darkness in a single heartbeat, and emerged from the shadow beneath Neville's falling body. The catch wasn't elegant. Neville was heavier than he looked, and the impact drove Harry to one knee. But they were both on the ground, alive and mostly intact, instead of one of them being dead. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Madame Hooch was running toward them, her face pale, and the other students were shouting, and Neville was clinging to Harry with the desperate grip of someone who just realized how close they'd come to dying. Breathe, Harry said quietly. You're safe. You're on the ground. I fell, how did you, later? Harry helped him stand, keeping one hand on his shoulder for stability. Can you walk? I think, yes. Yes, I can walk. Madame Hooch reached them, her hands already checking Neville for injuries. Longbottom. Are you hurt? That was a 40-foot drop, I caught him, Harry said simply. I saw. How? She shook her head, visibly deciding not to ask questions she probably didn't want answered. Never mind. Longbottom, to the hospital wing. I'll take you myself. The rest of you, her hawk eyes swept the crowd, "Feet stay on the ground until I return." She led Neville away, one arm supporting him. Harry watched them go, then became aware of the stares. Every student present was looking at him. The Slytherins with calculation, the Gryffindors with amazement, and Draco with something that might have been understanding. "What?" Harry asked the crowd. "You moved," Hermione breathed. She'd pushed to the front of the Gryffindor group, her eyes wide. "You were over there, by the tree, and then you were here. That's not apparition, we're inside the wards." "What was it?" "A family technique." Harry brushed grass from his robes. "Nothing that concerns anyone." "Nothing that." Ron Weasley stepped forward, his face flushed with something between admiration and suspicion. "You just teleported across the grounds and caught someone falling from 40 feet, and it's nothing?" "I didn't teleport. I walked." Harry met his eyes. "Through the shadows. It's faster than it looks." "Shadow walking," Hermione said. "I read about it. It's supposed to be theoretical, no one's demonstrated it in centuries. My family keeps old knowledge alive." The whispers started then, students conferring with each other, speculating about what they'd just witnessed. Harry let them talk. The display had been more dramatic than he'd intended, but it would serve his purposes. People who thought him capable of impossible things would be less likely to challenge him directly. Draco caught his eye across the crowd and nodded slightly. Message received. Harry's abilities were even more unusual than he'd claimed during their training sessions. When Madame Hooch returned, without Neville, who'd been sent to the hospital wing for observation, she looked at Harry with the wariness of someone reassessing a potentially dangerous animal. "Potter Addams." "A word." She led him away from the other students, her voice dropping. "What you did, I don't know how you did it, and I'm not going to ask. But I've been flying instructor here for 20 years, and I've never seen anyone move like that." She paused. "You saved that boy's life. He's my friend." "Is he?" Her eyes studied him. "You don't seem the type to make friends easily." "I'm not. But Neville Longbottom has qualities that deserve protection. His confidence has been damaged by his family's expectations, but his core is sound." "That's an unusual assessment from an 11-year-old. I'm an unusual 11-year-old. Madame Hooch almost smiled. "Yes, I'm beginning to understand that." She gestured toward the other students. "Get back in line. We'll continue the lesson, and you can demonstrate what proper flying looks like. I have a feeling you know more than you've let on." The flying lesson continued without further incident. Harry demonstrated basic maneuvers with casual competence, nothing flashy but nothing hesitant either. By the end of the session, Madame Hooch was looking at him with the particular expression of a teacher who'd found unexpected talent. "Potter Addams," she said as students began dispersing. "You fly like someone with training. Professional training. My sister taught me. She's at Beauxbatons now, but we used to practice together." "Sister?" Hooch's eyebrows rose. "I didn't realize the Addams family had more than one child." "Wednesday. She's a year older than me." Harry picked up his broomstick and returned it to the rack. "We're close." "I see." The instructor considered him. "The Slytherin Quidditch team could use someone with your abilities. First years aren't normally allowed, but exceptions have been made for exceptional circumstances. I appreciate the offer, but I have other priorities this year." "Such as?" "Learning everything I can about magic that isn't taught in classrooms." Harry offered a polite smile. "Perhaps next year. Once I've established my foundation." He left before she could respond, joining the stream of students heading back toward the castle. Hermione caught up with him within seconds. "The hospital wing," she said. "Neville will want to thank you properly." "He doesn't need to thank me." "Maybe not. But he'll want to anyway, and if you don't let him, it'll bother him." Hermione's voice carried the particular certainty of someone who understood social dynamics better than she let on. Besides, I want to know more about what you did. Shadow walking, there's nothing in the standard texts about practical applications. There wouldn't be. The Ministry classified everything related to shadow magic 300 years ago. Officially, it doesn't exist. But you can do it. My family's library isn't subject to Ministry classifications. They walked in silence for a moment, climbing the stairs toward the hospital wing. Then Hermione spoke again, her voice more hesitant. Harry. What else can you do? That the rest of us can't? Several things. Will you teach me? Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. Hermione's expression was the one he'd come to recognize, hungry, intense, desperate to understand. Some of it, he said finally. The theoretical foundations, at least. But the practical work, the actual shadow walking, the death speaking, the blood magic, that requires preparation you don't have yet. It would be dangerous to attempt it without proper grounding. How do I get the grounding? You study. You practice meditation techniques I'll teach you. You build your magical core until it's strong enough to handle the strain. Harry resumed walking. It's not quick, Hermione. My family started my training when I was 4. You're starting at 11, with 7 years of catching up to do. But it's possible. Possible, yes. Easy, no. Hermione's chin lifted. I don't need easy. I need knowledge. Then we'll work together. Harry pushed open the door to the hospital wing. But first, we check on Neville. The hospital wing was quiet, most of its beds empty on a Saturday afternoon. Neville sat in a bed near the window, his arm bandaged where he'd scraped it during the fall, his face showing the particular pallor of someone who'd recently confronted mortality. Harry. His voice cracked slightly. I wanted to, thank you. For catching me. You don't need to thank me. Harry took the chair beside the bed while Hermione settled on a nearby stool. How's your arm? Sprained, apparently. Madame Pomfrey says it'll be healed by tonight. Neville looked down at his hands. I shouldn't have kicked off early. I panicked. I always panic. Panic is a natural response to perceived danger. The problem isn't that you felt fear, it's that you haven't learned to act despite it. That's easy for you to say. You're not afraid of anything. Harry considered the statement. It wasn't accurate, there were things he feared, things that kept him vigilant, things that his family's training couldn't entirely eliminate, but explaining the nuance seemed counterproductive. I'm afraid of many things, he said instead. I've simply learned to keep moving when the fear arrives. That's something that can be taught. You said you'd help me. Neville's voice was small. With my magic. Is that still, yes? That offer stands. Harry leaned forward. Your magical core is strong, Neville. Stronger than you realize. The problem is psychological, not mystical. Someone hurt you when you were young, made you believe you were weak, inadequate, barely magical. That belief has created a block that prevents your power from flowing freely. My uncle, Neville whispered. He used to, there were tests. Things he'd do to force accidental magic. I never managed it, so they all thought. They were wrong. And their methods were barbaric. Harry's voice carried an edge that made Neville flinch slightly. We'll undo the damage they caused. It will take time, but you'll be whole again. Hermione was watching the exchange with obvious fascination. How do you know all this? About magical blocks and psychological damage? My family has dealt with similar cases before. People who were traumatized into suppressing their abilities, or who were cursed to believe they had no power. Harry stood. Rest, Neville. We'll begin proper work next week, once your arm heals. Thank you. The words came out thick with emotion. No one's ever Don't thank me yet. The work will be difficult, and there will be moments when you want to quit. Harry moved toward the door. Thank me when it's done. The library was their usual meeting place, and Harry guided Hermione to a corner table surrounded by bookshelves that muffled sound. The section was dedicated to obscure magical theory, texts that most students never opened and that Dust had claimed as its own. Shadow walking, Hermione said as soon as they sat. Explain it properly. The theoretical texts I found were frustratingly vague. Because the people who wrote them didn't actually understand what they were describing. Harry pulled a notebook from his bag, his own, filled with diagrams and notes in a cipher that only an Addams could read. The basic premise is this: shadows aren't the absence of light. They're a parallel space, a dimension that exists alongside physical reality. When light hits an object and creates a shadow, it's not just blocking photons, it's opening a door. A door to where? The shadow space. The dark. Call it what you like, every culture has its own name. Harry sketched a quick diagram. Physical reality and shadow reality overlap at every point where shadows exist. For most people, the overlap is invisible, intangible, irrelevant. But for someone with the right training, you can step through the overlap. Hermione's eyes were bright. Use the shadow space as a shortcut between locations. Exactly. The shadow space isn't bound by physical geography. Two shadows might be miles apart in the real world, but inches apart in the dark. If you know how to navigate, you can travel instantly. She grabbed the notebook, studying his diagram. But the theoretical text said shadow walking was impossible. That the shadow space was too dangerous for human consciousness to survive. It is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Harry let the weight of the word settle. There are things in the shadow space. Entities that evolved there, that have never known light. They're curious about visitors, and their curiosity is often fatal. Then how do you survive? Training. Preparation. Understanding the rules. Harry reclaimed his notebook. The shadow space responds to intention, like much of advanced magic. If you enter with fear, the entities sense it and attack. If you enter with confidence and purpose, they're more likely to observe than interfere. More likely. Not certain. Nothing in the dark is certain. Harry closed the notebook. That's the first lesson, Hermione. If you want to learn what my family knows, you have to accept uncertainty. The magic we practice doesn't come with safety rails or guaranteed outcomes. It's raw, primal, older than the wand work Hogwarts teaches. Are you prepared for that? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Harry could see her processing, the Ravenclaw part of her nature weighing risks against rewards, the Gryffindor part demanding she rise to the challenge regardless. Yes, she said finally. I'm prepared. Good. Then we start with meditation exercises. You need to learn to quiet your mind, to find the stillness at your center. Without that foundation, nothing else is possible. I can do that. I've read about meditation techniques, reading won't help you here. This is practice, not theory. Harry stood. Find a quiet place tonight. Sit in darkness, actual darkness, no candles or wand light. Close your eyes and focus on your breath. When thoughts arise, acknowledge them and let them pass. Do this for 1 hour. 1 hour. That seems excessive for a first attempt. The shadow space requires endurance. If you can't sit in darkness for an hour, you're not ready to walk through it. Harry gathered his things. We'll discuss your progress tomorrow. If you made it through the full hour, we continue. If you didn't, we try again until you do. He left her in the library, surrounded by books she couldn't use and faced with a challenge she'd have to meet on her own. Either she'll rise to it, Harry thought, or she won't. And I'll know which kind of person she really is. Evening brought a different kind of work. Harry made his way to the 7th floor, to the stretch of blank wall where the room of requirement waited. He'd been thinking about his earlier discovery, the book that explained the room's functions, the mention of a space where lost things accumulated. If Voldemort hid something here, he'd reasoned, it would be in the room of hidden things. Something important, something he'd want to protect. The wall responded to his need, revealing a door he hadn't seen before. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was vast, far larger than should have been possible within the castle's architecture. It stretched in all directions, filled with piles of objects that rose toward a ceiling lost in distant darkness. Mountains of furniture, broken or discarded. Towers of books, some ancient, some merely old. Weapons, clothing, artwork, devices whose purposes Harry couldn't immediately identify. Centuries of hidden things, all waiting to be found. Harry began walking through the maze. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, exactly. Voldemort's memories from his time at Hogwarts were fragmentary, pieced together from Addams' family research and the occasional slip in historical records. But he knew the kind of objects Tom Riddle valued, things connected to the founders, things with historical significance, things that could be used to prove his superiority. The search took hours. Harry moved through the room with methodical patience, examining objects that caught his attention, opening containers that felt magically significant. He found things that would have delighted collectors, a genuine goblin-made sword, a first-edition Malleus Maleficarum, a vial containing what might have been dragon's blood, but nothing that screamed Voldemort was here. Then, near the back of the room, he found the cabinet. It was black and imposing, its surface carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. The doors were sealed with magic that predated the Ministry's classification systems, old magic, the kind the Addams practiced. Harry studied it carefully. Vanishing cabinet, he realized after a moment. One of a pair. Whatever goes in here comes out somewhere else. That was interesting but not immediately useful. He made a mental note of the location and continued his search. The diadem found him. He wasn't looking in its direction when the pull started, a subtle tugging at his magical senses, like something calling from a distance. Harry followed the sensation through towering piles of debris until he reached a cleared space where a single object rested on a cushion. A tiara. Silver, set with a blue stone, elegant in a way that spoke of antiquity. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. The words were engraved on the band, barely visible beneath centuries of tarnish. Harry recognized them, Rowena Ravenclaw's motto, quoted in every history of Hogwarts. Her diadem, Harry thought. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. Here all along. He reached out to touch it, and something screamed. The sound wasn't audible, it was psychic, a blast of rage and hatred that slammed into Harry's mental shields like a battering ram. He stumbled back, his vision swimming, and felt something rise from the diadem like smoke. A face. Distorted, barely human, with eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. You, Voldemort's fragment hissed. You dare, Harry didn't hesitate. He'd trained for this. Years of meditation, years of mental discipline, years of learning to fortify his mind against intrusion. He slammed his shields into place, cutting off the fragment's assault, and struck back with his own power. The fragment shrieked and retreated into the diadem. Harry stood there, breathing hard, staring at the innocent-looking tiara that contained a piece of the most dangerous wizard of the century. A Horcrux, he realized. He made Horcruxes. That's how he survived the rebounded killing curse. His soul was already fragmented, anchored to physical objects. The implications cascaded through his mind. If there was one Horcrux, there were probably more. The Dark Lord's obsession with immortality had driven him to tear his soul apart, to hide pieces of himself in objects that would persist even if his body was destroyed. That's why he's not dead. That's why he's wearing Quirrel like a suit. He can't die until all the pieces are destroyed. Harry looked at the diadem, then at his hands. He could destroy it now. His family had taught him methods. Fiend fire, properly controlled, would consume anything including Horcruxes. The fragment would be eliminated, and Voldemort would be one step closer to true death. But destroying the diadem now would alert Voldemort that Harry knew about the Horcruxes. The Dark Lord would move his other pieces, hide them more carefully, make the eventual destruction that much harder. Better to leave it. For now. Harry memorized the diadem's location and began making his way out of the room. He had information now, crucial information, and he needed to share it with people who could help. Morticia, he thought. She'll know what to do. The letter went out that night, coded with their most secure cipher. I found something, Harry wrote. A piece of his soul, anchored to an object. There may be more. The Addams library contains references to this practice, soul magic, the darkest kind. I need research materials and guidance on how to proceed. The fragment knew me. It attacked when I approached. This suggests active awareness in the objects, not just passive anchoring. They're dangerous to handle directly. I've left this one in place to avoid alerting him. But I need to understand the full scope before taking action. Your son, Harry. He sent Cerberus with the message and returned to the dungeons, his mind churning with possibilities. Horcruxes were legendary, mentioned in the Addams library's most restricted texts, discussed in whispers even among families who practice dark magic openly. Creating one required murder, specific ritual conditions, and a willingness to tear one's own soul apart. The process was agonizing, and the results were unstable. How many did he make? Harry wondered. How far did he go? The answers would come. For now, he had other concerns. Sunday morning brought clouds and cold, the October weather asserting itself over the Scottish Highlands. Harry woke early, as he always did, and made his way to the common room to find an unexpected visitor waiting. Professor Snape sat in one of the chairs near the underwater windows, his dark robes blending with the shadows, his face unreadable. Potter Addams. Professor. Harry stopped a few feet away, assessing. I don't believe you're supposed to be in the student common room at this hour. I am head of this house. I go where I choose within its walls. Snape gestured to the opposite chair. Sit. We need to talk. Harry sat, his posture relaxed but alert. About what? About your confrontation with Professor Quirrel. About your display during flying lessons. About the rumors circulating through this school concerning your abilities. Snape's black eyes fixed on Harry's face. You've been remarkably indiscreet for someone supposedly trained by the Addams family. I've been precisely as discreet as I intended to be. Indeed? Then you intended to reveal that you can shadow walk? To confirm that you possess knowledge most wizards believe is extinct? I intended to establish that I'm not someone to underestimate. Harry met the professor's gaze without flinching. The Ministry is trying to turn public opinion against me. Dumbledore is trying to determine what kind of piece I'll be on his board. And Voldemort, he ignored Snape's flinch, is trying to decide if I'm a threat or an opportunity. Under those circumstances, a certain amount of visible power is strategic. You speak of the Dark Lord very casually. Should I be afraid of a name? Or of a dying wraith who has to hide in another man's body to survive? Harry shook his head. Tom Riddle was dangerous once. Now he's desperate. There's a difference. Snape was silent for a long moment. You know about Quirrel, he said finally. The headmaster told me about your conversation, though I suspect he left out certain details. You know what Quirrel carries, and you've apparently been in contact with it directly. I've had 2 encounters. The first was during class, when the fragment's patience broke and it tried to curse me. The second was private. Private? I found something that belongs to him. Something he left in the castle years ago. Harry saw no reason to hide this. Snape was clearly working against Voldemort, whatever his complicated history. A piece of his soul, anchored to a physical object. Snape went very still. A Horcrux. You know the term. I know many things I wish I didn't. The professor's voice had gone flat. Where is this object? Safe. Hidden. I've chosen not to destroy it yet. Not to. Snape's composure cracked slightly. Why in Merlin's name would you leave a piece of the Dark Lord's soul intact? Because destroying one would alert him to my knowledge, and he'd hide the others more carefully. Harry watched Snape's expression. There are others, aren't there? You know about this. I suspected. The headmaster and I have discussed. Snape shook his head. This is not a conversation for students. I'm not a typical student. And if Voldemort's return is as inevitable as everyone seems to think, I'd rather be informed than protected. The professor studied him for a long moment. Harry could feel the weight of that gaze, the assessment, the calculation, the grudging recognition of someone encountering an unexpected variable. Your mother, Snape said finally. Lily. She was my friend, once. Before I made choices that cost me her trust. Harry didn't respond. This wasn't new information. Morticia's research had included references to the friendship between Lily Evans and Severus Snape, and its eventual collapse. She would have hated what you've become, Snape continued. The darkness, the manipulation, the willingness to let evil persist for strategic advantage. She believed in fighting dark magic, not accommodating it. She also died fighting it. Harry kept his voice level. I intend to be more effective. By becoming what she opposed. By being what's necessary. Harry stood. My mother, my birth mother, made choices that protected me at the cost of her life. I honor that sacrifice by surviving. By winning. By making sure that the man who murdered her can never hurt anyone again. Noble words. But the path you're walking is my path. Not hers. Not yours. Not Dumbledore's. Harry moved toward the dormitory stairs. I appreciate the concern, Professor. Truly. But I know what I'm doing. Do you? Snape's voice followed him. The Addams family has survived for centuries by staying out of conflicts, by maintaining neutrality while others fought and died. Is that what you intend? To watch from the shadows while the Dark Lord rises again. Harry paused at the stairs. No, he said quietly. I intend to destroy him. Completely, permanently, in a way that no one else has managed. But I'll do it on my terms, when I'm ready, not because someone else decided it was time. He climbed the stairs, leaving Snape alone with the shadows and the green light filtering through the lake. The week that followed was busy. Classes continued their regular rhythm, but Harry's attention was divided. He attended lectures, completed assignments, and maintained his performance, but his real focus was on other matters. Hermione reported success with her meditation exercises. She'd managed the full hour of darkness on her second attempt, after failing the first at 37 minutes. Harry praised her briefly and assigned more challenging work, visualization exercises designed to build the mental architecture needed for advanced magic. Draco's training progressed more slowly. The shadow sight exercises were difficult for someone raised on wand magic, and Draco's frustration grew with each failed attempt. But Harry could see the potential beneath the struggle. Draco had genuine talent, just buried under years of conditioning. Neville's work was the most rewarding. Harry met with him every other day, teaching basic centering techniques and watching as the boy's confidence gradually began to rebuild. The first breakthrough came on Wednesday afternoon, when Neville managed to levitate a feather without his wand. I did it. Neville stared at the floating feather with something like wonder. I actually did it. Your magic was never the problem, Harry reminded him. Your belief was. Now that you're starting to trust yourself, the power can flow freely. But wandless magic, that's supposed to be advanced, categories are for people who don't understand that magic is fundamentally about will and intention. Harry let the feather drift back to the table. You've always had this ability. You were simply convinced you didn't. Neville looked at him with an expression that was equal parts gratitude and determination. What else can I learn? Everything. Eventually. Harry smiled slightly. For now, practice this. Levitation without a wand, using only your intention. Once you've mastered small objects, we'll move to larger ones. Then to movement instead of just lifting. Then to multiple objects simultaneously. That sounds like a lot. It is. But you have time. Harry stood, gathering his things. I'll see you Friday. Keep practicing. Thursday brought an unexpected confrontation. Harry was leaving the library after a session with Hermione when he found his path blocked by 3 older Slytherins, 5th or 6th years, from their size, with the particular arrogance of purebloods who'd never been challenged. Potter Addams. The leader was tall and dark-haired, with the kind of face that suggested he'd peaked early and was bitter about the decline. We've been wanting to talk to you. Have you? Harry stopped walking, his posture relaxed but ready. I don't believe we've been introduced. Marcus Flint. Slytherin Quidditch captain. Flint gestured at his companions. These are Montague and Warrington. We've been watching you, first year. Seeing what all the fuss is about. And what have you concluded? That you're getting too much attention. Flint stepped closer. The Prophet articles. The rumors about shadowwalking and dark magic. The way Snape looks at you in class. You've been here less than a month and you're already acting like you run the house. I don't run the house. I simply don't pretend to be less than I am. That's the problem. Flint's hand moved toward his wand. You need to learn your place. First years respect their elders in Slytherin. They don't throw around power they can't back up. Harry assessed the situation in a heartbeat. 3 opponents, all older and presumably more magically experienced in conventional terms. The corridor was empty, chosen deliberately, no doubt, and the nearest occupied space was the library he'd just left. You want to duel me, Harry said. 3 against 1. We want to teach you a lesson. How we do it is up to you. Harry considered his options. He could walk away. The smart move, probably, avoid conflict, report to Snape, let authority handle the situation. But that would establish him as someone who backed down from confrontation. In Slytherin, reputation mattered. He could escalate to violence. Shadowwalk behind them, strike from darkness, demonstrate capabilities that would terrify them into submission. But that risked serious injury, investigation, potentially exposure of abilities he'd rather keep hidden. Or he could do something more elegant. Very well, Harry said. But I have a counter-proposal. Flint's eyes narrowed. What proposal? A formal duel. 1-on-1. You and me, in a location of your choosing, with witnesses to ensure fair play. Harry smiled. If I win, you and your friends leave me alone for the rest of the year. If you win, I'll submit to whatever lesson you think I need to learn. Formal duel. Flint looked uncertain for the first time. We don't do formal duels. Then perhaps you're not as confident in your abilities as you pretend. Harry's voice carried just enough mockery to sting. 3 6th years, afraid to face a first-year 1-on-1. The house will be very interested to hear about this. Flint's face flushed. I'm not afraid of you, Potter Addams. Prove it. Tonight. The abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, the one near the charms corridor. Midnight. Harry stepped past them, not waiting for a response. Bring your friends as witnesses. I'll bring mine. And we'll settle this properly. He walked away without looking back. Behind him, he heard Flint conferring with his companions, their voices too low to make out but their tones suggesting a mixture of anger and unease. Good. Let them wonder what they'd gotten themselves into. Harry had until midnight to prepare. The preparations were straightforward. First, Harry sent notes to Draco and Hermione, explaining the situation and requesting their presence as witnesses. Both agreed immediately, Draco out of loyalty to their growing alliance, Hermione out of concern for Harry's safety. "You can't seriously be planning to duel a sixth year," she said when they met in an empty classroom to discuss strategy. "He's had 5 more years of training than you." "He's had 5 more years of Hogwarts training," Harry corrected. "I've had 7 years of Addams training. They're not the same thing. But in a formal duel, there are rules. Restrictions. Neither participant can use lethal force or permanently damaging magic." Harry began laying out his equipment on a nearby desk. "Flint is expecting to overpower me with standard curses and hexes. He doesn't know what I can do." "What can you do?" Draco asked. "I've seen the shadow walking, but you've never demonstrated combat abilities." "That's because I haven't needed to." Harry selected a small vial from his collection, pale liquid, faintly luminescent. "This is essence of nightshade, properly prepared. A single drop on the skin causes temporary paralysis. It's not classified as a potion, so it won't violate duel rules, but it's equally effective." Hermione stared at the vial. "You're going to poison him?" "I'm going to incapacitate him." "There's a difference." Harry pocketed the vial. "The paralysis wears off in 15 minutes, leaving no lasting effects. It's considerably gentler than the stunner he's probably planning to hit me with. This feels like cheating." "It's strategy." Flint set the terms of engagement, he chose a confrontation, he established stakes, he agreed to a duel. "How I win that duel is my decision." Harry met her eyes. "You asked me to teach you what my family knows. This is part of it. We don't fight fair. We fight to win." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Teach me," she said. "About poisons. About strategy. About all of it." "I will. After tonight." The abandoned classroom was dusty and dark, lit only by wand light from the half-dozen students who'd gathered to witness the duel. Flint's supporters, Montague, Warrington, and 2 others Harry didn't recognize, clustered on one side. Harry's witnesses, Draco, Hermione, and Blaise Zabini, who'd heard about the confrontation and expressed interest in observing, stood on the other. Flint was already present when Harry arrived, his wand in hand, his expression a mixture of anticipation and lingering uncertainty. "You actually showed up," he said. "I said I would." Harry walked to the designated dueling area, a clear space in the center of the room, marked with chalk lines someone had drawn earlier. "Are we following standard dueling protocol?" "Standard protocol. Bow, 10 paces, wands only, first to disable wins." Flint's eyes narrowed. "No weird magic. No shadowwalking." "The prohibition on shadowwalking wasn't specified in our agreement." "I'm specifying it now." Harry considered arguing, then decided against it. Winning without his most obvious advantage would be more impressive anyway. "Very well. No shadowwalking. Shall we begin?" They faced each other across the chalk lines. Flint was nearly a head taller, his build suggesting regular Quidditch training, his stance that of someone who'd participated in duels before. Harry bowed, shallow, just enough to satisfy protocol. Flint returned the gesture with equal brevity. 10 paces. Turn. Face. Begin, Montague announced, his voice eager. Flint's wand came up immediately. Stupefy. Harry was already moving. The red light passed through the space he'd just occupied and splashed harmlessly against the far wall. He didn't counterattack, not yet. He wanted Flint to expend energy, to grow frustrated, to make mistakes. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. 3 spells in rapid succession, each aimed where Harry had been a moment before. Harry dodged smoothly, his movements economical, giving ground without appearing to retreat. Stand still and fight. Flint snarled. Fighting doesn't require standing still. Harry let his voice carry a hint of amusement. Perhaps you're simply too slow to hit a moving target. Flint's face contorted with rage. Bombarda. The explosion curse was more powerful than anything he'd thrown before, dangerous, potentially against dueling rules, certainly evidence that his control was slipping. Harry dropped low as the curse passed over his head, then used the moment to close distance. 3 quick steps, inside Flint's guard before the older boy could react. Harry's hand shot out, 2 fingers touching Flint's exposed wrist. The vial was already open, had been since before the duel began. The nightshade essence transferred through skin contact, absorbed instantly, taking effect within seconds. Flint's eyes went wide as his body stopped responding. His wand clattered to the floor. His legs buckled, and he collapsed in a heap, conscious but completely immobile. Harry stepped back, tucking the empty vial into his pocket. "I believe that's a decisive victory," he said calmly. "Unless anyone disagrees." The silence was absolute. Montague started forward, his hand reaching for his wand, but Blaise Zabini moved to intercept him. "The duel was formal," Zabini said. "Witnesses from both sides. Potter Addams won fairly." "Fairly?" "He didn't even use magic. There was no requirement that he use magic. Only that he disable his opponent." Zabini's smile was thin. "Which he did. Quite efficiently, I might add." The Flint supporters looked at their fallen leader, then at Harry, then at each other. Harry could see them calculating, was this worth escalating? Would they win a fight against a first year who'd just taken down their captain without casting a single spell? One by one, they decided it wasn't worth the risk. "This isn't over," Montague said, but there was no conviction in his voice. "You'll pay for this, Potter Addams. I look forward to your attempt." Harry turned to his witnesses. "I believe our business here is concluded. Draco, Hermione, shall we go?" They left Flint lying on the floor, his supporters gathered around him uncertainly. The paralysis would wear off soon enough, and he'd face the humiliation of explaining to the house how a first year had beaten him without magic. The walk back to the common room was quiet. "That was..." Draco searched for words. "I don't know what that was." "You didn't cast anything. You just touched him." "Poison," Harry said simply. "Applied through skin contact. It's a technique my grandmother developed decades ago." "Is that..." Hermione hesitated. "Is that ethical? Using poison in a duel?" "The alternative was letting 3 older students beat me in an empty corridor. Or using abilities that would have caused more permanent damage." Harry glanced at her. "I chose the option that minimized harm while achieving my objective. If that seems unethical to you, I'd be interested in hearing your alternative." She didn't have one. The aftermath of the duel rippled through Slytherin House over the following days. Flint recovered fully, the nightshade essence left no lasting effects, as promised, but his reputation never did. The story of his defeat spread rapidly, gaining embellishments with each retelling. By Monday, most of the school knew that Harry Potter Addams had beaten a 6th year using ancient Addams family techniques, though the details varied wildly depending on who was telling the story. More importantly, the message was received: Harry was not someone to challenge lightly. The older students who might have tried similar intimidation tactics reconsidered. The first years who'd been uncertain about him became more openly friendly. Even Snape seemed to regard him with something approaching respect, though the professor's natural hostility made it difficult to tell. "You've established dominance," Draco observed during one of their training sessions. "The way my father talks about establishing influence, you did it in one night. Dominance is temporary. Respect is more useful." Harry guided Draco through another shadowsight exercise. "The real value of the duel isn't that people fear me now. It's that they know I won't be pushed around, so they'll choose cooperation instead of confrontation. Is that why you didn't hurt Flint permanently? To leave room for future cooperation? Partly. Also because permanent harm would have triggered investigations, and I'd rather not have the Aurors questioning my methods. Harry adjusted Draco's posture. Focus. You're too tense. The shadows won't come to someone who's fighting them. The training continued. Saturday brought another meeting with Hermione and Neville, this time in an unused classroom that Harry had warded against eavesdropping. Progress reports, Harry announced, settling into a chair. Neville, you first. I can levitate objects up to about a pound now. Neville's voice carried quiet pride. Books, quills, small rocks. I'm working on movement, making them go where I want, not just up and down. Good. The precision will come with practice. Hermione. The meditation is getting easier. I can hold stillness for the full hour without my mind wandering now. She hesitated. I've also been feeling something. When I'm in the dark, deeply focused. Like there's a pressure around me, wanting to push in. That's the shadow space. You're beginning to sense it. Harry leaned forward. Don't try to push into it yet. Just acknowledge the sensation and let it be. We'll work on actual entry when your foundation is stronger. When will that be? A few more weeks. Maybe a month. Harry considered her carefully. You're progressing faster than I expected. Your discipline is exceptional. I've always been good at studying. This isn't studying. This is something deeper, a willingness to sit with discomfort, to face darkness without running. Many people can't do that, regardless of their intelligence. Hermione flushed slightly at the praise. What about you? Neville asked. You keep teaching us, but we don't know what you're working on. Several things. Harry considered how much to share. I'm researching methods of soul magic. I'm monitoring a threat within the castle that requires careful handling. And I'm preparing for events that I believe will occur before the year ends. What events? I'd rather not speculate until I have more information. Harry stood. For now, continue your exercises. Both of you are making excellent progress. We'll meet again next Saturday, same time, same place. The walk back to the dungeons took Harry past the hospital wing, where a commotion drew his attention. Several students were gathered outside the doors, whispering among themselves. Harry caught fragments of conversation, petrified, message on the wall, the air. He pushed through the crowd and found Hermione already there, her face pale. What happened? Mrs. Norris. Her voice was strained. Filch's cat. Someone petrified her. And there was writing on the wall, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry's mind raced. The Chamber of Secrets. He knew the legend, Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber, said to contain a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns. It was supposed to be a myth, a story invented by Slytherin purists to justify their prejudices. But myths often had foundations in truth. Where's the writing? Second floor. Near the girls' bathroom. Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, this is serious. If someone's really opened the chamber, then we need to find out who and how. Harry started walking. Show me. The second-floor corridor was cordoned off, professors clustering around a section of wall that gleamed with wet red letters. Harry studied the message from a distance, noting the crude lettering, the particular shade of crimson, the way the paint, or whatever it was, seemed to catch the light. Blood, he realized. Someone wrote that in blood. Everyone, back to your dormitories, McGonagall was announcing. This area is off-limits until further notice. Anyone found here without authorization will face severe consequences. Harry memorized what he could see and allowed himself to be ushered away with the other students. The Chamber of Secrets. The air. A threat that targeted Muggleborns, which meant Hermione was potentially in danger. Another piece of the puzzle, Harry thought. Another complication. He needed more information. He needed to understand what was happening, who was responsible, and how it connected to the other threats already in motion. The year was only half begun, and the darkness was gathering faster than he'd anticipated. That night, Harry descended into the shadow space. Not physically, he remained in his bed in the Slytherin dormitory, but his consciousness extended into the darkness, sensing the castle's hidden currents. The shadow space was active tonight, agitated by something that had disturbed the ancient equilibrium. The chamber, Harry thought, projecting the intention into the dark. Show me what you know. Images came, fragmented, ancient, difficult to interpret. A snake, enormous, scaled, with eyes that could kill. A passage hidden in plain sight. A boy with Tom Riddle's face, speaking in the serpent's tongue. The chamber was real. The monster was real. And somehow, impossibly, Voldemort was connected to its opening. But he's trapped in Quirrel, Harry thought. He couldn't be operating independently. Unless the connection wasn't direct. Unless there was something else, another Horcrux, perhaps, one that could act on its own, that could influence someone susceptible. Another piece of his soul. Here, in the school. Different from the diadem. Harry withdrew from the shadow space, his mind racing. The situation was more complicated than he'd realized. There wasn't just one threat, there were multiple, interconnected, all pointing back to the same source. Voldemort's fragmented soul, scattered across objects, each piece capable of independent action. He needed to find the new Horcrux. He needed to understand how it was opening the chamber. And he needed to stop it before more people were hurt. But first, he needed allies who could actually help. Sunday morning, Harry wrote 2 letters. The first went to Morticia, explaining the new development and requesting any information the family library contained about the Chamber of Secrets or Salazar Slytherin's monster. The second was more delicate. Professor Dumbledore, he wrote, I have information that may be relevant to the current situation. The Chamber of Secrets is real, and its opening is connected to a force that neither of us can afford to ignore. I request a meeting at your earliest convenience. Harry Potter Addams. He sent Cerberus with both letters, then went to breakfast. The great hall was subdued, students clustered in tight groups, conversations held in whispers. The staff table showed similar tension, Dumbledore's twinkle was absent, replaced by something harder and more focused. Harry ate quickly and intercepted Hermione before she could retreat to the library. We need to talk. Privately. She nodded without argument, following him to an empty classroom. The Chamber of Secrets, she said before he could speak. I've been researching all morning. The legend says Slytherin built a hidden chamber before he left Hogwarts, containing some kind of monster that only his true heir could control. It was supposedly opened 50 years ago, a student was killed, but they never found the chamber itself. Do you know who was accused of opening it? Someone named Rubius Hagrid, actually. He was expelled, had his wand snapped. But the attack stopped after a different student was blamed, and most people assumed the real culprit was never caught. Hagrid. The giant man who delivered Harry's letter, who'd been so confused by the Addams family. Harry couldn't imagine him opening any chamber, let alone controlling a monster. The student who was blamed, Harry said. Do you have a name? Tom Riddle, I think. He received an award for special services to the school. Hermione's eyes widened as the name registered. Wait. Riddle. Isn't that Voldemort's real name? Yes. Harry's voice was flat. The Dark Lord opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, and he was rewarded for it. The person who actually discovered the truth, Hagrid, was punished instead. But that means... Hermione's face went pale. If the chamber is opening again, and Riddle was responsible before, then either Riddle is doing it again, or someone connected to him is. Harry began pacing. There are complications. Things I know that I haven't shared yet. About how Voldemort survived, about pieces of himself he left behind. Pieces? Harry considered how much to reveal. Hermione was brilliant, trustworthy, and already neck-deep in dangers she didn't fully understand. She deserved to know what they were facing. Horcruxes, he said finally. Objects containing fragments of his soul. He created them through murder and dark ritual, and they anchor him to existence. As long as even one Horcrux survives, Voldemort can't truly die. Hermione's face went through several expressions: horror, fascination, calculation. That's why the killing curse rebounded, she said slowly. His soul was already fractured. The piece in his body was destroyed, but the others survived. Waited. And now one of them might be responsible for the chamber opening. But how would a Horcrux open the chamber? They're just objects, aren't they? They contain fragments of consciousness. They can think, influence, perhaps even possess. Harry stopped pacing. There's a Horcrux hidden in the castle, I found it weeks ago, in the room of hidden things. It's Ravenclaw's lost diadem, and it carries a piece of Voldemort's soul. But I don't think it's responsible for the chamber. Why not? Because it's hidden. It hasn't moved in 50 years. If it could open the chamber on its own, it would have done so already. So there's another one. Another Horcrux, somewhere in the school. That's my working theory. Harry met her eyes. I need your help, Hermione. Your research skills, your intelligence, your willingness to pursue answers regardless of the danger. Will you help me find it? She didn't hesitate. Yes. Of course. Where do we start? We start with the original opening 50 years ago. If Riddle was responsible then, he might have left traces, clues about how he did it, what monster he used, how the Horcrux connects to the chamber. Harry moved toward the door. The library first. Restricted section if necessary. We need everything on Salazar Slytherin, the Chamber of Secrets, and the events of 1943. The research consumed the following week. Harry and Hermione met every evening, comparing notes, building theories, discarding dead ends. Draco joined them occasionally, contributing what he knew about pureblood mythology and Slytherin traditions. Neville helped when he could, though his expertise lay elsewhere. By Friday, they had assembled a picture. The Chamber of Secrets was located somewhere beneath the school, accessible through a hidden entrance that only Parselmouths could open. The monster inside was almost certainly a basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze could kill, whose venom was universally fatal, whose very presence could petrify those who saw its reflection. The original opening in 1943 had resulted in one death, a girl named Myrtle Warren, found in a second-floor bathroom. The same bathroom where the message had been written. She's still there, Hermione said during their Friday session. As a ghost. Moaning Myrtle, the other students call her. She haunts the bathroom where she died. Then she might know something. Harry stood. I'll speak with her tonight. Speak with, Harry, she's a ghost. A traumatized ghost who witnessed her own murder. She might not be coherent. I'm a death speaker. Traumatized spirits are precisely what I'm trained to handle. The bathroom was flooded, as always. Water pooled on the tile floor, radiating from a row of sinks that seemed perpetually blocked. The stalls were empty, the mirrors cracked, the whole space carrying the particular melancholy of a place abandoned by the living. Myrtle, Harry called softly. I'd like to speak with you. Silence. Then, from the far stall, a silvery figure emerged. She was young, about Harry's age, or the age she'd been when she died. Thick glasses, a round face, the Hogwarts uniform of a previous generation. Her expression was suspicious, defensive, the look of someone who expected mockery. Come to make fun of me, she demanded. Come to throw things at Moaning Myrtle, like everyone else. No. I've come to ask about how you died. The ghost's demeanor shifted, surprise replacing suspicion, curiosity overriding defensiveness. You want to know about that? No one's asked about that in years. I'm asking now. Harry approached carefully, keeping his posture non-threatening. I'm a death speaker, Myrtle. I can sense the pain you carry. I'd like to help, if I can. Help? Her laugh was bitter. How can anyone help? I've been dead for 50 years. Stuck in this bathroom forever because I died here. What help could possibly matter now? Understanding might matter. Justice might matter. Harry stopped a few feet away. Tell me what happened. Tell me what you saw. And I'll make sure that whoever did this to you pays for it. Myrtle floated closer, her ghostly eyes searching his face. You're different, she said finally. You actually mean it. You're not just saying nice things to get what you want. I'm not. I want information, yes, but I also want to help you. Both things can be true. A long pause. Then she began to speak. I was crying. In this stall. Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and I came here to be alone. Her voice grew distant, remembering. I heard someone come in. A boy, I heard his voice, speaking in some strange language. Hissing, almost. Like a snake. Parseltongue. I suppose. I didn't know what it was called. I just knew it was odd. Myrtle's form flickered. I was going to come out and tell him to go away, this was the girls' bathroom, after all, but then I saw the eyes. Eyes? Great, big, yellow eyes. Over there. She pointed at the row of sinks. Something was coming out of the pipes. Something huge. I looked at it, and then I died. The sinks. An entrance through the plumbing system. Large enough for a basilisk to pass through. Harry examined the indicated area more closely. The sinks were arranged in a circle around a central column. And on one of the taps, he noticed, there was a small engraving, a serpent. Thank you, Myrtle. This helps enormously. Will you really make them pay? Whoever did this? I will. Harry met her eyes. The boy who opened the passage, his name was Tom Riddle. He became a dark wizard, the worst in living memory. But he made mistakes, left pieces of himself behind. I'm going to destroy those pieces, one by one, until nothing remains. Myrtle's face showed something like hope. Good, she whispered. Good. Harry returned to the common room with a plan forming. The entrance to the chamber was in the second-floor bathroom, specifically, in the sink with the serpent engraving. To open it required Parseltongue, which Harry possessed. The monster inside was a basilisk, which could be killed if properly prepared. But first, he needed to find the other Horcrux, the one that was somehow controlling events, opening the chamber, setting the monster loose. Without neutralizing that threat, killing the basilisk would only be a temporary solution. He pulled out parchment and began making notes. Horcrux characteristics: portable, concealable, likely to appear innocuous. Must be something that changed hands recently, the chamber wasn't being opened before this year, so whatever's controlling it must have arrived recently. New students or staff. New arrivals carrying unknown objects. Ginny Weasley, first year, seems distracted, often alone. Bears watching. Quirrel, already possessed by Voldemort's main fragment. Unlikely to be carrying a separate Horcrux. Unknown factors, who else might have received something connected to Riddle? The puzzle was incomplete. Harry needed more pieces before he could see the whole picture. But he was getting closer. The weekend brought Dumbledore's response to his letter. Mr. Potter Addams, I would be pleased to meet with you to discuss the matters you've raised. Please come to my office at 7 o'clock on Sunday evening. Albus Dumbledore. Harry arrived precisely on time, having prepared carefully for the conversation. The headmaster's office was as cluttered as before, but the atmosphere felt different, more serious, more focused. "Thank you for seeing me," Harry said, taking the offered seat. "Thank you for reaching out." Dumbledore's expression was tired but alert. "You mentioned having information about the Chamber of Secrets. I'm very interested to hear it. I've identified the entrance. It's in the second-floor bathroom, the one haunted by Myrtle Warren. There's a serpent engraving on one of the sinks that responds to Parseltongue." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You've been thorough. I've been motivated. A basilisk is a serious threat, and someone, or something, is controlling it." Harry leaned forward. "You know about Horcruxes, Headmaster. I know you do. Voldemort made them, and one of them is in this school, opening the chamber." The silence stretched. "You've deduced a great deal," Dumbledore said finally. "More than I expected from someone your age. My family has resources. And I've learned to follow connections." Harry held the old man's gaze. "The question is, do you know where the Horcrux is? Or do we need to find it together?" "I have suspicions." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "There was an incident, some months ago. An object was introduced into the school without my knowledge. I've been trying to trace it, but the trail has been elusive." "What kind of object?" "A diary. Tom Riddle's diary, from his school years. It was among his possessions when he left Hogwarts, and it subsequently passed through several hands before coming to its current owner." "Who owns it now?" "That's what I'm trying to determine." Dumbledore sighed. "The diary is dangerous. It contains a significant portion of his soul, preserved from his youth. Whoever possesses it is likely being influenced, manipulated into opening the chamber without understanding what they're doing. A diary. Portable, innocuous, exactly the kind of object a student might carry without drawing attention. Ginny Weasley, Harry thought. Distracted. Often alone. Writing in something during meals. "I think I know who has it," he said. "They found her in Gryffindor Tower." McGonagall accompanied them. This required delicacy, and the Gryffindor head of house had authority that Harry lacked. The common room was crowded with students, but Ginny Weasley sat alone in a corner, a small black book open on her lap. "Miss Weasley," McGonagall said, her voice gentle. "We need to speak with you." The girl looked up, and Harry saw it immediately, the glassiness in her eyes, the pallor of her skin, the way her hands clutched the diary like something precious. She'd been possessed for months, slowly drained, used as a puppet by the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. "Professor?" Ginny's voice was small, confused. "What's wrong?" "The diary, Miss Weasley." Dumbledore stepped forward. "May I see it?" Ginny's grip tightened. "It's mine. Tom gave it to me. He's my friend. Tom Riddle is no one's friend." Harry moved closer, his Death Speaker's senses reaching out to assess the diary's influence. "He's using you, Ginny. Draining your life force to strengthen himself. If you don't let go of that book, you'll die." "No. Tom loves me. He understands me." Tears were streaming down her face now, the conflict between the possession and her own will tearing at her psyche. "He's the only one who listens." Harry reached out and touched her hand. The connection was immediate and intense. Through the physical contact, Harry could sense the Horcrux's presence, a coiling darkness wrapped around Ginny's soul, feeding on her essence, growing stronger with every passing day. It was aware of him, too. It recognized what he was, and it recoiled from his touch. "Potter," Tom Riddle's voice echoed through the link. "I know you. I know what your family made you." "Then you know I can destroy you," Harry responded. "Let the girl go." "Why would I do that? She's almost drained. Once she dies, I'll be strong enough to manifest fully. A new body, a new life, everything I've worked for. You'll never get the chance." Harry pushed power through the connection, not attacking, not yet, but establishing dominance. The Addams training had prepared him for exactly this kind of confrontation, spirit against spirit, will against will. The diary screamed. Ginny collapsed, the book falling from her nerveless fingers. Harry caught her before she could hit the floor, laying her gently on a nearby couch while Dumbledore seized the diary. "It's still active," the headmaster warned. "Still trying to influence, I know." Harry rose, facing the book in Dumbledore's hands. "I need to destroy it. Now, while it's weakened." "How?" "Fiend fire would destroy the tower. Basilisk venom might work, but I have another method." Harry extended his hand. "Give it to me." Dumbledore hesitated only a moment before complying. The diary's presence filled Harry's mind the moment he touched it, Riddle's consciousness, damaged by their brief confrontation but still fighting. It tried to infiltrate, to find weaknesses, to seize control the way it had seized Ginny. It found none. Harry's mind was a fortress, built over years of training, reinforced by techniques that predated Riddle's birth. The Horcrux battered against his defenses and achieved nothing. "You can't win," Harry told the fragment. "You're just a piece of a man who's already dying. Everything you are, your memories, your ambitions, your pathetic dreams of immortality, ends here." He reached into the diary's essence and pulled. The scream was psychic, not physical, but everyone in the room heard it. Riddle's soul fragment was torn from its anchor, extracted by force, left hovering in the space between the diary and Harry's consciousness. For a moment, Harry could see it, a twisted thing, barely human, writhing in agony. Then he released it into the shadow space. The shadow entities were waiting. They had sensed the confrontation, tasted the dark energy being released, and come to investigate. When Riddle's fragment appeared among them, vulnerable, disconnected, no longer protected by its physical anchor, they fell upon it with hungry enthusiasm. The fragment lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Then it was gone, consumed, erased from existence more completely than any physical destruction could have achieved. Harry dropped the diary. It was just a book now, leather and paper, the malevolent presence purged entirely. "It's done," he said. Dumbledore stared at him. "What did you do?" "I gave him to the darkness." Harry's voice was steady, but he was trembling slightly, the effort had cost him more than he'd expected. The things that live in the shadow space are always hungry. They were happy to have a meal. That's... I've never seen anything like that. You wouldn't have. It's not the kind of magic Hogwarts teaches. Harry looked at Ginny, who was beginning to stir. "She'll need care. The possession damaged her, psychologically, magically. She'll recover, but it will take time." McGonagall was already kneeling beside the girl, her face a mixture of concern and barely suppressed fury. "Who gave her that diary?" she demanded. "Who brought this evil into my house?" "That," Dumbledore said quietly, "is an excellent question. And one I intend to answer." The aftermath was complicated. Ginny was taken to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey began treatment for magical exhaustion and spiritual trauma. Her family was notified. Arthur and Molly Weasley arrived the next morning, their faces drawn with fear and relief. The basilisk remained a problem. Harry's information about the chamber entrance had been shared with Dumbledore, who was making plans to deal with the monster. It couldn't be left alive, too dangerous, too unpredictable, but the logistics of killing a creature that could kill with a glance required careful planning. Harry stayed out of those discussions. He'd done enough for now, and he needed to recover from the exertion of destroying the diary's Horcrux. In the quiet of his dormitory, he wrote to his family. 2 Horcruxes accounted for. 1 found, left in place. 1 destroyed through shadow feeding. The fragment that possessed Quirrel remains, and there may be others. The Chamber of Secrets is real. The entrance is located. The monster is a basilisk. I'll let Dumbledore handle its destruction, it's his school, his responsibility. I'm tired but unharmed. The diary's fragment fought hard, but my training held. Your son, Harry. He sealed the letter and lay back on his bed, staring at the underwater ceiling. 2 Horcruxes. How many more were there? The Addams library contained references suggesting that creating too many Horcruxes destabilized the creator's sanity. 7 was traditionally considered the maximum, 7 being a powerfully magical number. If Riddle had created 7, the diary was destroyed. The diadem was located but intact. That left 5 more, assuming the maximum. 5 more pieces of his soul, Harry thought. 5 more obstacles between Voldemort and true death. The work wasn't finished. It was barely begun. But for now, he could rest. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new dangers. Tonight, he'd earned a few hours of peace. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, What Walks in Darkness. The basilisk died on a Tuesday. Harry wasn't present for its destruction. Dumbledore had assembled a team of specialists, including a professional monster hunter from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and 2 unspeakables whose names were never mentioned. They descended into the chamber at dawn, armed with roosters, whose cry was fatal to basilisks, enchanted mirrors, and enough firepower to level a small building. The battle lasted 47 minutes. 1 unspeakable lost an arm to the serpent's fangs before they managed to force it into the path of a rooster's crow. The body was recovered, the venom harvested for research purposes, and the chamber sealed with wards that would take a Parselmouth of exceptional power to breach. Harry learned all this from the Daily Prophet, which ran the story on Wednesday with the headline, Chamber of Secrets Defeated, Monster Slain, Student Safe. They're not mentioning you, Draco observed at breakfast, scanning the article. Nothing about how you found the entrance or destroyed the diary. I asked Dumbledore to keep my involvement quiet. Harry buttered his toast. The Ministry is already suspicious of my family. If they knew I'd destroyed a Horcrux through shadow feeding, their term for it would be considerably less flattering. They'd have Aurors at our door by nightfall. But you saved the school. You should get credit. Credit is less useful than discretion. Harry glanced toward the staff table, where Dumbledore was accepting congratulations from visiting ministry officials. Besides, the headmaster needs the victory. His position has been unstable since the attack started. Letting him claim the win strengthens his authority and keeps attention away from me. Draco shook his head slowly. You're always thinking 3 moves ahead, aren't you? 4 or 5, usually. 3 is for beginners. The Morning Post arrived in a flutter of wings. Cerberus descended with a thick envelope bearing the Addams family seal, and Harry opened it with careful attention. Morticia's response to his recent letters was comprehensive. She'd researched Horcruxes extensively, pulling from texts that predated the Ministry's founding, and her conclusions were disturbing. The number 7 is significant, she wrote. Tom Riddle would have known this. It's the most powerfully magical number, the foundation of countless rituals. If he intended to create the maximum stable number of Horcruxes, he would have aimed for 6 pieces of his soul contained in objects, plus the fragment remaining in his body. 7 total. You've accounted for 2, the diary, destroyed, and the diadem, located. The fragment in Quirrel represents his main consciousness, not a true Horcrux. That leaves 4 objects unaccounted for. I've compiled a list of items that would appeal to someone of Riddle's psychology, objects with historical significance, connection to the founders, or personal meaning. The most likely candidates are, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, last known in possession of Hepzibah Smith, deceased under suspicious circumstances, Salazar Slytherin's locket, also connected to Smith's collection, a family heirloom from Riddle's maternal line. The Gaunts were descendants of Slytherin, something connected to Hogwarts itself, given his obsession with the school. I've also enclosed protective charms and extraction techniques that may prove useful. Be careful, my darling. The more Horcruxes you destroy, the more desperate the remaining fragments will become. Harry memorized the information and burned the letter. For more Horcruxes. For more pieces of Voldemort's soul, hidden somewhere in the world, waiting to be found and destroyed. The task felt less impossible now that he had a framework. Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, something from the Gaunts, something else connected to Hogwarts. Research could narrow the possibilities. Patience could reveal locations. And in the meantime, there was still Quirrel to deal with. The defense professor had grown more erratic since the chamber's closure. Harry watched him during classes, noting the deterioration, longer pauses mid-sentence, moments when a different voice seemed to emerge before being hastily suppressed, an increasing smell of decay that no amount of garlic could mask. Quirrel's body was failing under the strain of possession, and Voldemort was running out of time. Whatever the Dark Lord had been planning, the third-floor corridor, the protections, whatever Dumbledore was guarding, he would need to act soon or lose his host entirely. Harry made preparations accordingly. The room of requirement became his workshop. He spent hours there, practicing combat techniques that Hogwarts didn't teach, preparing poisons and countermeasures, running scenarios in his mind. When Voldemort made his move, Harry intended to be ready. Hermione joined him when she could, her own training progressing rapidly. She'd achieved shadow sense now, the ability to perceive the darkness as a tangible space, and was working toward actual shadow walking. Her determination impressed him. "You're pushing too hard," he told her one evening, watching her emerge from a meditation trance with blood trickling from her nose. "The shadow space doesn't respond to force." "I'm fine." She wiped the blood away impatiently. "I almost had it that time. I could feel the entry point, and you tried to force your way through instead of letting it open for you. That's why you're bleeding." Harry handed her a cloth. "The technique requires surrender, not aggression. You have to trust the darkness to carry you. Trusting darkness isn't easy for someone raised on stories about good and evil. Those stories are oversimplified. Darkness isn't evil any more than light is good, they're forces, tools, environments. The entities that live in the shadow space aren't malevolent by nature. They're simply different." Harry sat beside her. "When I first learned to shadow walk, I was terrified. My sister Wednesday had to talk me through it for weeks before I managed the first crossing." "Wednesday?" Hermione looked curious. "You've mentioned her before. What's she like?" "Brilliant. Terrifying. The most dangerous person I know." Harry smiled slightly. "We're close in the way that only siblings can be, we've shared everything, trained together, supported each other through difficulties that would have broken most people. She's at Beauxbatons now, but we write constantly. It sounds nice. Having someone like that." "It is. It's also challenging. Wednesday doesn't accept excuses or half-measures. She holds me to standards that sometimes feel impossible." He paused. "You remind me of her, actually. The intensity. The refusal to settle for less than mastery." Hermione flushed slightly at the comparison. "I'm not sure I'm that intense. You sat in darkness for an hour on your first attempt at meditation. You've spent every free moment studying magic that most adults consider mythological. You've pursued shadow sense despite the pain and difficulty because you believe it's worth achieving." Harry met her eyes. "That's intensity, Hermione. Own it." She didn't respond immediately, but something in her expression shifted, a settling, perhaps, an acceptance of who she was becoming. "Teach me more," she said finally. "Whatever you're willing to share." "Always." November faded into December, and Hogwarts transformed for the holidays. Snow blanketed the grounds, enchanted icicles hung from towers, and the great hall sported 12 massive Christmas trees that Professor Flitwick decorated with live fairies and golden ornaments. The festive atmosphere did little to ease the underlying tension. Students still whispered about the chamber, parents still wrote worried letters, and the Daily Prophet continued running stories about security concerns at the school. Harry observed it all with detached interest. The surface normalcy masked deeper currents that only he and a few others could perceive: Quirrel's continuing deterioration, Dumbledore's watchful attention, the subtle wrongness that still emanated from the third-floor corridor. Most students were heading home for the holidays. Harry had considered joining them. Spending Christmas at the manor would be welcome after months of institutional living, but something told him to stay. Events were building toward a climax, and he wanted to be present when they peaked. "You're staying for Christmas?" Draco asked when Harry announced his decision. "I thought you'd want to see your family." "I do. But I'll see them over summer. Right now, there are matters here that require attention. Quirrel. Among other things." Harry didn't elaborate further. Draco's training was progressing, but he wasn't ready to be involved in direct confrontation with Voldemort. The last week of term passed quickly. Classes wound down, exams were administered, and students departed in waves until only a handful remained. The Slytherin dungeons felt empty with just Harry and one seventh-year prefect in residence. The Great Hall's single table for remaining students seemed lost in the cavernous space. Christmas morning arrived cold and bright. Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed, packages from the manor, mostly, though there were a few from schoolmates. He opened them methodically: new potions ingredients from Morticia, a rare text on shadow manipulation from Gomez, a small knife from Wednesday, with a note, "For emergencies. Keep it sharp," chocolates from Hermione, a chess set from Draco. The last package was unexpected. It was wrapped in simple brown paper, with no note or identification. Harry examined it carefully, checking for curses or traps, before opening it to reveal silver fabric that flowed like water. His father's invisibility cloak. The cloak he'd seen in the Potter vault, the one he'd decided wasn't time to claim yet. Someone had retrieved it and sent it to him. Harry turned the fabric over in his hands, feeling its quality. True invisibility cloaks were vanishingly rare, most were charm-based imitations that faded over time. This one was different. It practically hummed with power, ancient and enduring, the kind of artifact that accumulated legend. "Use it well," a note at the bottom of the box read. No signature, but Harry recognized the handwriting. Dumbledore. The headmaster had given him a tool, a powerful one, with implications that extended beyond simple invisibility. Harry wondered what game the old man was playing. Building trust? Testing intentions? Or simply returning something that had always belonged to the Potter line? Perhaps all three. Harry folded the cloak and secured it in his trunk. Another resource, another advantage. He'd find uses for it soon enough. The castle was nearly silent on Christmas night. Harry walked the corridors under the cloak, testing its properties, learning how it moved and responded. The invisibility was perfect, even ghosts passed by without noticing him, and Filch's cat walked directly through a corridor Harry was occupying without so much as a twitch of her whiskers. His wandering brought him eventually to the third-floor corridor. The wards were strong but not impassable. Harry studied them from beneath his cloak, cataloging the layers, age-line restrictions, easily bypassed, alarm charms, temporarily disabled with a whisper of intention, and deeper protections that would require more effort. He didn't attempt entry. Not yet. But he memorized everything he observed for future reference. The corridor wasn't his destination anyway. He continued upward, toward the highest tower, where an observation deck overlooked the frozen grounds. The night sky blazed with stars undimmed by light pollution, and the cold was sharp enough to sting exposed skin. Harry removed the cloak and stood at the parapet, breathing frost clouds into the darkness. Beautiful, isn't it? He didn't turn. He'd felt Dumbledore's approach through the shadow sense, the old wizard's magical signature like a bonfire in the quiet night. It is. Though I suspect you didn't come here to discuss the view. Dumbledore moved to stand beside him, his robes trailing through the thin layer of snow. No. I came to give you something, and to ask something in return. The cloak was generous. Thank you. It was yours by right. I was merely the custodian. Dumbledore gazed out at the stars. I knew your father, Harry. James was brilliant, reckless, fiercely loyal to his friends. He trusted me with that cloak because he believed I would protect it, and you, if anything happened to him. You failed the second part. I did. No defensiveness, just acknowledgement. I made assumptions that proved incorrect. I placed you with family who should have protected you and instead abandoned you. The guilt of that decision has stayed with me for 11 years. Guilt is unproductive. Action is better. Indeed. Which brings me to my request. Dumbledore turned to face him. There's something happening in this castle. Something beyond the chamber, beyond Quirrel, beyond the obvious threats. I've felt it for months, a stirring in the foundations, an awakening of old magic. I believe you felt it too. Harry considered denying it, then decided honesty served better. Yes. Something ancient is becoming active. I've been trying to identify it, but the traces are fragmentary. The castle itself is changing. Hogwarts has always been more than mere stone and mortar. The founders built something unprecedented, a place where magic could grow and evolve over centuries. But what they built was never entirely understood, even by them. You think the castle is waking up? I think something that has been dormant for a very long time is beginning to stir. The chamber's opening may have triggered it, or it may be responding to other factors. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. I need your help, Harry. Your family's knowledge of old magic exceeds anything in the Hogwarts archives. If there's information that could explain what's happening, I can ask. But I make no promises about what they'll share. That's all I ask. Dumbledore turned back to the view. There's something else. Quirrel will make his move soon, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, but soon. He's been delaying, gathering strength, but his body can't sustain the possession much longer. I know. When he acts, I won't be able to protect everything. The Ministry has demanded my presence in London for emergency meetings, manufactured urgency, I suspect, designed to draw me away at a critical moment. The old man's voice carried frustration. I'm asking you to be ready. Not to fight, that's too dangerous for a student, but to observe, to act if the situation becomes desperate. You're asking me to be your failsafe. I'm asking you to be what you already are, someone who cares about this school and will act to protect it. Dumbledore met his eyes. I know you don't trust me entirely. I've given you reasons for that distrust. But in this moment, we share common cause. Voldemort cannot be allowed to return, and whatever is happening to Hogwarts cannot be allowed to spiral out of control. Harry considered the request. He didn't trust Dumbledore. The old man had too many secrets, too many plans, too much willingness to sacrifice pieces for larger victories. But Dumbledore was right about the shared cause. Whatever Harry thought of the headmaster's methods, stopping Voldemort served everyone's interests. I'll be ready, Harry said finally. But I make no promises about methods. If Quirrel moves and you're not here, I'll handle it my way. I would expect nothing less. Dumbledore smiled slightly, the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him. You're remarkable, you know. What you've accomplished at 11 years old would be impressive for an adult wizard. Your parents would be proud. My parents are proud. The ones who raised me. Yes. Those two. The headmaster turned to leave, then paused. Happy Christmas, Harry. Whatever happens next, remember that you're not alone. There are people here who care about your well-being, not because of prophecies or politics, but because of who you are. He disappeared into the tower stairwell, leaving Harry alone with the stars. Boxing Day brought tension and waiting. Harry felt the shift in the castle's energy as morning progressed, a tightening, like a spring being compressed. Quirrel had left the building at dawn, ostensibly for a personal errand, and hadn't returned. The wards on the third-floor corridor flickered intermittently, suggesting that someone was testing them. Tonight, Harry thought. He'll make his move tonight. He spent the day preparing. The room of requirement provided everything he needed: potions to enhance perception and reflexes, backup weapons concealed in various locations, emergency port key to the manor, technically illegal, but the Addams family had never been overly concerned with legality. He reviewed his combat techniques, ran through scenarios, and generally transformed himself from student to operative. When darkness fell, he positioned himself in a shadow near the third-floor corridor and waited. Hours passed. The castle settled into nighttime silence, interrupted only by distant creaks and the occasional ghost drifting through walls. Harry remained motionless, his breathing slow and controlled, his senses extended to their maximum range. At 11:47, Quirrel appeared. The professor looked terrible, gaunt, pale, moving with the jerky uncertainty of a puppet whose strings were being pulled by an amateur. He approached the corridor's entrance and began dismantling wards with practiced efficiency, his movements suggesting borrowed knowledge rather than natural skill. Harry watched without interfering. The wards were complex enough that even with Voldemort's guidance, Quirrel would need time to bypass them. Better to wait, to see what protections lay beyond, to gather information before acting. The entrance opened. Quirrel passed through. Harry counted 30 seconds, then followed. The corridor led to a chamber he hadn't seen on any map, a vast space filled with devil's snare that writhed hungrily in the dim light. Quirrel had already passed through, leaving a charred path where fire had cleared the vegetation. Harry shadow-walked to the far door, bypassing the obstacle entirely. The next chamber contained flying keys, hundreds of them buzzing around a high-ceilinged room like demented insects. A broomstick waited near the entrance, clearly intended for whoever needed to catch the right key. Quirrel had apparently already succeeded. The door at the far end stood open, and scattered key corpses littered the floor. The third chamber held a massive chessboard, its pieces life-sized and menacing. Several had been destroyed in what must have been a brutal game, the rest stood frozen in their final positions. Harry walked across without incident, the game was already won. A troll lay unconscious in the fourth chamber, larger than the one from Halloween, its club fallen beside it. Harry stepped over its bulk and continued. The fifth chamber was a logic puzzle, a table of potions, a riddle inscribed on a scroll. Harry read the riddle once, identified the correct solution, and drank the appropriate potion. His body felt briefly cold as the liquid's magic protected him from the final barrier, a wall of black fire that blocked the exit. He stepped through into the final chamber. Quirrel stood before a mirror. The mirror of Erist, Harry realized, the same artifact he'd glimpsed in memory fragments, the mirror that showed the viewer's deepest desire. It dominated the chamber, its frame ornate, its surface reflecting something other than the room's actual contents. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master," Quirrel was muttering, his voice carrying the particular frustration of someone repeating an unsuccessful attempt. "But how do I get it? The mirror holds it somehow, but it won't release." The stone. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry had suspected, but this confirmed it. Dumbledore had hidden Nicholas Flamel's legendary artifact in the castle, using the mirror as a final protection. The stone could grant immortality and transform lead to gold. For someone as damaged as Voldemort, it represented the only path back to a proper body. "Use the boy," said a different voice, high, cold, emerging from Quirrel's body without using his mouth. "He may see differently." Quirrel turned, and his eyes widened when he saw Harry standing in the doorway. "Potter." "How? I followed you." "Obviously." Harry stepped into the chamber, his posture relaxed but ready. The protections were impressive, but not impassable. Dumbledore underestimated what a determined student could accomplish. "You shouldn't be here." Quirrel's wand appeared in his hand. "Leave now, and I might let you live." "You won't let me live regardless of what I do." "Neither will your master." Harry nodded toward Quirrel's turban. "Hello, Tom. Still wearing other people's bodies, I see. It suits you, you never were much of a man on your own." The turban unwrapped itself. Harry had known what to expect, but knowing and seeing were different things. The face on the back of Quirrel's head was barely human, flat, snake-like, with red eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. This was Voldemort reduced to his essence, a parasite feeding on a dying host, everything human stripped away by decades of dark magic. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice clearer now that he spoke through his own mouth. "You've been a fascinating complication this year. The shadow walking, the Horcrux you destroyed, the arrogance with which you move through this world. I've been watching you, waiting to see what you'd become. And what's your conclusion? That you're dangerous. More dangerous than Dumbledore realizes, perhaps more dangerous than you realize yourself." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something resembling a smile. "Join me. Your family's magic, your potential, your willingness to embrace darkness, these are qualities I value. Together, we could reshape the wizarding world. You made this offer before. My answer hasn't changed. Consider more carefully. I killed your parents, yes, but they were obstacles to progress, nothing more. You owe them nothing. Your true family is the one that raised you, and they would understand the wisdom of alliance. You don't know my family at all." Harry's voice was calm, almost conversational. "The Addams don't make alliances based on fear or convenience. They make alliances based on respect, and there's nothing about you that merits respect. You're a soul-shattered fragment pretending to godhood, Tom. You're not even properly alive." Rage flickered across Voldemort's face. "You dare, I dare because you can't stop me. Look at yourself. You're possessing a dying man, you've lost 2 Horcruxes this year alone, and your grand plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone has been derailed by an 11-year-old. Harry took a step forward. "You're not a Dark Lord. You're a cautionary tale about what happens when ambition exceeds ability. Kill him." Quirrel lunged, his wand firing curses in rapid succession. Harry shadow-walked immediately, emerging behind the possessed professor, his hand already moving toward Quirrel's exposed neck. The contact was electric. Pain exploded through Harry's scar, blinding and absolute, but something else happened simultaneously. Quirrel screamed. Where Harry's fingers touched his skin, blisters erupted, spreading like fire across the professor's face and hands. The protection, Harry realized through the agony. My mother's magic, it burns him. He pressed harder, forcing himself through the pain, his hands closing around Quirrel's throat. The man writhed and shrieked, his skin dissolving wherever Harry touched, Voldemort's howls mixing with his own as the Dark Lord's host crumbled. Then Quirrel collapsed, and Harry collapsed with him, the world spinning into darkness. He woke in the hospital wing. Light filtered through tall windows, suggesting late afternoon. Harry's body felt hollow, drained, like he'd run a marathon while fighting off pneumonia. His scar throbbed with residual pain. "You're awake." Dumbledore sat beside the bed, looking as tired as Harry felt. His usual twinkle was absent, replaced by something more somber. "Quirrel. Dead. His body couldn't survive the contact with your mother's protection." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You should know, you didn't kill him. Voldemort did, by forcing him to attack you. The protection your mother placed simply accelerated the inevitable. And Voldemort himself fled. Whatever fragment was possessing Quirrel has escaped, weakened but still intact." The headmaster sighed. "The stone is safe, I've arranged for its destruction. Nicholas agrees that some artifacts are too dangerous to persist." Destruction? Harry struggled to sit up. That stone could extend life indefinitely. Create unlimited wealth. Yes. Dumbledore shook his head. Nicholas Flamel has lived for 600 years. He and his wife have decided that they've had enough. The stone will be destroyed, and they will eventually die, as all things must. That seems wasteful. Perhaps. Or perhaps it's wisdom. Dumbledore studied him. You pushed yourself beyond reasonable limits tonight. The contact with Quirrel should have been fatal, the magical feedback alone was enough to kill most wizards. Instead, you survived, though barely. Do you know why? My mother's protection. That was part of it. The other part. Dumbledore hesitated. Your family has trained you in ways that aren't fully documented. The shadow walking, the mental fortification, the physical conditioning, all of these contributed to your survival. But there's something else. Something I don't entirely understand. The shadow space. Harry's voice was hoarse. When I was dying, or close to it, I felt myself starting to drift. Into the darkness. Like the shadow entities were reaching for me. But they didn't take you. No. They recognized me. I've walked among them so often, fed them so many times, I'm not prey to them anymore. I'm something closer to kin. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I don't know what that means, exactly. But I suspect I'm no longer entirely human in the ways that matter. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The ancient practitioners of shadow magic often described a transformation, he said finally. Those who walked between worlds long enough became changed by the experience. The boundaries of their existence expanded. They were human, but also something more. Is that what's happening to me? I believe so. And I believe it's why Hogwarts has been responding to your presence. The headmaster leaned forward. The stirring in the foundations, the awakening I mentioned, it began when you arrived. The castle recognizes something in you. Something that connects to its own origins. The founders used shadow magic. Some of them. Salazar Slytherin, certainly, his chamber beneath the school is evidence of that. But also Rowena Ravenclaw, whose diadem you've apparently discovered. Dumbledore smiled slightly at Harry's expression. Yes, I'm aware of what's hidden in the Room of Requirement. The Horcrux within it has been monitored for some time, though we lacked the means to safely destroy it. I can destroy it. The same way I destroyed the diary. Perhaps. But the diadem is more powerfully protected than the diary was. The attempt might be more costly. Dumbledore rose. Rest for now. We can discuss next steps when you've recovered. He left, and Harry sank back against the pillows, his mind churning with implications. Something more than human. The phrase resonated uncomfortably. He'd always known the Addams training would change him, but he'd thought in terms of abilities, not fundamental nature. If Dumbledore was right, if the shadow walking had actually transformed what he was, what did that mean for his future? And what was happening to Hogwarts? Recovery took longer than Harry would have liked. The magical backlash from the confrontation with Quirrel had strained systems he hadn't known he possessed. His connection to the shadow space flickered intermittently for several days, leaving him feeling blind and exposed. His physical strength returned slowly, and even his mental acuity seemed diminished. Hermione visited daily, bringing books and worried expressions. You look terrible, she said on the third day. Thank you for that assessment. I mean it. Whatever happened down there, you came back different. She sat on the edge of his bed. Dumbledore won't give details, but the rumors are intense. Some people are saying you killed Quirrel with your bare hands. I didn't kill anyone. Voldemort's possession was destroying Quirrel already. I just accelerated the process. By touching him. By touching him. There's a protection in my blood, apparently. A remnant of the magic my mother used to save my life. Harry stared at the ceiling. It reacts violently to Voldemort's presence. Burns him on contact. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's actually reassuring. It means he can't directly possess or attack you. It also means any confrontation will be intensely painful for both of us. The headache I had afterward lasted 3 days. Better a headache than death. Debatable, at times. She laughed slightly, then sobered. Harry, what happened to you? Beyond Quirrel, I mean. You've been different since you woke up. Quieter. More distant. Harry considered how to answer. I almost died, he said finally. And while I was almost dying, I felt something. A pulling, toward the shadow space. The entities there, they wanted me. Not to consume, like they wanted Riddle's soul fragment, but to absorb. To make me one of them. That's terrifying. It should be. But it wasn't, entirely. There was a part of me that wanted to go. He met her eyes. I'm changing, Hermione. The shadow walking, the death speaking, all of it, it's not just techniques I've learned. It's becoming part of what I am. And I don't know where that process ends. She reached out and took his hand, a simple gesture, but it grounded him in a way that nothing else had since the confrontation. Then we'll figure it out together, she said. Whatever you're becoming, you're still Harry. You're still my friend. That doesn't change because you can do things other people can't. You're certain about that? I'm certain that I've never been more interested in understanding something. Her grip tightened. You've opened doors for me that I didn't know existed. You've shown me that magic is bigger and stranger and more terrifying than anything Hogwarts teaches. I'm not going to abandon you because the journey gets difficult. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I'm going to have a lot of questions once you're recovered. She released his hand. For now, just rest. The term ends in a few days, and I want you strong enough to actually enjoy the summer. The final days of term passed in a blur. Harry was released from the hospital wing in time for the end-of-year feast, though he spent most of it observing rather than participating. The House Cup went to Gryffindor, thanks to last-minute points Dumbledore awarded for services to the school, a transparent reference to the chamber business, though most students attributed it to various student achievements. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Hermione and Draco, an unusual combination that drew curious looks from other students. They discussed summer plans, training schedules, and the research that needed to continue over the break. I'll have access to my family's library, Draco said. The Malfoy collection includes texts on Founder-era magic. I can look for information about Hogwarts' origins. Send anything relevant by owl. I'll be doing my own research. Harry watched the countryside roll past. The Horcrux hunt needs to continue. There are still 4 pieces of Voldemort's soul out there, and the longer they exist, the more dangerous he becomes. What about the awakening? Hermione asked. Whatever's happening to the castle, shouldn't that be a priority too? It's connected. Everything's connected. Harry turned to face them. The chamber, the Horcruxes, the awakening, they all trace back to the founders, to magic that was practiced 1,000 years ago. Understanding one will help us understand the others. That's a lot to take on, Draco observed. Even for you. I don't intend to do it alone. Harry let a slight smile cross his face. That's why I have minions. We prefer associates, Hermione said dryly. Noted. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded with families reuniting after the long term. Harry said goodbye to Hermione, who was met by nervous-looking Muggle parents, and Draco, whose father appeared with typical aristocratic disdain, then made his way to where the Addams family waited. Morticia stood apart from the crowd, her black dress and pale skin drawing stares that she didn't acknowledge. Gomez flanked her, twirling his cane absently, while Wednesday lurked in the shadows nearby, having apparently arrived from Beauxbatons specifically to meet her brother. Harry. Morticia glided forward and embraced him. You look terrible. Everyone keeps telling me that. They're correct. She held him at arm's length, studying his face. The letters mentioned you nearly died. The reality is worse than the description, I think. I'll recover. I always do. You've changed. Wednesday emerged from the shadows, her dark eyes assessing him with clinical precision. More than normal. Something happened beyond what you wrote about. Several things happened. I'll explain at home. They made their way through the barrier, back into the Muggle world, where the family hearse waited in a loading zone that it definitely wasn't authorized to occupy. A traffic warden was examining it nervously, apparently trying to decide whether ticketing it was worth the risk. Gomez tipped his hat to the man as they approached. Beautiful day, isn't it? The sun, the clouds, the certain knowledge that death awaits us all. The warden fled. You enjoy that too much, Morticia said, but she was smiling. They loaded Harry's trunk into the hearse and departed for the manor. The familiar streets of London gave way to countryside, then to the particular stretch of Surrey where the Addams property had inserted itself decades ago. Home. Harry felt something release in his chest as the manor came into view, Gothic spires, ivy-covered walls, the cheerful glow of something probably toxic emanating from the greenhouse. This was where he'd grown up, where he'd learned everything that mattered, where he was simply Harry without qualifications or expectations. We have much to discuss, Morticia said as they entered. But that can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, you rest. You've earned it. I'd rather start now. There's too much, tomorrow. Her voice brooked no argument. You're home, Harry. You're safe. Whatever challenges remain, they'll still be there after you've slept. Harry considered arguing, then decided against it. She was right, he was exhausted, physically and mentally, and pushing forward now would only lead to mistakes. Tomorrow, he agreed. He climbed the stairs to his room, unchanged from when he'd left, except for the pile of letters Wednesday had apparently redirected here rather than to Hogwarts, and collapsed onto his bed without bothering to undress. Sleep came instantly, dark and dreamless. Tomorrow brought conversation. The family gathered in the study, Harry, Morticia, Gomez, Wednesday, and grandmother Addams via speaking mirror from her current residence in the Carpathians. Harry recounted the year's events in detail, the sorting, his investigations, the discovery of the Horcruxes, the chamber, Quirrel, and the confrontation that had nearly killed him. When he finished, silence held for a long moment. You've accomplished more in 1 year than most wizards accomplish in a lifetime, Gomez said finally. 2 Horcruxes identified, 1 destroyed. A basilisk located. A possession ended. And you've apparently begun transforming into something not entirely human. When you put it that way, it sounds almost impressive. It is impressive. It's also terrifying. Morticia's voice was carefully controlled. The transformation you describe, the connection to the shadow space, the recognition by its entities, this wasn't supposed to happen yet. These changes typically manifest over decades of practice, not months. Something accelerated the process. The confrontation with Voldemort, maybe. Or the shadow feeding of Riddle's soul. Or Hogwarts itself. Grandmother's face was thoughtful in the mirror. You mentioned an awakening. The castle responding to your presence. If the school was built using shadow magic, and Ravenclaw's diadem suggests it was, then its systems might have recognized you as a compatible practitioner. It might be trying to integrate you. Integrate me how? Into its structure. Its awareness. Whatever consciousness Hogwarts possesses. Grandmother shook her head. This is speculation, there's too little documentation about the founder's actual methods. But the symptoms you describe are consistent with magical bonding. The castle may be trying to claim you. Can he resist? Wednesday asked. If the bonding is involuntary, it doesn't feel involuntary, Harry interrupted. It feels right. When I walked the corridors, when I found the hidden passages, there was never any sense of intrusion. More like recognition. The castle knew me. It welcomed me. That's not necessarily comforting. Morticia's expression was troubled. Welcome can become possession. Recognition can become ownership. I know the risks. But severing the connection now, even if I could, would mean losing access to Hogwarts' secrets. The awakening, the Founder-era magic, whatever's hidden in its foundations. Harry met his mother's eyes. I need that knowledge, Morticia. To destroy the remaining Horcruxes. To understand what Voldemort became and how to stop him permanently. Running from the bond would mean running from answers I need. And if the bond consumes you? Then Wednesday gets to say, I told you so, at my funeral. Not funny, Wednesday said, but there was a hint of dark amusement in her voice. The discussion continued for hours, ranging across topics from Horcrux hunting strategies to Hogwarts politics to Harry's training schedule for the summer. By the time they adjourned, rough plans were in place. Harry would continue his shadow-walking practice, but with more careful monitoring of its effects. The family would research Founder-era magic, looking for information about the original construction of Hogwarts and any connection to shadow practitioners. Correspondence with Dumbledore would maintain communication about developments at the school. And the Horcrux hunt would continue, with the Hufflepuff Cup and Slytherin locket as primary targets. It was a lot to take on. But Harry had never been interested in easy paths. The summer passed quickly. Training consumed most of Harry's days. He pushed his shadow-walking to new limits, testing the boundaries of distance and duration. He practiced death-speaking with the manor's resident ghosts, refining his ability to extract information from the departed. He sparred with Wednesday, whose year at Beauxbatons had only sharpened her already formidable skills. You're faster than before, she observed during one session, after he'd managed to land 3 hits in a row. But you're also less careful. You're relying on instinct instead of calculation. Instinct has served me well. It's also nearly gotten you killed. Twice. She launched a counterattack that he barely dodged. The shadow space is changing how you think. Making you more reactive, less strategic. That's dangerous. So what do I do about it? Balance. You need to maintain your analytical abilities even as the intuitive ones grow. Wednesday swept his legs, sending him crashing to the mat. Start by not falling for obvious feints. The lessons continued. Harry learned to blend shadow instinct with conscious strategy, to let the darkness inform his decisions without overwhelming them. It was difficult work, the pull toward pure reaction was strong, but gradually he found equilibrium. Research yielded results as well. The family library contained fragments of Founder-era texts, acquired over centuries through methods best not examined too closely. Harry spent hours reading accounts of Hogwarts' construction, piecing together a picture of what the school had originally been. The founders had built more than a teaching institution. They'd created a magical nexus, a place where power could accumulate and be directed for purposes that weren't fully documented. The Chamber of Secrets was only one of several hidden spaces. Each founder had apparently created their own private sanctum within the larger structure. Ravenclaw's tower holds her library, one text noted. Gryffindor's lion guards the heart. Hufflepuff's room welcomes all who need it. Slytherin's chamber sleeps beneath the heart. That was new. Harry made notes and continued reading, looking for references to Gryffindor's hidden space. If each founder had created something, and 3 of those creations had been at least partially discovered, the 4th might hold answers to questions he didn't yet know to ask. August brought letters from school. The standard supplies list arrived first, unremarkable except for the requirement of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 and a new defense textbook by someone named Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry had never heard of him but filed the name for research. A second letter followed, this one personal. Harry, I hope your summer has been restful. We have much to discuss before term begins. Please visit my office when you return to Hogwarts. I've discovered information about the awakening that I believe you should know. Also, there will be a new defense against the dark arts professor this year. I would appreciate your patience with him. Albus Dumbledore. Patience with a defense professor. After Quirrel, that suggestion carried ominous weight. Harry wrote back confirming he'd meet with Dumbledore, then turned his attention to preparing for the return to school. Second year would bring new challenges, new opportunities, and hopefully answers to questions that had accumulated over the summer. The Horcrux hunt continued. The castle's awakening deepened. Voldemort plotted in whatever shadowy corner he'd retreated to. And Harry Potter Addams prepared to walk back into the storm. September 1st arrived with its usual chaos. The journey to King's Cross was uneventful, the barrier passage smooth, and platform 9 3/4 as crowded as ever with families saying goodbye. Harry spotted the Weasleys clustered near the engine, Ginny among them looking healthier than she had in months. She caught his eye and nodded, not friendly, exactly, but acknowledging. He returned the gesture. Hermione found him before he boarded, her face bright with excitement and summer sunlight. "I've been researching," she said immediately. "The founder magic, the bonding you described, I found references in 3 different texts. There's a pattern, Harry. The founders didn't just use shadow magic. They were shadow walkers themselves. You found documentation? Fragments. But consistent fragments." She fell into step beside him. "Rowena Ravenclaw definitely practiced it, there are accounts of her vanishing from rooms and reappearing elsewhere. Salazar Slytherin too, obviously, given the chamber. Even Godric Gryffindor, though his methods were different, more direct, more violent. The only one I couldn't find clear evidence for was Hufflepuff." "Interesting. The room of requirement, the one that creates itself according to need, that's connected to Hufflepuff. Maybe her magic worked differently. Maybe." Hermione's eyes sparkled. "There's so much more to learn. This year is going to be amazing." Harry smiled slightly at her enthusiasm. She had no idea what was coming, none of them did. But her excitement was infectious, and he found himself looking forward to the challenge despite everything. They boarded the train, found a compartment, and settled in for the journey north. The Hogwarts Express was 3 hours from its destination when Harry felt it. A pulse. Deep in his awareness, in the part of him that connected to the shadow space. Something was happening at the school, something significant, and the bond he'd formed with the castle was transmitting it across the miles. "Harry?" Hermione looked up from her book. "What's wrong?" "I don't know." He closed his eyes, trying to focus on the sensation. "Something at Hogwarts. The awakening, it's accelerating." "Accelerating how?" "I can't tell from here. But it's big." Harry opened his eyes. "When we arrive, I need to see Dumbledore immediately. Whatever's happening, it started while we were away." Draco appeared in the compartment doorway, his expression troubled. "Did either of you feel that?" "Feel what?" "I don't know. A tremor. Like something shifted." He sat down heavily. "The training you gave me, shadow sense, peripheral awareness, I've been practicing all summer. And just now, I felt something change." "You felt Hogwarts," Harry said. "The awakening. Your training has made you sensitive enough to detect it." "That's possible." "Apparently." Harry considered the implications. "If you can sense it, others might too. Anyone with sufficient magical perception or training in the old methods." "That's going to cause problems," Hermione observed. "If people start noticing something's different about the castle. Then they'll investigate. Some will be helpful. Others will be obstacles." Harry stood. "I need to think. Stay here, I'll be back before we arrive." He slipped out of the compartment, made his way to an empty corridor, and let himself sink into meditation. The bond with Hogwarts pulsed in his mind, clearer now that he focused on it. He followed the connection, reaching across the distance, and found himself elsewhere. Not physically, his body remained on the train, but his consciousness expanded into the shadow space, then through it, to the place where Hogwarts's ancient systems hummed with awakening power. He could feel the castle's presence, vast, complex, patient. It had been dormant for centuries, its founder's systems running at minimal levels, preserving energy for some future need. Now it was waking up. Why? Harry projected the question into the bond. Why now? What triggered this? The answer came not in words but in impressions. Images, feelings, fragments of memory that weren't his own. A dark wizard, teaching students to hate. A chamber opening, a monster released. A boy with shadow in his soul, walking halls that remembered the old ways. The castle had been waiting. Waiting for someone who could understand what it was, who could access the systems the founders had built, who could serve as a bridge between the school's dormant consciousness and the modern magical world. That someone was Harry. "I'm not ready," he sent. "I don't know enough." The year's just starting, the castle's response was gentle but firm. "Ready or not, the process has begun. You are the key. The door is opening." What door? Another rush of impressions. A vault beneath the school, deeper than the Chamber of Secrets. Something sealed there by all four founders, something they'd agreed should never be released until the right person appeared. Gryffindor's heart. What's in the vault? The founders' legacy. Their combined knowledge. The secrets they kept even from their closest students. A pause, and Harry felt something like affection emanating from the ancient walls. "We have waited 1,000 years for you, Harry Potter Addams. We are pleased you have finally come." The connection faded, and Harry found himself back in his body, the train rocking gently beneath him. 1,000 years. The founders had built Hogwarts not just as a school but as a waiting place, a repository for knowledge they couldn't share with their contemporaries, a system designed to activate when the right person arrived. And that person, apparently, was him. The weight of it settled onto his shoulders, another responsibility, another burden, another layer of complexity in an already complicated situation. But beneath the weight, something else flickered. Excitement. The founders' legacy. Their combined knowledge. Answers to questions that had driven wizarding research for centuries, sealed away and waiting. Harry Potter Addams had never been able to resist a secret. He returned to the compartment, his mind already racing with plans. "What happened?" Hermione asked immediately. "You look different. More focused." "I made contact with Hogwarts. The castle itself." Harry sat down. "It's been waiting for someone to activate its hidden systems, systems the founders built into its foundations. That someone is me." "That's a lot to take in." "It is. But it also means we have access to resources we didn't know existed. The founders left something behind, a vault, deeper than the chamber, containing their combined knowledge." Harry met their eyes in turn, Hermione, Draco, each processing the information differently. "Finding that vault is our priority for this year. Whatever's inside could change everything." "And the Horcruxes?" Draco asked. "We continue that work too. But the vault comes first." Harry leaned back. The founders knew things about magic that have been lost for centuries. If they left a record, a comprehensive one, it might include information about Horcruxes, about soul magic, about how to destroy Voldemort permanently. "You think they anticipated him?" "I think they anticipated someone like him. Dark wizards who tear their souls apart for immortality aren't new, they've been appearing throughout history, leaving devastation in their wake." Harry's voice hardened. The founders built Hogwarts to train wizards who could stand against that kind of darkness. And they left their knowledge behind for someone who could use it. The train continued north, carrying them toward a school that had become something more than a place of learning. It had become a partner in the war to come. Chapter 4 and Chapter 6, and Addams always pays their debts. The founders' spirits were nothing like their portraits. Where the paintings had been approximations, clever imitations that captured personality without preserving essence, these manifestations carried the actual weight of their creators. Godric Gryffindor burned with barely contained fire, his presence filling the infinite space with warmth that bordered on violence. Rowena Ravenclaw existed as crystalline thought, sharp edges refracting understanding in directions human minds weren't designed to follow. Helga Hufflepuff radiated welcome so profound it felt like coming home to a place you'd never been. Salazar Slytherin coiled with shadow, his form shifting between definitions, familiar to Harry in ways that confirmed everything the Addams had taught him. "You've done well to reach this place," Ravenclaw said, her voice harmonizing with itself across multiple frequencies. "Many have tried over the centuries. Most failed the tests before understanding what was being asked of them." "We didn't fully understand either," Harry admitted. "We just kept moving forward. That's often how wisdom works. Understanding follows action more often than precedes it." She gestured, and the infinite space reorganized itself, bringing relevant knowledge constellations closer. "You came seeking answers. We have them, but answers without context are dangerous. Let us provide that context first." The space shifted again, and suddenly they were watching history. The vision unfolded across centuries, compressed into moments that carried the weight of ages. The founders were young once, children of a darker era, when magic was hunted and practitioners burned. They'd found each other through circumstance and necessity, for extraordinary talents united by shared purpose, creating a place where magical children could learn without fear. But they'd discovered something in their construction of Hogwarts. Something that changed everything. "The barriers between worlds are not natural," Slytherin's voice narrated as images flowed past. "They were created, engineered by beings who existed before magic took its current form. These beings understood that unrestricted interaction between magical and mundane reality would destroy both. The images showed the barriers, vast membrane-like structures spanning dimensions, filtering interactions, maintaining the separation that allowed both realities to function. But the barriers were damaged during their creation. Imperfect. Slowly degrading over time." Gryffindor's fire voice carried frustration. "We discovered tears, places where the void was leaking through, consuming patches of reality so completely that even memory of what had been lost disappeared." "The void," Hermione breathed. Wednesday mentioned it. "The anti-reality. A crude term for something that defies terminology." Hufflepuff's warmth couldn't entirely soften her words. "The void is what exists when nothing exists. Not empty space, the absence of space itself. Where it touches, everything ends. Forever." The images showed void-touched areas, patches of nothing that the mind couldn't properly perceive, holes in reality that spread slowly but inevitably. "We realized that if the damage continued, the barriers would eventually fail entirely." Ravenclaw's crystalline form flickered with ancient fear. "When that happened, the void wouldn't just leak. It would flood. Both magical and mundane reality would be consumed within generations." "So you built the schools," Harry said slowly. "Not just to educate, but to prepare. To prepare. To preserve. To create systems that could stabilize the barriers and train generations of wizards capable of repairing them." Slytherin's shadow form coiled with satisfaction. "We couldn't solve the problem ourselves, we were 4 people, and the barriers span all of existence. But we could build infrastructure. Train students. Accumulate knowledge. Pass the task to those who came after. The vaults. The vaults. The awakening systems. The protocols that would activate when the barrier's degradation reached critical levels." Gryffindor's fire form brightened. "You are here because that moment has arrived. The barriers are failing faster than ever before. Within decades, perhaps sooner, the void will breach entirely." Harry felt the weight of this settle onto his shoulders. Not just Voldemort. Not just ministry politics. The end of everything, approaching on a timeline measured in years rather than centuries. "What caused the acceleration?" Draco asked. His voice was steady, but his face had gone pale. "Several factors. The barrier damage compounds over time, each tear weakens the overall structure, making new tears more likely. Ravenclaw's form shifted to indicate a different knowledge constellation. But the immediate trigger was massive soul magic performed approximately 50 years ago. Someone tore their soul apart repeatedly, creating resonance damage that propagated across dimensional boundaries. Voldemort. Harry's voice was flat. The Horcruxes. Among other things. The Dark Lord created 7 anchors for his soul, an enormous amount of barrier damage for a single individual. But he's not unique. Others have performed similar atrocities throughout history. The cumulative effect is killing reality. Neville's voice was barely a whisper. Everything's dying because dark wizards kept tearing their souls apart. Simplistic but essentially accurate. Hufflepuff's warmth wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. This is why we preserved methods for destroying such anchors. This is why we trained you to recognize and combat soul magic. Every Horcrux eliminated reduces the damage. Every soul mage stopped prevents new tears. But it's not enough. Ginny spoke for the first time, her voice carrying an edge that surprised Harry. If the damage is cumulative and accelerating, destroying Horcruxes just slows it down. It doesn't fix anything. Correct. Slytherin's approval was evident. Destruction of anchors reduces ongoing damage. But repairing existing damage requires different techniques entirely. Techniques you preserved in the vault. Techniques, tools, knowledge, and something more. Gryffindor's form blazed brighter. We didn't just build schools. We built a network, a system of magical infrastructure that spans the globe, connecting every major institution of magical learning. When all the vaults are opened, when all the systems activate, when students at every school have proven themselves worthy, the confluence occurs. And what happens at the confluence? The network activates fully. Power flows through channels we established 1,000 years ago. And for a brief window, hours at most, the barriers can be directly accessed and repaired. Ravenclaw's crystalline form hummed with something approaching hope. It won't fix everything. The damage is too extensive for any single intervention. But it can stabilize the critical failures. By time. Perhaps centuries, if done correctly. Centuries for what? For you to find a permanent solution. For magical civilization to evolve beyond the practices that cause damage. For someone to finally understand the barriers well enough to restore them completely. The founders' forms drew together, unified in purpose. We did what we could with the knowledge we had. The rest is up to you. The knowledge transfer took hours. The vault's infinite space reorganized itself around the group, presenting information in forms they could absorb and retain. Harry received techniques for barrier manipulation, methods for Horcrux destruction that went far beyond what he'd already developed, and detailed maps of the damage patterns currently affecting their dimension. Hermione absorbed theoretical frameworks that would take years to fully understand but provided foundations for everything else. Draco learned political and social strategies for convincing magical governments to take action. Neville received healing and protective techniques that complemented his growing abilities. Ginny, surprisingly, showed aptitude for communication and coordination, skills that would be essential for managing a global response. Each piece built on the others. The founders had designed their curriculum to be distributed, requiring cooperation and trust between recipients. We created this structure deliberately, Hufflepuff explained as the transfer concluded. No single person can access everything. No individual can become a bottleneck. The work requires teams, alliances, communities working together. Because isolation caused the problem, Harry said slowly. Dark wizards working alone, pursuing power without consideration for consequences. Exactly. The cure must be the opposite: connection, cooperation, shared responsibility. Her warm presence embraced them all. You 5 are the beginning. Others will join, from Beau's Batons, from Durmstrang, from schools you've never heard of. When enough are united, the confluence becomes possible. How many is enough? We don't know precisely. The system will recognize when conditions are met. Gryffindor's fire form flickered with frustration. We built for flexibility, not precision. Too many variables to calculate exactly. Then we start gathering allies. Harry looked at his companions, these people who had become essential to him through trials he hadn't anticipated. We have the knowledge. We have the framework. Now we need the numbers. There's one more thing, Slytherin said, his shadow form coiling with something that might have been concern. The void isn't passive. As the barriers weaken, things from beyond them become aware of our dimension. Some of these things want the barriers to fail. They've been working toward that goal for longer than human civilization has existed. Working how? Influencing susceptible individuals. Encouraging practices that cause damage. Creating conditions that accelerate degradation. The shadow form darkened. The Dark Lord you call Voldemort didn't invent soul magic. He was guided to it, by whispers from beyond the barriers, by knowledge that shouldn't have been available, by influences he never recognized. Voldemort is a puppet. A willing puppet. A collaborator who believed he was using ancient secrets for his own purposes. Slytherin's contempt was palpable. He never understood that the secrets were using him. Every Horcrux he created, every atrocity he committed, served purposes beyond his comprehension. Harry absorbed this. Voldemort, the monster who had murdered his parents, who had terrorized the wizarding world for decades, was just a tool. An instrument of forces that made his human ambitions look pathetically small. It didn't reduce Harry's determination to destroy him. If anything, it increased it. The void influenced, he said carefully. Can they be identified? Stopped before they cause more damage? With the knowledge you now possess, yes. Their resonance is distinctive, a wrongness that your shadow sense can detect. Slytherin's form shifted toward Harry specifically. You felt it in the one called Quirrel. The void's touch is not subtle to those trained to see it. But it is subtle to everyone else. Which is why you must teach others. Spread the knowledge. Build networks of sensitives who can identify threats before they mature. The vault space began to shift, the Founder's forms growing distant. Our time with you grows short, Ravenclaw said. The vault cannot maintain full manifestation indefinitely. We will fade back into the systems, available for consultation but no longer directly present. Wait, there's more we need to know, there will always be more. That's the nature of knowledge. Her crystalline form fragmented into 1,000 shining points. Use what you've learned. Trust each other. Remember that the work is too important for individual glory or isolated effort. And Harry. Gryffindor's voice cut through the fading. Your debt to Tom Riddle, the blood price for your parents, that debt can be claimed. But be careful. Vengeance is satisfying, but it cannot be your primary motivation. Destroy him because he threatens everything, not just because he hurt you. I understand. I hope you do. The fire form began to disperse. And Addams always pays their debts. Make sure the payment serves the greater purpose. The Founders vanished. The vault's infinite space contracted, becoming merely enormous, then large, then finally a room of manageable dimensions. Knowledge constellations settled into accessible configurations. The weight of centuries lifted, replaced by the weight of responsibility. Harry looked at his companions, exhausted, overwhelmed, fundamentally changed by what they'd experienced. Let's go, he said. We have work to do. They emerged into a corridor that hadn't existed before. The castle had created it while they were in the vault, a direct path from the Founder's legacy to the headmaster's office. Hogwarts was making suggestions, Harry realized. Guiding them toward next steps. Dumbledore was waiting when they arrived. The vault opened. It wasn't a question. The old wizard's face showed exhaustion and something that might have been relief. I felt the shift in the castle's energy. So did everyone with any sensitivity at all. The founders explained everything. Harry summarized what they'd learned: the barriers, the void, the confluence, the stakes that dwarfed everything he'd previously understood. Dumbledore listened without interruption. When Harry finished, the headmaster was silent for a long moment. "I suspected some of this," he admitted finally. Fragmentary references in ancient texts. Patterns in historical events that suggested external influence. But I never imagined the scope. He looked at Harry with new respect. "You've confirmed theories I've spent decades developing, and added details I never could have discovered. The founders designed it this way. The knowledge stays hidden until people prove themselves worthy of receiving it. A wise precaution, given the stakes." Dumbledore rose, moving to his window. "The confluence requires coordination across schools. That means political work, convincing other institutions to participate, overcoming centuries of rivalry and mistrust. Draco received training for that specifically. The founders anticipated the challenge. Of course they did." A slight smile crossed the headmaster's face. Salazar Slytherin would have insisted on political frameworks. The man was many things, but naive about human nature wasn't one of them. "What happens now?" "Now we begin the real work." Dumbledore turned back to face them. "I'll reach out to the other headmasters. Olymp at Beauxbatons already suspects something is happening, and Igor at Durmstrang owes me several favors. The International Confederation of Wizards will need to be informed, though carefully. Some members would panic if they understood the full scope. And the Ministry will resist acknowledging any threat they can't control through bureaucratic means. Fudge is particularly limited in this regard." Dumbledore's expression hardened. "Umbridge will need to be removed. Her presence interferes with too many necessary activities. She's connected to people who matter. She's connected to people who believe they matter. There's a difference." The headmaster's eyes twinkled briefly. "I have resources I haven't deployed yet. With the vaults opening, certain constraints on my actions have been lifted." Harry understood. Dumbledore had been waiting, accumulating power, preserving options, holding back until the proper moment arrived. Now that moment was here, and the old wizard intended to act. "What about Voldemort?" "Remains a priority, though in different context now. The founders confirmed what I suspected: his soul magic has caused immense damage to the barriers. Destroying his remaining Horcruxes isn't just about stopping a dark wizard, it's about reducing ongoing harm to reality itself. I know where the diadem is. There may be methods for locating the others. The vault provided techniques. Among other things." Harry didn't elaborate. Some knowledge was better held close until the right moment. "Then we proceed on multiple fronts. Political coordination, Horcrux hunting, training the next generation of barrier workers." Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, tired but genuine. "I've spent decades preparing for something I couldn't fully define. Now that definition exists, and we can finally move with purpose." The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. Dumbledore's political machinery engaged, producing results that Harry watched with grudging admiration. Umbridge was recalled to the Ministry under circumstances that suggested scandal, though the details remained carefully obscured. The Board of Governors received visits from influential families who suddenly had strong opinions about Hogwarts's leadership. International owls flew in unprecedented volumes, carrying coded messages between schools. Wednesday reported similar activity at Beauxbatons. The French school's vault had opened further, revealing additional knowledge that complemented what Hogwarts had provided. Durmstrang was more resistant. The school's dark reputation made coordination difficult, but even there, progress was being made. "The confluence is possible within 6 months, Wednesday said during one of their mirror conversations. The major schools are aligned. Several smaller institutions are coming on board. The only missing piece is dealing with the active threats. Voldemort. And others. The Void's influence isn't limited to Britain. There are dark practitioners across the world who've been guided toward barrier-damaging practices. Some will need to be stopped before the confluence can occur safely. Stopped how? That depends on the individual. Some can be persuaded to change course. Others. Wednesday's dark eyes held no ambiguity. Others require more permanent solutions. Harry had expected this. The Addams family understood that some problems couldn't be solved through negotiation or imprisonment. Some threats demanded elimination. The founder's knowledge includes techniques for that. Among other things. Helga Hufflepuff was surprisingly practical about defensive violence. Her reputation as the gentle one apparently doesn't capture her full range. Good to know. Harry considered the implications. We're assembling a strike force, aren't we? Not just coordinators and researchers, but people who can act when necessary. We're assembling what's needed. If that includes violence, so be it. Wednesday's expression softened fractionally. But the violence serves the goal. It's not the point. I know. Gryffindor said something similar. Destroy Voldemort because he threatens everything, not just because he hurt me personally. Easier said than done, where revenge is concerned. I'll manage. Harry's voice was steady. The debt exists. It will be paid. But the payment will serve the greater purpose. April brought the next major development. The Horcrux hunt had been progressing through research rather than action. Locating the remaining soul anchors required careful investigation, and Harry had been working with the vault's resources to narrow possibilities. The Hufflepuff cup was traced to the Lestrange family vault at Gringotts. The Slytherin locket had apparently passed through many hands before disappearing decades ago. The Gaunt Ring was somewhere in the countryside surrounding the family's ancestral home. And Voldemort's snake, Nagini, was almost certainly a Horcrux as well, created more recently than the others. 6 total, including the destroyed diary and the located diadem, Harry reported to the group. The ring, the locket, the cup, and the snake. Plus whatever fragment remains in Voldemort's main body. That's a lot, Hermione observed. And several are well protected. The cup is in Gringotts. Breaking in would be nearly impossible. For most people. Harry had been developing plans. The vault's knowledge includes techniques for accessing warded spaces. Goblin magic is impressive, but it has weaknesses. You're planning to rob Gringotts. I'm planning to retrieve a soul anchor that's killing reality. The goblins can bill me for the inconvenience. The plan was complex, multiple approaches, backup strategies, contingencies for various failure modes. Harry spent weeks refining it, consulting with his group, testing elements in controlled conditions. But before the Gringotts operation could proceed, another opportunity presented itself. Voldemort made a move. Harry felt it through the shadow sense, a disturbance in the darkness, a concentration of wrongness that hadn't existed hours before. Something was happening at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, something that reeked of void influence. He shadow-walked to investigate, emerging in a clearing he'd never seen before. The space was wrong, trees bent at angles that defied physics, shadows fell in directions that didn't match the light, and at the center of it all stood a figure Harry recognized. Peter Pettigrew. The rat-faced man was working frantically at a cauldron that bubbled with substances no natural liquid should contain. Beside him, wrapped in a bundle of dark robes, something moved and hissed with a voice that Harry knew too well. The boy, Voldemort's diminished form rasped. Wormtail, the boy is here. Pettigrew spun, his silver hand catching moonlight. Potter? How? Harry didn't explain. He shadow-walked behind Pettigrew, one hand closing around the man's throat, the other reaching for the bundle that contained Voldemort. The Dark Lord's homunculus form was hideous, barely humanoid, skin like raw flesh, red eyes burning with hatred and fear. Harry lifted it by the throat, feeling the wrongness radiating from within. Tom. His voice was conversational. We meet again. You cannot kill me. My soul is fragmented, across 6 anchors. I know. Harry's grip tightened. The diary is destroyed. The diadem will follow. The cup, the locket, the ring, all located. Your snake will be last, because she's always near you. You don't have the power, I have power you've never imagined. The founders left knowledge for students like me. Students who would face threats like you. Harry felt the shadow space pressing close, eager to consume. But I'm not going to destroy you tonight. Then why are you here? To remind you that you're not the hunter anymore. You're prey. Harry released the homunculus, letting it fall to the ground. Run, Tom. Hide in whatever hole you found. Delay your resurrection as long as you like. It won't matter. I will find every piece of your shattered soul and feed them to the darkness. He turned to Pettigrew, who had frozen in terror. You betrayed my parents. You caused their deaths. Harry's voice remained calm, which made the words more terrible. An Addams always pays their debts. Your debt is recorded. When the time comes, payment will be collected. He shadow-walked away before either could respond. The confrontation served multiple purposes. Strategically, it disrupted whatever ritual Voldemort had been preparing. The resurrection attempt was delayed, buying time for the Confluence preparations. Psychologically, it established Harry's dominance. Voldemort was accustomed to being feared, not fearing. The reversal would affect his decision-making in unpredictable ways. And personally, though Harry wouldn't admit this to anyone except Wednesday, it satisfied something deep in his soul. The monster who had murdered his parents, the parasite who had terrorized his world, had been shown that his power was not absolute. The debt would be paid in full. But this first installment felt good. May brought intensified activity. The Gringotts operation launched on a night when the bank's wards showed unusual fluctuation, a window of opportunity the vault's knowledge had predicted. Harry led a team of 4, himself, Hermione, Draco, and a Durmstrang student named Victor Crumb who had joined the coordination efforts. They entered through shadow, bypassing the main security entirely. The vault's techniques allowed navigation through Gringotts' labyrinthine depths without triggering alarms. When they reached the Lestrange vault, Harry used methods that made goblin wards look primitive. The cup was exactly where research had suggested. Harry lifted it, feeling the fragment of Voldemort's soul writhing within. "Recognize me, Tom," he murmured. "I'm the one who's going to destroy you." The shadow space consumed the Horcrux on the way out. The cup itself remained, an innocent goblet, no longer hosting anything, but the soul fragment was gone, devoured by entities that found it delicious. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 remained, plus Voldemort's main body. June brought complications. Umbridge hadn't accepted her removal gracefully. She'd been working behind the scenes, gathering allies, preparing something that Harry's network hadn't detected until it was nearly too late. The attack came during end-of-year exams. Ministry Aurors appeared throughout the castle, executing arrest warrants that had been issued in secret. Harry Potter Addams was charged with breaking into Gringotts, true, practicing forbidden magic, arguable, and conspiring to overthrow the ministry, ridiculous but technically supported by evidence she'd manufactured. Harry was in the Great Hall when they came for him. A dozen Aurors, wands drawn, faces showing the particular determination of people convinced they were doing the right thing. "Mr. Potter Addams," the lead Auror announced. "You are under arrest. Come quietly, and this doesn't have to be difficult." The hall fell silent. Hundreds of students watched as Harry set down his fork and considered his options. He could fight. The vault's techniques made these Aurors trivially easy to overcome. He could shadow walk away, vanishing before they could react. He could call on the castle's systems, which would respond to his need in ways that would terrify everyone present. But all of those options would cause problems. Violence would confirm Umbridge's accusations. Escape would make him a fugitive. Dramatic displays would alienate potential allies. An Addams always paid their debts. But an Addams also knew when patience served better than action. Very well, Harry said, rising. I'll come quietly. But I have conditions. You're not in a position to, I'm in exactly the position I choose to be in. Harry let a hint of power leak into his presence, enough to make the Aurors nervous, not enough to trigger defensive responses. I'll cooperate with arrest if you guarantee my safety and access to legal representation. The Addams family has lawyers who will want to be present for any questioning. The lead Auror hesitated. He'd clearly expected resistance, not negotiation. That's acceptable. Standard procedure anyway. Good. Harry walked toward them, hands visible, posture non-threatening. Shall we? The ministry holding cells were unpleasant but not intolerable. Harry spent 3 days there while lawyers maneuvered, politicians argued, and the evidence against him was examined. The Gringotts charges were difficult to contest, he had broken in, and evidence existed, but the conspiracy accusations fell apart under scrutiny. Umbridge's manufactured proof showed clear signs of fabrication. What she hadn't anticipated was the international response. Dumbledore had activated his network the moment the arrest occurred. Within hours, the International Confederation of Wizards had expressed concern about Britain's treatment of a student involved in internationally significant research. The French ministry sent formal inquiries. The American Magical Congress issued a statement that carefully avoided taking sides while making clear that certain actions would have consequences. By the third day, Fudge was desperate to make the problem disappear. The charges are being dropped, Harry's lawyer announced, unable to hide his satisfaction. Not dismissed, dropped. The distinction is significant. It means they're admitting they shouldn't have been filed in the first place. And Umbridge? Under investigation for abuse of authority. She's claiming she acted on ministry orders, but Fudge is denying everything. Someone will take the fall, and she's the obvious candidate. Harry nodded. The outcome was better than he'd hoped, though he'd been prepared for worse. What about the Gringotts situation? More complicated. The goblins want restitution, but they're not pressing criminal charges. There's some indication that what you removed was problematic. They're treating it as though you did them a favor they don't want to acknowledge. The cup's corruption had probably affected the vault itself. Horcruxes weren't safe to store, even in goblin-warded spaces. Harry's theft might have actually benefited Gringotts' security systems. I can work with that. What's next? You return to Hogwarts for the remaining exams. The school year ends in 2 weeks. After that. The lawyer shrugged. The international situation is evolving rapidly. You may have more freedom than you did before all this started. The return to Hogwarts was triumphant. Students who had watched his arrest now watched him walk back into the Great Hall, charges dropped, reputation enhanced rather than damaged. The ministry had overreached and been forced to retreat. Harry Potter Addams had faced their power and emerged unscathed. Dumbledore met him privately that evening. Umbridge will be dealt with permanently, the headmaster said. She made enemies she can't survive. The ministry is distancing itself from her completely. Good. But she was just an instrument. The underlying problem, ministry fear of what we're doing, remains. True. But fear can be managed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The Confederation's response demonstrated that Britain can't act unilaterally. The work we're doing has protection beyond any single government's reach. Is the Confluence still on schedule? Ahead of schedule, actually. The arrests generated publicity that helped rather than hurt. Several schools that were hesitant have now committed fully. They see the opposition you faced and recognize that the stakes are real. Harry absorbed this. His arrest had been a setback, but the response had accelerated their timeline. Sometimes adversity served better than smooth progress. How soon? Late August, if all goes well. The solstice alignments favor barrier work, and we have commitments from sufficient schools. The remaining challenges are the Horcruxes and Voldemort himself. I have plans for both. I know you do. Dumbledore studied him. You've changed, Harry. The boy who arrived here last September was exceptional. The young man I see now is something more. The vault's knowledge changes everyone who receives it. Not just knowledge. Responsibility. Purpose. Understanding of stakes that most people never have to face. The headmaster's expression was unreadable. I've been fighting Voldemort for decades, convinced he was the great threat of our age. Now I understand he's just a symptom. The real enemy is larger than any individual. Does that change how you feel about stopping him? It changes my motivations. I still want him destroyed, but not for the reasons I once did. Dumbledore rose, moving toward his window. Vengeance used to drive me, though I wouldn't have admitted it. Tom Riddle killed people I loved. Making him pay felt like justice. And now? Now I understand that his destruction serves purposes beyond my personal satisfaction. Every Horcrux eliminated repairs damage to reality. Every dark wizard stopped prevents further harm. The work is larger than my wounds. He turned back. You understood this before I did. When I sent Hagrid to collect you, I thought I'd find a child who needed guidance. Instead, I found someone who already knew what mattered. My family taught me well. They did. The Addams have been preparing for something like this for generations, I suspect. Even if they didn't know the specific nature of the threat, they understood that darkness would need to be opposed by those who could walk within it. Harry smiled slightly. That's very poetic for a Gryffindor. I've had time to develop perspective. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Finish your exams. We'll begin the final phase afterward. The exams were anticlimactic after everything else. Harry performed adequately, not brilliantly, since he'd been somewhat distracted by international conspiracies and Horcrux hunting, but well enough to satisfy requirements. His group performed similarly, each handling their specialties while coasting through subjects they'd neglected. The train ride home felt different this year. Harry sat with his usual companions, but conversation was subdued. Everyone understood what was coming. The summer wouldn't be a break, it would be the culmination of everything they'd worked toward. The Confluence happens in August, Hermione said quietly. 2 months to destroy the remaining Horcruxes and deal with Voldemort. Challenging timeline, Draco observed. But achievable. Harry had run the calculations repeatedly. The ring should be simplest, it's unguarded except by standard protections. The locket's location is narrowing. Nagini will be protected by Voldemort himself, which means she has to be last. And after Nagini, Voldemort becomes mortal. His soul is no longer anchored. When he dies, he stays dead. Harry looked out the window, watching countryside roll past. Then we proceed with the Confluence. Repair the barriers. Buy time for the permanent solution. What is the permanent solution? Unknown. The founders didn't have one. They built systems to delay collapse while hoping future generations would discover something they missed. Harry paused. We're one of those future generations. After the Confluence, the work continues. Maybe for decades. Maybe forever. That's not very encouraging. It's honest. The threat to reality isn't something that gets solved and forgotten. It's something that requires constant attention, ongoing maintenance, perpetual vigilance. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. We signed up for this. Not because it's easy or finite, but because it matters. No one argued. They understood. The manor welcomed Harry with its usual Gothic charm. Morticia met him at the door, her embrace carrying centuries of family history and the particular warmth that only an Addams could provide. You've done well, she said. The arrest was unfortunate, but you handled it appropriately. I had options. You had many options. You chose the one that served long-term goals over short-term satisfaction. She led him inside. That's wisdom, Harry. The hardest kind to develop. The family gathered that evening for a council of war. Wednesday had returned from Beauxbatons, Gomez had concluded whatever business kept him traveling, grandmother appeared via mirror from her Carpathian retreat. Even Uncle Fester manifested, though his form was particularly transparent. Harry presented the situation, 3 Horcruxes remaining, 2 months until the Confluence, Voldemort increasingly desperate as his immortality eroded. The ring first, Morticia decided. It's the most accessible target, and destroying it will further destabilize Voldemort's position. I've located the Gaunt property. The protections are significant but not overwhelming. You'll take backup. I'll take Wednesday. Harry glanced at his sister. Her skills complement mine. Together we can handle anything the ring throws at us. Wednesday nodded, her dark eyes gleaming with anticipation. I've been waiting for field work. This isn't practice. The ring will be defended by magic that's killed before. I know. Her smile was thin and dangerous. I'm looking forward to it. The Gaunt shack squatted at the end of a lane that even the most adventurous travelers avoided. Harry and Wednesday approached through shadow, materializing 100 yards from the structure. The wrongness was palpable, layers of dark magic accumulated over generations, curses stacked upon hexes, protections designed to kill intruders in creative ways. Riddle spent time here, Wednesday observed. I can feel his resonance in the wards. He used this place to create Horcruxes. The ring was probably made here. Harry studied the defenses with shadow sight. 3 layers of lethal curses, 2 alarm systems, and something deeper that I can't quite identify. The something deeper is the problem. Usually is. Harry began moving forward. Stay behind me. I'll handle the outer layers. The curses fell before his vault-enhanced techniques like cobwebs before a torch. The alarms never triggered, Harry walked through shadow beside them rather than past them. The inner protections were more challenging, requiring careful analysis and precise countermeasures. The ring sat on a wooden table in the shack's single room. It was beautiful, a heavy gold band set with a black stone that seemed to absorb light. The resurrection stone, Harry realized. One of the deathly hallows, transformed into a vessel for Voldemort's soul. The curse on it is powerful, Wednesday said. Anyone who touches it will die within a year. Slowly. Painfully. Riddle chose this ring deliberately. The irony appealed to him, a hallow that could summon the dead, corrupted to ensure its wearer's death. Harry reached out with shadow tendrils, lifting the ring without physical contact. The stone is salvageable. The Horcrux is not. The shadow space consumed the soul fragment, leaving the ring itself intact. Harry examined the resurrection stone, feeling its power hum against his senses. This could be useful. Dangerous useful or actually useful? Both, probably. Harry pocketed the stone. Let's go. For down, 2 remaining. The locket proved more challenging. Research had traced it through several hands, ultimately locating it in a hidden cave complex protected by enchantments that exceeded anything at the Gaunt shack. The location was significant, a place where the young Tom Riddle had tormented other children, a site of his first deliberate cruelty. Harry assembled a larger team for this retrieval. Hermione's analytical skills, Draco's political connections, useful for information gathering, Neville's protective abilities, and Wednesday's combat expertise. They spent 2 weeks planning, analyzing magical signatures, developing contingencies. The operation launched in mid-July. The cave was accessible only by boat across an underground lake that Harry immediately recognized as dangerous. Inferi lurked beneath the surface, animated corpses, waiting to drag down anyone who disturbed the water. We shadow walk across, Harry decided. The Inferi can't follow into the dark. The crossing was tense but successful. They emerged on a small island where a basin of glowing green liquid held the locket at its center. The liquid is poison, Hermione analyzed. But not ordinary poison, it forces the drinker to relive their worst memories while draining their will to resist. Someone has to drink it. That's what the protections suggest. The basin can't be emptied any other way. Harry considered the options. None of his team should be exposed to that kind of psychological assault. But someone needed to access the locket. I'll do it. Harry, I've trained for mental assault. My shields are stronger than anyone else's here. He approached the basin. The rest of you watch for threats. The inferi will probably activate once the basin is disturbed. The liquid tasted like despair. Memories flooded through him, the Dursleys' brief cruelty before his rescue, the loneliness of his early childhood, the fear he'd felt facing Voldemort for the first time. Each swallow brought fresh waves of anguish, fresh attempts by the poison to break his will. But Harry had the shadow space. He let the darkness take the memories, feeding them to entities that consumed pain as readily as souls. The poison wanted to torture him, the shadow space wanted to eat. The competing forces neutralized each other, leaving Harry diminished but functional. The locket emerged from the emptied basin. 5 down, he gasped as Wednesday caught him. 1 remaining. Recovery took a week. The poison had done more damage than Harry initially realized, not just psychological but magical, draining reserves he'd need for what came next. He spent the days meditating, rebuilding his connection to the shadow space, preparing for the final confrontation. Voldemort had to know what was happening. For Horcruxes destroyed, his immortality crumbling, his careful preparations for resurrection repeatedly disrupted. He would be desperate, dangerous, willing to take risks that sanity would normally prevent. And he still had Nagini. The snake stays close to him, Harry told the council. Destroying her means confronting Voldemort directly. And if we're going to confront him anyway, we should end him then. That's a significant operation, Morticia observed. Voldemort isn't helpless even without his Horcruxes. No. But he's mortal. Harry's smile was thin. Once Nagini dies, everything that made him immortal is gone. He can be killed like any other wizard. Any other wizard who's studied magic for decades and has no conscience about using the darkest techniques available. Yes. That wizard. Harry met his mother's eyes. I've been preparing for this since I learned what he did to my birth parents. Everything else, the Hogwarts drama, the ministry confrontation, the international coordination, has been building toward this moment. Tom Riddle dies, and the world becomes safer. The confluence happens 3 days later, Wednesday noted. If we defeat Voldemort beforehand, the barrier repair can proceed without ongoing Horcrux damage. That's the plan. Destroy Nagini, destroy Voldemort, then participate in the confluence. Harry stood. We attack in 4 days. August 23rd. I want everyone rested and ready. The final battle happened in a place no one expected. Voldemort had been tracked to a manor in Albania, the country where he'd hidden after his first defeat. But when Harry's team arrived, they found only residual traces. The Dark Lord had moved. Shadow Sense led them to the new location, Little Hangleton, the village where Tom Riddle Sr. had lived and died. Voldemort had returned to his father's grave, apparently attempting some ritual that would restore his body without the Philosopher's Stone he'd failed to acquire. Harry's team shadow walked into the graveyard at midnight. Voldemort was there, not the homunculus form, but something larger, more human, partially restored through means Harry didn't want to contemplate. Nagini coiled around the tombstone, her scales gleaming in moonlight. Death Eaters formed a protective circle, wands ready. Potter. Voldemort's voice was stronger now, closer to how it must have sounded when he ruled Wizarding Britain. You've been troublesome this year. I've been effective. Harry stepped forward, his team spreading out behind him. Your Horcruxes are destroyed, Tom. All but one. And she's right there. Voldemort's red eyes flickered toward Nagini. You think to kill my pet? While I stand ready to defend her? I think to kill everything you are. The snake. The man. The legend. Harry let his power rise, shadows gathering around him like a cloak. My parents died fighting you. My world has suffered for your ambitions. Tonight, debts are paid. Bold words from a child. I stopped being a child the moment you made me one of your victims. Harry's smile showed teeth. An Addams always pays their debts. I've been saving yours for last. The battle erupted. Death Eaters fell quickly. Harry's team had practiced for exactly this scenario, coordinating attacks that overwhelmed the Dark Wizards before they could organize resistance. Wednesday moved through shadow like a ghost, her blade finding throats before victims knew she was there. Hermione's analytical magic dismantled wards and countered curses with ruthless efficiency. Draco proved surprisingly effective in combat, his shadow training combining with pure-blood dueling techniques to create something new and dangerous. Neville protected the group from counterattacks, his shields absorbing killing curses that should have been fatal. He'd grown into his power over the year. The nervous boy from the Hogwarts Express was gone, replaced by someone whose quiet strength held the line against everything Voldemort threw at them. And through it all, Harry advanced toward Nagini. Voldemort tried to intercept him. Curses flew in colors that shouldn't exist, spells that broke the laws of magic, attacks designed to destroy body and soul simultaneously. Harry walked through them. The shadow space consumed what his shields couldn't block. His mother's protection burned where Voldemort's magic touched directly. What are you? Voldemort demanded, real fear entering his voice for the first time. I'm what happens when you make an orphan of someone with resources. Harry reached the tombstone where Nagini coiled. I'm the consequence of your choices. I'm the debt you created and couldn't pay. Nagini struck at him, fangs extended, venom glistening. Harry caught her with shadow tendrils, holding her immobile despite her thrashing. Goodbye, Tom. All the pieces of you. The shadow space consumed Nagini's soul fragment. The snake's body went limp, empty, just scales and flesh without the essence that had animated it. Voldemort screamed. The sound was terrible, not just anger or fear, but something deeper. The loss of his last anchor, the final confirmation that his immortality was gone. Everything he'd sacrificed, everyone he'd killed, all the damage he'd done to reality itself, all of it now meaningless. He was mortal again. And he was going to die. You think killing me ends this? Voldemort's voice had gone ragged. I've studied magic you can't comprehend. I've touched powers beyond death itself. Even without Horcruxes, you've touched nothing. You've been a puppet, Tom. A tool for forces that used your ambition to damage the barriers between worlds. Harry advanced, power crackling around him. The Founders knew about you. They built their system specifically to counter threats like you. Everything you thought was your own genius was actually manipulation by the Void. You're lying. I never lie about important things. Harry stopped a few feet away. You could have been something magnificent. Your potential was enormous. But you chose power over growth, domination over development. And now you've run out of time. I am Lord Voldemort, you are Tom Marvolo Riddle, and you are finished. Harry reached out with everything he had, shadow space, mother's protection, vault techniques, years of training, and pushed. Voldemort's remaining soul fragment, damaged and destabilized by the destruction of its anchors, couldn't withstand the assault. The shadow space had been hungry for this moment, eager to consume the being that had caused so much damage. When Harry opened the door, it rushed through. Tom Riddle's soul was devoured. His body collapsed, empty, just meat and bone without the essence that had given it malevolent life. The red eyes faded to ordinary brown, his father's eyes, finally, the ones he'd been born with before transforming himself into a monster. The Dark Lord Voldemort was dead. The aftermath was quiet. Death Eaters were secured, the graveyard warded against interference, and authorities notified through carefully managed channels. Harry's team gathered around him, exhausted but victorious. "It's done," Wednesday said simply. "It's done." Harry looked at the body that had once terrorized a world. He was smaller than I expected. In the end. Monsters usually are, once you see them clearly. Yes. Harry turned away. "We have 3 days before the confluence. Let's make sure we're ready." August 26th. Midsummer. Magical sights across the world aligned in ways that happened only once per century. Harry stood in Hogwarts' highest tower, surrounded by students from 37 schools. Hermione was beside him, Wednesday connected via mirror from Beau's batons, allies positioned at every major magical institution on Earth. The Founders' systems were fully active. The knowledge from the vaults had been distributed. The Horcruxes were destroyed, their damage beginning to heal naturally now that no new tiers were being created. "Ready?" Dumbledore asked. The old wizard had aged visibly over the past year, but his eyes still sparkled with determination. "Ready." Harry reached for the connections the Founders had built, the vast network linking schools and students and knowledge and purpose. Everyone in position. Confirmations came from across the world. The confluence was about to begin. Harry activated the system. Power flowed, not destructive, not violent, but focused. The barriers between worlds became visible to everyone with sufficient sensitivity, vast membrane-like structures spanning dimensions. The damage was evident, tears, worn patches, places where the void pressed close. But the system was designed for exactly this. Energy channeled through the network, directed by students who understood what was needed. Barriers strengthened. Tears sealed. The accumulated damage of centuries began to reverse. It wasn't complete repair. The Founders had been right, one intervention couldn't fix everything. But it was enough. The critical failures stabilized. The immediate threat of collapse receded. Reality would survive. The confluence lasted 4 hours. When it ended, Harry collapsed, drained beyond anything he'd experienced before. The effort of channeling so much power through the network had pushed every limit he possessed. But when he woke, hours later, in the Hogwarts hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was smiling. "You did it," she said. "Whatever you did. The magical sensors are showing patterns we've never seen before. Something's different." "Good different?" "The headmaster seems to think so." Dumbledore arrived within the hour, looking more energetic than Harry had seen him in months. "The Confederation has confirmed. Magical activity worldwide is more stable than it's been in recorded history. The barriers are holding at unprecedented strength." The old wizard sat beside Harry's bed. "You've bought us time, Harry. Perhaps centuries. We've bought us time. Everyone who participated." "True. But you designed the operation. You destroyed the Horcruxes. You led the network during the actual repair." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "The history books will remember this as your victory, whether you want the credit or not. The history books can say whatever they want. I know who helped." Modest as always. Dumbledore paused. "What now?" "The immediate threat is addressed. You could rest, if you wanted. Be a normal student for once." Harry laughed, a genuine laugh, the first and longer than he could remember. "When have I ever been a normal student?" He sat up, testing his strength. "The barriers are stabilized, not fixed permanently. The work continues. Building networks, training successors, developing the permanent solutions the Founders hoped for. That sounds like a lifetime of effort. Probably more than one lifetime. But it's important work." Harry met the headmaster's eyes. "And I'm an Addams. We don't shy away from difficult tasks." "No. You embraced them with disturbing enthusiasm. Dumbledore rose. Rest for now. Your family is waiting downstairs. They arrived as soon as the confluence ended. I believe your mother has opinions about your health she wishes to share. I'm sure she does. Harry settled back against the pillows, letting exhaustion claim him temporarily. There would be time for family, for recovery, for planning the next steps. Voldemort was dead. The barriers were stable. The world would continue. And Harry Potter Addams had paid every debt in full. Epilogue. 2 months later the Hogwarts Express carried students toward their third year, the September sun warmed through the windows. Harry sat in a compartment with his usual companions, Hermione, Draco, Neville, and now Ginny, who had become a permanent part of their group. The summer had been surprisingly peaceful, filled with recovery and planning rather than crisis. Wednesday says Beauxbatons is establishing a permanent exchange program, Hermione reported. Students who've participated in the Confluence will have access to both schools' resources. Durmstrang too, eventually, Draco added. The political resistance is fading. What we accomplished has convinced even the skeptics. Good. The work requires international cooperation. Harry watched the countryside roll past. The barriers are stable, but they need continuous maintenance. Every school should be training students for that task. And Voldemort's former followers? Being handled. The ministry is actually functional now that Fudge resigned. Bones is making sensible decisions for once. Harry smiled slightly. Amazing what removing a Dark Lord and saving reality can do for political priorities. The train continued north, carrying them toward a school that had become home. The castle would welcome them, the Founders' systems would continue their ancient work, and new challenges would emerge. But for now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to feel something like peace. The Addams family had taught him many things: how to walk in shadow, how to speak with the dead, how to face darkness without flinching. But they'd also taught him something else, something that mattered more than any technique. Family was what you chose. Loyalty was what you gave freely. Debts were paid not because of obligation, but because honor demanded it. Harry had honored his debts. All of them. And the future stretched ahead, full of possibility. How was school? Wednesday's voice came through the mirror, her dark eyes amused. Harry smiled, an Addams smile, full of teeth and dark promise. Educational.